Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. I never liked clowns. Not because of childhood trauma or any movie. Just something about painted faces pretending joy always felt dishonest. So when our small town of Reading Falls announced the return of the summer parade after 10 years, I didn't plan to go. But my sister Erin insisted. Come on, Jake. You hide in that garage every day. Just once be normal. By noon, Main Street was flooded with people. Kids waving flags, food trucks, brass band warming up. A float rolled by covered in cheap balloons and the smell of diesel. And then came the clowns. Dozens of them walking in perfect formation. Same outfit, black overalls, red suspenders, bright white masks with red smiles. Not painted faces, masks. The cheap plastic kind that muffled their breathing. People cheered at first, but the clowns didn't wave, didn't juggle, they just walked. Someone laughed nervously. Guess performance art's gotten weird. The clowns stopped in the middle of Main. The music faltered, and in the silence, one of them reached into a duffel bag and pulled out something long and black. It wasn't a prop. The sound that followed, sharp cracks, screams, chaos, felt unreal. Balloons popped as people dropped. I grabbed Erin's arm and pulled her behind a parked truck as the parade turned into a massacre. Minutes later, the sound died. Not because it was over, because everyone left alive was hiding. Smoke rose from overturned carts. I could still hear faint footsteps, not running, packing. Erin whispered, "We have to move." I peeked out. At least 6 clowns were still there, calmly checking the bodies. They weren't panicking or shouting commands, just working, like a cleanup crew. We crawled through a side alley. A police siren wailed in the distance, then cut off abruptly. At the end of the alley, an old delivery van sat idling. The driver's door hung open. Inside, a radio crackled. Unit 4 report, and then static. I climbed in, searching for keys. The dash was splattered. I found them in the cup holder, sticky with something dark. We drove out through back roads, trying not to look at the bodies. Every streetlight we passed flickered, and in that strobing light I caught glimpses of clowns on rooftops, standing still, watching the horizon like soldiers waiting for orders. We made it to the outskirts, gas station, diner, few scattered houses. I thought we'd escaped. But the diner lights were on, and through the window I saw 3 people inside, waving us down. I pulled over. The man who ran the diner, Carl, looked wild-eyed, holding a shotgun. "You saw them too?" he asked. "They're killing everyone." He nodded once. They hit the power station first, phone lines too. This was planned. We barricaded the door with tables. The TV behind the counter played a local emergency broadcast, then cut to a looping message, "Shelter in place." Outside, headlights appeared. A truck pulled up across the road. 4 clowns climbed out, carrying machetes. Carl aimed his shotgun. "Stay quiet." They didn't charge. They just stood there, staring through the glass. One of them tapped a knife against his mask, slow and deliberate, like a clock counting down. Erin whispered, "Why aren't they coming in?" "They want us to move first," I said. It started with a power cut. The lights died, the hum of the fridge stopped, and in the dark the sound of metal scraping against glass filled the air. One window cracked, then another. Carl fired once, muzzle flash blinding in the dark. Screams followed. Something heavy slammed against the door. We retreated into the kitchen. Erin grabbed a knife. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold anything. Through the serving hatch I saw movement, the faint glow of headlights flashing across white masks. They came through the back, quiet, efficient. Carl didn't even get to shout before one grabbed him from behind. His shotgun clattered. A flash of red sprayed the wall. I dragged Aaron through the freezer and out the loading door into the rain. We ran until the diner was a fatting orange behind us. Smoke, then nothing. We found shelter in a small maintenance building by the radio tower outside town. My phone was useless, no service. Aaron found a crank radio in a cabinet. After static, a voice came through, trembling but clear. If you're hearing this, stay away from populated areas. They're using the roads to trap survivors. They're organized, not random psychos. This is coordinated. The message cut off mid-sentence. Aaron stared at me. What do we do now? Get out of Redding Falls, I said, tonight. But when I opened the door, something glinted in the distance, a long row of reflective paint under the moonlight. Dozens of white vans, identical, parked along the road leading out of town, and around them silhouettes, still silent, waiting. They surrounded the entire perimeter. Redding Falls wasn't a town anymore. It was a stage, and the show had just started. The night swallowed the town. Redding Falls used to hum, streetlights, trucks, dogs barking. Now it was just the soft hiss of rain and the pulse in my ears. From the radio tower's window, I watched the white vans idle far down the highway. They weren't moving, just sitting there, headlights off. But every few minutes, one of the engines coughed to life and idled for a while, like a signal to the rest. Erin paced the room, hugging herself. They can't be everywhere, she said. I didn't answer, because I'd already tried the tower's door earlier and found a small red ribbon tied to the handle. A clown's ribbon. They'd been here, maybe still were. We found a landline radio in the corner of the maintenance shack. I tried every channel until something faint came through. Repeat, do not use main roads. Group moving south through Clearbrook. Then static. Clearbrook's 15 miles, I said. If someone's broadcasting, maybe they've got help. We packed what we could, flashlight, bottled water, a half-dead phone for light. I kept the radio on as we moved, the voice cutting in and out with the wind. They're trained, masks for identification. One leader called the ringmaster. That name stuck in my head like a splinter. Aaron whispered, "You think this is military?" I shook my head. No uniform, no insignia, this is something else. Behind us, faint music drifted through the trees, an accordion tune, slow and broken. We killed the flashlight and froze. No one should have had music in this blackout. We reached the old iron bridge that crossed the river out of town. Fog clung low, turning every shadow into a shape. Halfway across, Aaron stopped. Do you hear that? A rhythmic thumping beneath the bridge, like someone knocking on metal from underneath. Then another sound joined in, a child's laugh echoing off the water. We ran. On the other side, a roadblock waited, truck sideways, tires punctured, and the faint scent of gas. The words "town closed 4 REPAIRS" sprayed across a sign. I almost laughed from the absurdity. Repairs. As we circled through the trees, I noticed something carved into one of the trunks. A crude face with a smile, red paint smeared around it. Below, a phrase burned into the bark. The show must go on. We found shelter at dawn, a decaying farmhouse miles from the highway. The windows were boarded, but someone had lived here recently. There were cans stacked neatly on the table, blankets, even a generator that still worked. For the first time, we felt a flicker of hope. While Aaron slept, I explored the basement. Old tools, boxes, dust, and one strange thing, a corkboard filled with newspaper clippings. Clown masked robbery in Texas. Circus barn arson in Kansas. Unsolved abductions linked to carnival crew. Pinned beside them was a hand-drawn map with red string connecting towns, all circling Redding Falls. Someone had been tracking this for years. A sound creaked upstairs. Aaron called my name, too quiet, too careful. When I reached the top, I saw the back door wide open and muddy prints on the floor. Big boots. Then from outside, a voice calm, almost cheerful. Ladies and gentlemen, the curtain rises soon. We hid in the barn until nightfall, watching from the cracks between planks. The clowns didn't search the property, they just parked 2 vans by the road, set up a floodlight and stood there, waiting again, always waiting. The radio hissed in my pocket. I turned the dial until the voice returned. Anyone still in Redding Falls, the broadcast tower is safe. Repeat, broadcast tower secure. But the tower was where we'd started. It wasn't safe. Aaron grabbed my arm. It's bait. Yeah, I said, they're drawing people back. As we argued, the floodlight outside blinked twice, then 3 times, a coded rhythm. And from the dark fields around the barn, shapes began to move, dozens of figures stepping into the beam, masks catching the light, faces tilting upward toward us. Not rushing, not yelling, just standing there, heads twitching in unison, like performers waiting for their cue. And then over the radio, a smooth male voice, calm, polite, almost kind, whispered. Act 2. We didn't sleep. The light from the flood lamps bled through every crack in the barn, turning the air pale and grainy. The clowns outside didn't move, they just stood there, still as mannequins, the red of their masks faintly gleaming under the mist. Hours passed, the hum of the generator faded, and the silence felt like pressure against my ears. Aaron sat against the wall, knife clutched tight. They're not leaving, are they? No. At one point, I thought I saw one of them tilt his head, as if listening to something none of us could hear. Then, all at once, every single one turned toward the forest line and began walking, perfectly synchronized. They didn't run or chase, they just left. We waited another hour before daring to move. I climbed into the loft to check the road, empty. No vans, no lights, just fog rolling over the field. For a moment, I let myself believe it might actually be over. Then Aaron whispered, Jake, come down here. I turned. On the barn wall, drawn in something dark and tacky, were 2 words written large and dripping. Curtain call. By sunrise, we reached the highway. Cars littered the road like fallen dominoes, doors open, engines dead. Some still had headlights on, faintly glowing in the mist. We walked between them, listening. The quiet wasn't peaceful, it was heavy. Every so often, I saw shapes far ahead that looked like people, but they never moved when I called out. They were dummies, store mannequins, posed along the road with clown masks tied to their heads. We passed at least 20 of them before Aaron said, why would they waste time doing this? To keep people off the road, I said, to make us afraid to move. It's working. Then out of nowhere, the radio in my jacket crackled. Survivors, if you hear this, reach the quarry north of town. Safe zone confirmed. Repeat, the quarry. Aaron's eyes lit up. That's close, we can make it. But as I turned the dial, a second voice interrupted the broadcast. A man, soft-spoken, almost amused. Oh, you're doing so well, Jake. My blood ran cold. The signal died instantly. We followed the map north, sticking to tree lines. The fog thickened, swallowing everything more than 20 feet away. After 2 hours, we found a house, isolated, 2 stories, the kind of place hunters used for the season. Curtains drawn, chimney cold. I crept inside first. The air smelled of dust and something metallic. There was food in the pantry, clothes on the rack, but it felt wrong. Too tidy, like a stage set. Aaron went upstairs to find a bathroom. I checked the living room and froze. On the coffee table lay a dozen photos, all printed on glossy paper. Each one showed different streets of Redding Falls, taken from rooftops, drone angles, surveillance. And in the center of the stack, a photo of us. Me and Aaron, taken from outside the diner on the first night. I heard the floor creak upstairs. Aaron. No answer, Then another creak, closer, heavier. I turned toward the staircase just as a light flickered on upstairs. And then from the top of the steps, a figure appeared, not Aaron. It was one of them, mask gleaming in the half-light, holding something that caught the glow like a mirror. I ran. We didn't stop until the house was a blur behind us. The forest thickened, the air growing colder as the ground sloped downward. Eventually we found it, the quarry. Massive, silent, flooded with dark water that reflected the faint light of the moon. And there were people. Dozens of them, maybe more, gathered around makeshift fires. Survivors, some crying, some silent, all haunted. A man in a torn security jacket approached us. "You made it," he said. "We thought everyone in town was gone." He introduced himself as Miles, part of a security detail that had been guarding the broadcast station before it fell. He told us they'd taken refuge here after realizing the clowns controlled every exit. "Their leader," Miles said, "calls himself the Ringmaster. He doesn't talk much, just gives signals. They're not random killers, this is rehearsed." "What do you mean, rehearsed?" Aaron asked. He pointed toward the cliffside. There, painted in white letters high on the rock wall, were words visible even in the dark. ACT-3. That night nobody slept. The air at the quarry was electric, like a storm building underground. People whispered rumors. Some said the clowns were former circus workers, others swore they were mercenaries. No one knew. Around 3 a.m., we heard engines again, low, steady, approaching from every side. Miles ran to the ridge with binoculars. They found us. Floodlights cut through the mist, forming beams that converged on the quarry floor. Dozens of vans perfectly aligned. And then, from one at the front, a voice echoed through a loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen," it said, calm, measured, rehearsed. "We thank you for attending the show, but every performance must end." People screamed. Some ran for the water, others froze. I pulled Aaron behind a loader and whispered, "We have to go through the drainage tunnels. The old mine shaft connects to the woods." She nodded, but as we moved, the voice returned, quieter, more personal now. "Jake, we've been waiting for you." Every floodlight turned in our direction. And through the blinding white glare, I saw him, a tall man in a long red coat, mask unlike the others. No smile this time, just blank, white, perfect silence. The Ringmaster. The old mine shaft entrance was hidden under a thick layer of ivy, the kind that could easily hide years of neglect. Aaron hesitated. "Are you sure this is safe?" I didn't answer. I didn't have time. From the quarry ridge, the floodlights were sweeping across the water like searching eyes. The Ringmaster's voice lingered in my head. "We've been waiting for you." The air inside the tunnel smelled damp and metallic, and the wooden beams creaked as if protesting our weight. Our footsteps echoed endlessly, each sound amplified by the narrow walls. I tried to focus on the plan. Keep moving, find the old ventilation shafts marked on the map, reach the woods and disappear. Erin clutched my arm, her breathing shallow but steady. From deeper in the shaft came faint scratching sounds, irregular at first, then rhythmic. Not footsteps, not voices, something else. I froze. Erin whispered, "They're down here with us." I shook my head. "No, not yet, stay calm." We kept walking. Every turn of the tunnel felt like a trap. The darkness pressed in, heavy, almost physical, as if the walls themselves were aware we were intruders. The tunnels branched in confusing patterns, some leading to dead ends filled with rubble. Each choice we made felt wrong, like the shaft itself wanted to disorient us. I thought I heard laughter once, just a quick staccato giggle echoing far down a side passage. Erin's hand tightened on mine. At one junction, we came across markings on the walls. Red arrows, small painted circles, some words partially obscured by years of dust. "Stage left, don't turn." I swallowed. The handwriting was sloppy but deliberate. Whoever had done this had planned for people like us. We followed the arrows carefully, stepping over water pooled in low areas. Occasionally, the tunnel widened, revealing old storage rooms, barrels, crates, tools, but nothing useful. The air grew colder the deeper we went, dampness condensing on our skin. Hours seemed to pass, time lost meaning, and still the feeling persisted we weren't alone. The deeper we went, the more the tunnel seemed alive. Faint noises followed us, scuffs, whispers, the soft scraping of nails against stone. Not every sound was immediate. Some came from behind us, some from above, even from the shadows ahead. Aaron began to tremble. "Jake, I'm hearing things." "You're not," I said, though my own voice sounded thin in the darkness. I knew we were both lying to ourselves. At one point, we found a small alcove, long abandoned. I leaned against the wall to rest, and Aaron sat silently. I felt my own pulse in my ears. The faintest movement in the shadows made me snap upright. A mask gleamed in the tunnel ahead, white and featureless. Not a clown mask exactly, more like a blank doll face. It was standing still, and when it tilted its head, I felt my stomach drop. We moved quickly past it. When I dared to look back, it was gone. After what felt like hours, the tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber. Rusted beams and scaffolding crisscrossed overhead, and the ground sloped down into a deep pit filled with shadows. From the center, a single spotlight illuminated a figure. Tall, red coat, featureless white mask, the ringmaster. He didn't move, he just watched. Then from somewhere behind us, a voice echoed softly, directly into my mind, though no one spoke aloud. "You can run, but you've already stepped into my world. Every step, every choice is part of the show." Aaron clutched my arm. "Jake, I don't like this. He knows us." I nodded, "I know." We couldn't see the clowns in the chamber, but I felt them everywhere, standing in the shadows, perched above us on beams, silent, waiting. Every heartbeat felt like it bounced off the walls, amplifying the fear. The ringmaster stepped aside, gesturing toward a narrow shaft that led up. I didn't trust him. But there was no other option. We had to climb. The shaft was vertical, rusty rungs embedded in stone, slick with water and grime. Aaron went first. I followed, muscles screaming with every pull. Halfway up, I paused, chest heaving, and looked down. The shadows in the chamber shifted subtly, almost moving independently. Something in me told me we were being watched more closely than ever, like rats in a maze. Finally, we emerged near the edge of the quarry. The moonlight hit us, and for the first time in 2 days, we could see beyond the dark earth. Trees, road, freedom, or at least what we hoped was freedom. Behind us from the tunnel, the ringmaster's voice carried on the wind. "Thank you for playing your part. The next act begins soon." We didn't wait to hear more. We ran. We ran without stopping. The forest swallowed us immediately, tree trunks becoming towers of shadow. Our shoes sank into mud, roots snatched at our ankles, and every sound, a branch snapping, a bird taking flight, made us flinch. The wind carried a faint echo of laughter, distant but unmistakable, not playful, deliberate, watching. Aaron whispered, "They're still following us." I didn't answer. I couldn't confirm it, but deep in my gut, I felt them everywhere, in every shadow between the trees, reflected in every pool of water on the forest floor. Hours passed. The sky began to lighten, but the fog lingered low. We stumbled across an old logging trail, overgrown and abandoned. I hoped it would lead us to the highway, to something human. But the trail ended abruptly at a cliffside overlooking a small valley. At the bottom, more vans gleamed like white beetles under the sun, engines running. We weren't just being hunted, we were being funneled. There was no time to plan. We had to descend. I found a rope tied to a tree, frayed but strong. Aaron went first. I followed carefully, swinging past loose rocks and brambles. Halfway down, the rope jerked. I froze, nothing moved above. Nothing below, but a faint shadow flickered along the valley floor. As we reached the bottom, the vans were gone. Just empty ground, littered with trash, tire tracks, and the faintest marks of organized movement. Then the radio in my jacket crackled. A distorted voice whispered, "Good, you're almost ready for the finale." Aaron grabbed my arm. "Jake, what does that mean?" Before I could answer, a figure appeared at the tree line, not running, not walking, just stepping into view slowly. The red coat of the ringmaster gleamed faintly, mask reflecting the morning sun. We had no choice but to keep moving. We reached the river. Water roared over rocks, icy and fast. The only bridge was a narrow, half-collapsed footbridge. One wrong step and we would have been swept away. As we crossed, I saw shapes moving in the trees on the far bank, tall, white-masked forms, scanning the forest. Not clowns in a rush, but predators perfectly patient, letting us make mistakes. Halfway across, the rope handrail snapped. I grabbed Erin and jumped to the nearest intact plank. The bridge groaned. She whispered, "Jake, they're enjoying this." I didn't reply. The thought had already crossed my mind. The ringmaster's voice, every move, every trap, it wasn't chaos. It was a performance designed to terrify. We made it across, exhausted, soaked, trembling, but ahead the road led to the town limits, civilization, or what we hoped was civilization. The first human signs were faint, a mailbox, a weathered fence, a pickup truck, then smoke in the distance. We followed it to a small farmhouse. Lights were on, windows open, voices. Hope rose, fragile and burning. A man stepped out, hands raised. "You're survivors." "Yes," I gasped. "Please, we need help. The clowns, the ringmaster, they..." He nodded grimly. "I know. You're lucky you made it this far. Most don't. Come inside." Inside, other survivors huddled around a generator. Miles, the man from the quarry, was there too. He had radio equipment, maps, and a plan. "They've been using towns like theaters," he explained. "Targeted performances, people as props. And the ringmaster, he controls the flow, always a step ahead. But we've tracked his pattern." I swallowed hard. "So we can stop him?" Miles shook his head. "Not stop, not yet. We can survive, but the show isn't over." That night we barricaded the farmhouse and watched the roads. From the hilltop, I could see distant white vans gliding silently along highways and back roads. The clowns weren't attacking directly yet. They were positioning, waiting for the signal. The radio buzzed. Static, then the ringmaster's voice again. "Curtain rises in 12 hours. Be ready." The survivors whispered in the corner, fear pressing against every word. Aaron held my hand tightly. "What does that mean?" I didn't answer, because I already knew. When the clock struck midnight, the entire valley became alive. Flashlights, shapes moving perfectly in formation, and in the center, a red coat glimmered faintly in the moonlight. The finale wasn't coming. It was already here. We had survived this long, but the night ahead would test everything: endurance, courage, and sanity. And one thing was certain: the ringmaster wasn't just hunting us. He was orchestrating the fear itself. The valley stretched before us like a stage set for a nightmare. Every hill, every tree, every broken fence seemed deliberately positioned to obscure what lay ahead. The white vans were stationed like sentries along every ridge and hollow, engines humming low, as though they were alive. Aaron clung to me as we moved through tall grass, crouching behind every shadow, listening for any sound that might betray the clowns' positions. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and the faint metallic tang that had followed us since Redding Falls. Miles had given us a rough map of the valley, but it didn't prepare us for reality. Paths we tried to take seemed wrong, ending in gullies, walls of overgrown brambles, or sheer drops we hadn't anticipated. And all the while, the distant, mechanical hum of coordinated activity reminded us that we weren't just being hunted. We were being guided, herded into a final performance. Aaron whispered, "Do you think he knows exactly where we are?" I didn't answer immediately. I didn't want to think about it, but deep down I knew the answer. Yes, the ringmaster had always been one step ahead. And then from a ridge to our right, a single spotlight swept across the field. Not frantic, not searching, precise. It caught the edge of our hiding place for a fleeting moment. My heart stopped. We pressed on, moving toward a small creek Miles had indicated on the map. Water could mask our scent, our heat, perhaps give us a small advantage. The creek was narrower than we expected, and the bank was steep. As Erin descended, the ground beneath her feet shifted. A rustling noise behind us made me turn. Nothing visible. Then the sound of snapping sticks, dozens of them coming from multiple directions. White masks glimmered in the low light. Not charging, just moving along the periphery, blocking our retreat. We froze, instinct screaming at us to run. I whispered, "Keep calm. We move only when we have to." A figure stepped closer, mask shining under moonlight. It tilted its head and the motion felt deliberate, almost theatrical. They weren't attacking us yet. They were watching, assessing, waiting for us to act. We slipped into the water, letting it carry us downstream. The cold bit at our skin, muscles aching, but it was the only chance to avoid immediate confrontation. Behind us, the faint echo of footsteps followed the curves of the creek, always matching our pace, never overtaking. By the time we emerged onto a narrow trail, soaked and shivering, the sun was beginning to hint at dawn, but the valley was still alive with shadowed shapes. Following Miles' map, we came to an old mill abandoned for decades. The boards were rotting, windows shattered, but it offered the only cover for miles. We moved inside, closing a heavy door behind us and bracing it with a fallen beam. The air smelled of mold and old grain. Dust motes floated in the morning light, streaming through cracks in the boards. It felt like temporary safety, but I knew better. Aaron sat in a corner, huddled, whispering over and over, "He's waiting, he's waiting." I tried to focus. Our plan was simple. Wait until nightfall, then navigate to the far ridge where Miles had said a hidden road would lead us out of the valley. But simple didn't mean easy. Every sound from the outside, snapping branches, the low hum of engines, a faint, deliberate laugh, reminded us we were still the prey. Hours passed, and then we heard it, a rhythm, soft at first, then unmistakable, accordion music, broken, off-key, drifting through the forest and into the mill. The ringmaster was closer than we thought. Night fell again, heavier this time, as though the valley itself wanted to trap us. The moon offered little light, and every step forward was fraught with the risk of being spotted. We climbed a steep, rocky incline toward the ridge, dragging our bodies over jagged stones. The vans below seemed stationary, yet I could feel the calculated movement behind them. Patterns, formations, precision. Suddenly, a noise from above, a creak of metal. I turned just in time to see a rope ladder dangling over the ridge, swinging slightly. Not natural. Someone had placed it. I gestured for Aaron to follow me. Step by step, we climbed, muscles screaming, lungs burning. At the top, we paused, listening. No vans, no lights, but the feeling of being observed was stronger than ever. And then I saw it. The ringmaster standing at the far end of the ridge, mask reflecting moonlight, coat flowing, hands behind his back. He didn't speak. He didn't move. He just waited. From the top of the ridge, we could see the valley below in its entirety. Dozens of vans, white masked figures moving in silent coordination, everything perfectly orchestrated. Aaron gripped my arm. This is it, isn't it?" "Yes," I said. "We either run or we keep moving. No other choice." We dashed down a narrow path Miles had indicated, zigzagging to avoid the floodlights. Shapes appeared in the distance, but they never ran toward us, always positioning, corralling. The ringmaster's voice drifted on the wind. "You've survived every act, but the curtain must fall." We pushed harder, moving past fallen trees, over rocks, past the abandoned remnants of the valley. Every step forward felt like a calculated move in someone else's performance. Hours passed, dawn approached. The valley behind us was alive, still orchestrated, but ahead a road. A real road, signs of civilization. We didn't stop running until the vans and figures disappeared behind the ridge. The first rays of sunlight hit our faces. Aaron collapsed, panting. I looked back once over the edge of the ridge. The valley seemed empty, silent, except for a single red coat standing at the far end, the ringmaster, watching. We survived the night, but the show wasn't over. The ringmaster's voice echoed in my mind long after. The next performance begins soon. And for the first time, I realized something terrifying. Surviving wasn't enough. We would never truly escape. The hallway smelled metallic, faint but unmistakable. I paused, glancing at the polished floors. Blood. I hoped it was just spilled juice. My backpack bounced as I ran to class. The first bell rang, harsh, demanding, echoing through empty lockers. Most students had already gone to class. I slipped into room 204 just as Mr. Landry slammed the door. The air inside smelled normal, chalk, pencil shavings, and faint disinfectant. But my heart hammered. Something was off. I didn't know it yet, but the first scream would come in 10 minutes. Mid-morning announcements crackled over the PA. Students, remain in your classrooms. Lock doors if possible. Emergency protocol is in effect. A scream pierced the hallways, high-pitched near, echoing like glass shattering. We froze. I grabbed my backpack and peered out the window. The hall was empty, chairs overturned, lockers gaping. Another scream, closer this time, science wing. Instinct took over. I ran toward it, heart hammering, ignoring the fear screaming inside me. The halls were empty, chairs tipped over, lockers open, papers scattered like confetti. And then I saw him. Hoodie up, face obscured in shadow, dragging something heavy, slow, deliberate. I ducked into room 205 and locked the door. Students whispered, panicked, phones out. He stopped at the doorway, head tilted, listened, slowly moved on. We weren't just being chased, we were being hunted. The intercom buzzed again. Lock your doors, stay quiet. Authorities are on their way. Fear pressed against every corner. I huddled with classmates in the back. Every creak, every distant thump made my heart pound. Through the window, shadows flickered. They were moving strategically, scanning, never charging. Not random, not chaos. A predator orchestrating every move. Some students tried the stairwell. I followed, desperate. The stairwell was silent. Faint dripping water echoed. Then a door slammed. Steps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. I pressed against the wall, breath shallow, backpack as shield. He was close, too close. The cafeteria should have been a refuge, but it was worse than the hallways. Tables lay overturned, trays scattered across the linoleum, and the smell of ketchup mingled with something coppery, the metallic tang of blood. I pressed myself flat against the floor near the edge of a long table. Aaron, a classmate I'd been stuck with since the first bell, crouched beside me, eyes wide and trembling. The footsteps came first, soft, precise, deliberate. Not running, not panicked, calculated. They were moving along the perimeter, scanning, watching. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my shaking hands. I peeked over the table just enough to see him, the hoodie up, dragging something heavy. It wasn't a body, not yet, but it was close. I whispered, "We have to move now." Aaron nodded, and we crawled toward the emergency exit at the far end of the room. Every scrape of our shoes on the floor echoed like a gunshot. He paused, head tilted, listening. We froze, hearts pounding, breaths shallow. Seconds stretched into eternity. Then, just as quietly as he had come, he moved on, vanishing around the corner. We slipped into the library, the air thick with dust and the scent of old books. Light flickered from the broken fluorescent bulbs. casting jagged shadows across the rows of shelves. Crouched behind a table, I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Every creak of the floor, every rustle of paper seemed amplified, alerting him to our presence. Aaron whispered, "He's still following us." I didn't answer, I already knew. Then a sound, soft, deliberate footsteps across the floor near the front doors. Not running, not panic, observing, waiting. A student in the back tried to sneak toward the emergency exit. Instantly, the shadow appeared in the doorway, head tilted, watching. Not moving yet, just ensuring the student's fear reached a peak. I grabbed the student's arm and pulled them back into the shadows. The predator wanted us terrified before we ran. Every step was calculated, every second orchestrated. The gym smelled faintly of sweat, rubber, and stale air. We pressed ourselves behind the bleachers, muscles tense. Outside, faint moonlight glinted off the polished floor beyond the doors. I dared a glance. There he was, hoodie up, hood casting his face into shadow. He moved slowly across the hallway outside, head cocked as if listening to our thoughts. Aaron whispered, "He's enjoying this." I nodded. She was right. This wasn't about catching us quickly. It was about fear, manipulation, control. We crept along the edge of the bleachers, trying to plan a path forward. Every hallway, every stairwell, every exit was a potential trap. And he knew it. A narrow stairwell led to the roof. We scrambled up, muscles burning, adrenaline coursing. The wind ripped at our hair and clothes. The city stretched out below, quiet, oblivious to the nightmare on top of the building. We crouched behind an air vent. From below, I saw him, hoodie up, moving with calculated precision, navigating stairwells, checking doors, always 3 steps behind but never careless. Aaron whispered, "Do you think he can climb?" I didn't answer. I didn't want to imagine it, but the thought chilled me to the bone. The night stretched wide, empty except for us, except for him. Every shadow felt alive, every flicker of light a potential death trap. The fire escape ladder descended into darkness. We clutched the metal rungs, muscles screaming, fingers raw and bleeding. Below, the alley stretched out narrow, littered with trash and debris. We made it down, crouched behind dumpsters, trying to catch our breath. From above, the soft scrape of metal. A shadow moved across the rooftop. He hadn't lost us. He was positioning, waiting, calculating. Aaron gasped, "We can't outrun him forever." I swallowed hard. Then we don't, we survive, we fight smart. We edged forward toward a narrow gap in a fence. One slip, one mistake, and he could end this in an instant. And all the while I knew he was enjoying the hunt, the terror, the control. The alley emptied into a side street. Dim streetlights flickered, casting pools of uneven light across cracked asphalt. Every shadow felt alive. Aaron whispered, "Which way?" I shook my head. The streets were a labyrinth. We couldn't trust sidewalks, alleyways, or abandoned storefronts. Every corner could hide him. Every quiet space could be a trap. Footsteps echoed behind us. Slow, precise, calculated, not chasing frantically, just ensuring we stayed within his path, herding us like prey. We ran blindly, turning corners, ducking behind dumpsters, praying he wouldn't anticipate every move. We slipped into a 24-hour grocery store. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Empty aisles offered temporary cover, but every creak of a shelf, every faint scrape of a cart could give us away. I pressed myself against a display of canned goods. Aaron crouched beside me, trembling. Then we heard it, footsteps outside the entrance. Slow, deliberate. He wasn't running, he was calculating. He paused, tilted his head, listening, every second stretched, every heartbeat thundering. Finally, he moved on, for now. But we both knew it was a game to him, a psychological torment, drawing fear from every nerve. The subway entrance was quiet, nearly abandoned at this hour. Dim emergency lights barely illuminated the tracks. We moved carefully along the platform, shoes barely making a sound on the concrete. The echo of distant water drips amplified every movement. At the far end of the platform, a shadow shifted, hoodie up, hands in pockets, head tilted, watching. Not running, not panicked, observing, calculating. I pressed Aaron behind a pillar. My own breath sounded deafening in my ears. The predator wasn't chasing. He was orchestrating, making us fear every step before it even happened. The subway led to service tunnels, damp and smelling of rust and mildew. Water dripped from pipes, echoing like distant gunshots. Footsteps followed us, soft, precise, deliberate. He was tracking us, always one step behind but never careless. We ducked into a storage room filled with abandoned equipment. Crates, old carts, broken benches provided cover. He paused at the entrance, head cocked, listening, waiting, then moved on, calculated, patient, obsessive. Aaron whispered, "He's toying with us." I nodded silently. No doubt, every escape we had made so far was anticipated. Every move was a part of his design. We found a stairwell to the rooftops. Every step up felt like climbing toward some final confrontation. The wind tore at our hair and clothes as we emerged onto the roof. The city stretched below, oblivious to the hunt unfolding above. Behind us, a shadow mirrored our movements. Every leap across gaps, every careful step matched instinctively. Aaron gasped, "How is he keeping up?" I didn't answer. There was no explanation, only the horrifying certainty that this predator was faster, smarter, and more patient than us. Every shadow could conceal him. Every faint sound could betray our position. Survival depended on using the environment, our instincts, and sheer luck. The city rooftop stretched before us, a jagged maze of rusted vents, broken skylights, and precarious ledges. We had no choice but to leap, scramble, and cling to edges as the wind whipped around us. Behind us, his shadow followed with terrifying precision. Not clumsy, not desperate, calculated, controlled, as if he had rehearsed this hunt countless times. Every jump sent adrenaline surging through my veins. One slip, one misstep, and the concrete below would claim us. Aaron gasped with every leap. "He's still behind us." I nodded, grim. He wasn't chasing blindly. He was maneuvering, predicting, orchestrating. The rooftops themselves had become his hunting ground. We dropped down into a decrepit factory district. Rusted machinery, shattered windows, and broken pallets provided fleeting cover. The air smelled of oil, mildew, and decay. We crept along alleyways, hearts hammering, muscles trembling. Every shadow seemed alive. Every distant sound, a rat dripping water, a distant train, set our nerves on edge. Then I saw him. The hoodie, the methodical stride, the way he paused at the corner, listening, calculating. Not chasing recklessly, not panicked, just ensuring we didn't escape. I realized he didn't need to catch us quickly. He needed to control us, orchestrate fear, and prolong the hunt. A fire escape led down to the street below. The metal ladder shook under our weight, rust flacking under our fingers. At the bottom, the alley stretched narrow, littered with trash and debris. Behind us, faint footsteps echoed, precise, deliberate, like a metronome keeping time with our fear. We scrambled toward a small gap in a chain-link fence. Cuts on our arms and legs, blood mixing with dirt, didn't slow us. And still I could feel him, watching, waiting, calculating his next move. We stumbled into a small park. Rusted swings creaked in the wind. A broken slide reflected the faint glow of distant streetlights. We crouched behind a jungle gym, breathing shallow. Then we saw him moving between shadows at the park's edge. Hoodie up, hands in pockets, head tilted, observing, not rushing, not panicked. I realized then he wasn't just hunting, he was performing. Every heartbeat we spent hiding, every shiver of fear was part of his design. Aaron whispered, "He's patient, obsessed." I nodded. That patience was terrifying. He could hunt us for hours, days, if he had to. Finally, we reached a dimly lit street, quiet, seemingly empty. We ran, adrenaline driving us forward. Every alley, every shadow, every flicker of movement could conceal him. I glanced back, nothing, silence, empty street. We had made it, or so it seemed. But I knew the truth. The hunter never really stops. He waits, observes, plans, and when the next opportunity comes, he will strike. We had survived the night, but the terror wasn't over, not by a long shot. We didn't stop running until we found an abandoned apartment building several blocks away. Windows shattered, stairwells thick with dust, mildew lingering in every corner. I pushed open the creaking door and the smell of decay hit me. Aaron followed, shivering, eyes wide. We climbed the stairs cautiously, every footstep echoing. Dust kicked up, floating in the faint light of a broken window. We found a small room and barricaded it with a chair. Silence fell, except for our shallow, ragged breaths. Hours passed. Every distant noise, a rat, a wind gust, a passing car, sent waves of panic through us. Aaron whispered, "Do you think he's still following?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. We both knew he was patient enough to wait, always wait. At dawn, I explored the apartment. A dusty notebook lay on a windowsill. Pages filled with meticulous sketches, the school, stairwells, hallways, exits. Notes in neat handwriting, most vulnerable points. Timing is key, fear management essential. I showed Aaron, she shuddered. He's obsessed. I nodded. He's not just obsessed, he's a planner. He knows every move we've made. We realized the hunt wasn't random. It was a chess game, and he was 5 moves ahead. Miles, a friend we trusted for help, hadn't answered. Desperate, I called him. Static, then a distorted voice. "You're not safe, anywhere. He's closer than you think. Don't trust the streets." My stomach dropped. He had eyes on us in the city now, somehow. Aaron gripped my arm. "What do we do?" "We keep moving. Never stop. Never stay in one place too long." We packed a small bag. Water, granola bars, flashlights. Every step felt like walking deeper into a trap. The subway entrance was empty, dimly lit by emergency lights. Shadows stretched across the tracks. We crept along the platform, every footstep careful. At the far end, a shadow appeared. Hoodie up, head tilted, hands in pockets. Not running, not panicked, just observing. I pressed Aaron behind a pillar. Our breathing sounded deafening in the quiet. He wasn't chasing recklessly. He was orchestrating, making fear our constant companion. A maintenance hatch led to a flooded service tunnel. Water rose to our knees, cold and brackish. Footsteps echoed behind us, soft, deliberate, precise. He was tracking us, always. We waded through, muscles trembling. Every splash seemed magnified, revealing our presence. By the time we reached the next exit, soaked and shivering, I realized survival meant staying one step ahead in a game we hadn't even fully understood yet. The service hatch led us to a deserted factory district. Rusted machinery loomed like skeletons, broken windows gaped like teeth, and puddles reflected the faint glow of streetlights. We moved cautiously, using crates, pallets, and piles of debris for cover. Every shadow seemed alive. Every distant sound, a rat scuttling, the echo of dripping water, a gust of wind rattling broken shutters, sent spikes of fear through us. Then I saw him. Hoodie up, silhouette sharp, stride methodical. Not reckless, not panicked. Just moving with the precision of someone who had studied the terrain, knowing every blind spot, every escape route. I realized he didn't need to chase us frantically. He needed to orchestrate. Every step, every heartbeat, every gasp of fear was part of his performance. Aaron whispered, "We can't outrun him forever." I nodded grimly. Then we outsmart him or we die trying. We climbed a stairwell to the rooftop, emerging into the cold night air. The city stretched below, quiet, unsuspecting. The rooftops formed a jagged maze of broken vents, cracked ledges, and precarious skylights. Each step demanded balance, courage, and instinct. Behind us, a shadow mirrored every move. He didn't rush. He didn't stumble. Every leap we made, he made in perfect rhythm, always calculated. Aaron gasped. How is he keeping up? I didn't answer. There was no explanation. Only the stark terror that we were being hunted by someone faster, smarter, and infinitely more patient than us. We dropped down into a narrow alley. Trash cans overflowed, cardboard boxes stacked in haphazard towers. The walls pressed close, limiting escape. The sound of soft footsteps approached from behind. Slow, deliberate enough to pierce our nerves with anticipation. Aaron clutched my arm. We're trapped. I pressed my back to the wall. My mind raced. Every alley, every corner, every shadow became a possible death trap. Then I remembered the notebook from the safe house, his meticulous planning, his obsession with fear. I realized he was patient enough to wait until we made a mistake to corner us perfectly. We stumbled into an overgrown park, rusted swings creaking in the wind, broken slides reflecting dim streetlights. We crouched behind jungle gyms and toppled benches, listening for the faintest sound. At the edge of the park he appeared, hoodie up, hands in pockets, head tilted, observing, patient, calculated. I realized he wasn't just hunting us. He was performing. Every heartbeat, every shiver, every panicked glance we gave him fed the terror he orchestrated. Aaron whispered, trembling, "He's obsessed. We're part of his game." I nodded. The realization burned. He could prolong this hunt indefinitely. He thrived on fear, not just killing. We reached a dimly lit street. A few blocks stretched before us, quiet, empty. We ran, muscles screaming, lungs burning, hearts hammering. Every shadow could conceal him. Every faint movement could be the end. I glanced back, nothing, silence. The street seemed safe for a moment. But instinct screamed that it was. From the shadows he emerged. Hoodie up, head tilted, stride controlled. Not rushing, not panicked, just predator and prey. I swallowed hard, adrenaline sharpening my senses. "This ends tonight," I whispered to Aaron. Every alley, every corner, every rooftop, every shadow had been a trap. Now it came down to skill, instinct, and courage. We faced him, not running, not hiding. The predator, patient, calculated, confident. And for the first time, we weren't just surviving, we were ready to fight, to turn the game back on him. The night stretched before us, tense, silent, and deadly. And the final act of the hunt was about to begin. The street was silent. Only the distant hum of the city reminded us it existed beyond this nightmare. He stood across from us, hoodie up, shadowed face unreadable, hands in pockets. Calm, methodical. I swallowed hard. "It ends here," I said, voice steadier than I felt. For a moment, he simply tilted his head, studying us, weighing his options. Then, with deliberate slowness, he turned and vanished into the shadows. We didn't chase him, we didn't have to. The fear lingered, thick and choking, but so did the knowledge. He would return. Some part of him craved the hunt more than the kill. Erin collapsed against the curb, trembling, tears running down her face. I wrapped an arm around her, feeling the adrenaline finally ebb. Police sirens wailed in the distance. We stayed low, careful not to draw attention, not trusting anyone yet. The city had been our battlefield, but the predator had not been caught. Not yet. Days passed. News reports hinted at the chaos. School lockdowns, missing students, panicked parents. No body had been found, no identity revealed. But in the quiet of night, when the city slept, we knew he was out there, watching, waiting, planning. And that knowledge would never leave us. We survived, but survival came with a cost. Every shadow, every flicker of movement, every creak in the night reminded us that the hunt was far from over. Somewhere in the darkness, he was smiling, and the terror we had survived was only the beginning. He lingered in the shadows, invisible but always present. The school had been a perfect environment for his work, corridors that twisted like mazes, stairwells that funneled fear, and classrooms that became cages when panic struck. Every inch had been memorized, every student's routine cataloged. He watched them move with precision, noting the slightest hesitation, the way Erin's hands trembled as she gripped her backpack, the other survivor's tendency to glance back too often. Fear was measurable, tangible, and delicious. The notebook lay nearby, filled with diagrams, annotations, and the careful timing of every movement. He didn't need to rush. Fear was more powerful than pain, more intoxicating than blood. The students didn't know it yet, but the game had already begun. The city streets had become an extension of his classroom. Rooftops, alleyways, abandoned buildings, each a canvas, each a stage. Every shadow and sound could be manipulated. He didn't chase recklessly. That would ruin the symphony of terror. Instead, he followed with calculated steps, letting panic shape their choices. Every heartbeat, every nervous glance, every frantic decision was a brushstroke in his masterpiece. Sometimes he paused, letting them believe they were safe. That illusion was more effective than immediate confrontation. When fear simmered and anticipation grew, the hunt became exquisite. Patterns were his obsession. Erin overthought, paralyzed herself with doubt, a perfect subject for psychological manipulation. The other survivor acted impulsively, driven by raw instincts, predictable in their confidence. He cataloged it all: movements, reactions, tendencies. Every flinch, every hesitation, every micro-expression was data, analyzed and stored for future use. He thrived on control, not killing, not mere survival, dominance over mind, body, and fear. The city was his chessboard, and they were pawns moving exactly where he wanted. The night streets were quiet, unaware of the predator among them. He moved seamlessly, blending with darkness, merging with shadows. Every sound revealed information: the scrape of shoes on asphalt, the whisper of a distant wind, the faint buzz of a neon sign. He didn't need cameras. He had their fear as a lens, their hesitation as a guide. Observation was endless. Patience was infinite. Every route, every alley, every abandoned building was a tool. Each became a test, each a method to prolong and control the terror. He melted into corners, abandoned buildings, even the tiniest gaps in shadows. Days or weeks could pass. He could wait forever. Their survival only sharpened their vulnerability. Sleep-deprived, anxious, doubting themselves, each moment heightened their susceptibility to fear. The hunt didn't need immediate action. Psychological torment, delayed gratification, slow escalation. That was the masterpiece. By the time he struck, they would already be broken. Signs were subtle, almost imperceptible. A fleeting shadow in the window, the distant reflection of movement, a door left slightly ajar. Small, deliberate, designed to spike anxiety and fracture trust. Fear became routine. Even in familiar places, they were prey. Every corner, every streetlight, every parked car held potential threat. He manipulated their environment, shaping reality itself to maintain control. Each reaction reinforced his understanding of them: how far they would push themselves, when panic would strike, and when they could be exploited further. Preparation was ritual. Every escape route, every building, every possible refuge mapped meticulously. Potential traps were pre-positioned, psychological bait strategically planted. Nothing was left to chance. Observation and anticipation were his weapons. His notebook was more than paper. It was a map of dominance, each entry a calculated step in a broader, patient strategy. Even when not hunting, he planned. Every potential obstacle, every law enforcement response, every civilian interference had contingencies. Perfection required foresight. Weeks passed. Every day he observed, adapted, and refined. Their panic patterns, their choices, even their minor coping mechanisms were cataloged. Fear, he realized, could be perfected. It could be layered, delayed, and prolonged. He studied it like an art form, subtle, gradual, inevitable. By the time he struck again, he would know precisely when they were vulnerable. Every step they took would feed into the design he had spent weeks constructing. Plans were ready. The next hunt was a tapestry: calculated timing, location selection, trap placement, and psychological manipulation all woven together. The survivors didn't realize it yet, but the game had resumed in their absence. Every move, every breath, every step had been predicted, and each deviation from expected behavior was a new variable he controlled. The city was his stage, and the survivors were performers, dancing to the rhythm he set. He smiled in the darkness. The city slept, oblivious, but he was everywhere: rooftops, alleyways, abandoned buildings, the periphery of their vision. The hunt was infinite, the fear eternal. Survivors might temporarily escape, but the predator would always observe, always wait, always plan. Every night, every shadow, every step carried his presence. The terror never ended, and neither would he. The game had no conclusion, only anticipation, manipulation, and the patient orchestration of fear. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. Rain-slicked streets mirrored the garish neon lights of the city as Detective Laura Hayes walked the industrial district, her trench coat soaked through, hair plastered to her face. She had been called to yet another homicide, and each one seemed more precise than the last. This wasn't just murder, it was artistry, grotesque and terrifying in equal measure. The victim lay sprawled across a cracked concrete floor, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, frozen in a moment of unspeakable terror. But what made Laura's stomach twist was the carving across the chest, a symbol so deliberate, so exact, it screamed intent. Whoever had done this didn't just want to kill, they wanted to communicate. Laura ran gloved fingers along the edges of the cuts, careful not to disturb anything. They were surgical, immaculate, the kind of precision that could only come from a mind obsessed with control. She knew she was looking at someone who had planned this for weeks, months, perhaps even years. The rain fell harder, hammering on the broken windows of the abandoned warehouse. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, a lonely echo in the night. Laura shivered, not from the cold, but from the knowledge that he was out there, waiting, watching, knowing she had seen what he wanted her to see. By day, Laura drowned herself in reports, photographs, and autopsy notes. By night, the city whispered secrets only she seemed to hear. Each murder was escalating, more precise, more deliberate, more terrifying. And each time she felt the invisible thread tighten around her. She noticed something about the killings, a signature. Each victim's body was positioned carefully, hands folded over the chest or stomach, fingers interlaced. Eyes stared at some unseen point above, as though the killer wanted them to witness something beyond death. Laura couldn't shake the feeling that the killer had a rhythm, a ritual, a choreography that she was only just beginning to understand. Her partner, Detective James Monroe, tried to offer reassurances, but even he seemed unsettled. Patterns happen, Laura. Someone's sick, yeah, but it's just patterns. Numbers and angles. It doesn't mean anything more. Laura shook her head. No, James, this isn't random. This is a message, a warning. And he's telling us in his own sick way that he's in control, that he can stop and start whenever he wants. She knew she was right, and the thought sent shivers down her spine. Someone who could kill like this and leave a calling card was not someone to be underestimated. A tip from an anonymous caller led them to an abandoned theater on the outskirts of the city. The doors groaned as Laura pushed them open, the smell of mildew and decay clawing at her nostrils. Graffiti adorned every wall, the colors faded and peeling, but there was something else, something written in blood. A trail of crimson streaked across the floorboards, leading to the backstage area. Laura followed it, heart hammering, gun drawn. Her flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating broken props and tattered curtains until she found them. Sketches, hundreds of them, pinned to the walls in a meticulous display of obsession. Some were crude, others hyper-detailed, but each depicted a victim, past, present, and some that she had never seen. And in the corner of each sketch was a single initial, A. Laura's stomach knotted. Whoever it was, they weren't just killing. They were documenting, planning, orchestrating. And they were always one step ahead, always watching, always knowing. Weeks passed. Every time Laura thought she was safe, the city whispered reminders that she was. Shadows shifted in the corners of her vision, footsteps echoed when she was alone, doors clicked shut with no one behind them. Notes began appearing on her doorstep, short, sharp, threatening. "You're next, watch closely." She burned them immediately, but the fear lingered, a weight pressing down on her chest. The killer was inside the city, inside the heartbeat of it, and now it seemed clear. They were also inside her life. James suggested a stakeout, a trap, but every attempt seemed futile. The killer wasn't just smart, they were patient, calculating, watching, waiting. And Laura, for the first time, felt the unnerving truth. She wasn't just hunting a murderer, she had become part of his game. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw faces twisted in pain, the carved symbol, and worst of all, glimpses of shadows that weren't hers. Something was following her, and it wasn't human. The second body was found in a quiet alleyway, but this scene was different, more elaborate. The victim had been posed in a grotesque mimicry of a theater tableau. A porcelain mask covered the face, hands painted crimson pointing at a mirror. Laura stepped closer, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Peering into the mirror, she thought she saw a shadow flinch behind her, but when she turned, nothing was there. The signature was present again, a letter A carved into the mask, but there was something new, a message. "You see me now." The words chilled her. The killer wasn't just killing for pleasure or ritual. He was sending a personal message. And Laura, whether she liked it or not, had been summoned into his private theater of horror. Her pulse thundered in her ears as the rain outside turned into a torrent. She knew she had to stop him, but the terrifying truth settled over her like ice. He wasn't just in the city. He was everywhere, watching, waiting, and the next act would be hers. Laura didn't sleep that night. Her apartment felt suffocating, walls closing in, shadows stretching longer than they should. Every creak of the old building sounded like someone creeping through the hallways. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw a figure standing just beyond her vision, smiling from the darkness. The morning brought no relief. Coffee in hand, she scrolled through news articles, each one more gruesome than the last. Her chest tightened as she realized the murders were accelerating. The A signature now accompanied each victim in increasingly grotesque arrangements, the patterns evolving like some macabre choreography. James arrived, voice tight. "Laura, we've got a lead. Another tip says the next one will be at the old ferry docks. Someone been watching the place for weeks." Laura knew better than to hope. Every tip had been either a trap or a glimpse into the killer's mind. "We can't go in half-hearted," she said, her voice barely steady. This one feels different." By the time they reached the docks, the fog was rolling in thick and wet, curling around shipping containers like ghostly fingers. There was nothing at first, just the faint scent of salt water and rust. But then, a movement, a shadow slipping between the crates, watching. Laura froze, heart hammering. "He's here," she thought. "He's always been here." A whisper of laughter carried across the fog. She spun, gun raised, but again, nothing. Only the fog and the still water mocking her. The murders had stopped being random. They were now a game, a twisted puzzle. Every crime scene, every symbol carved into flesh, was a challenge. Laura realized the killer was not just leaving clues. They were leading her somewhere, pulling her deeper into their private nightmare. At the precinct, she pored over photographs, maps, patterns, connecting dots no one else could see. James watched, uneasy. "You're letting him get into your head," he warned. Laura didn't respond. She couldn't. The killer was already there, in her thoughts, in the pauses between words, in the shadows of every street corner. That night, a package arrived. No note, just a small wooden box. Inside lay a single mask, identical to the ones covering the last victim's face, and beneath it a note. "Look closer, detective. I'm not hiding anymore." She held the mask, running her fingers over its smooth, cold surface. She didn't understand why, but she knew it was true. He was closer than ever, watching, waiting, and now he had made it personal. Sleep was impossible. Every time Laura closed her eyes, she saw the tableau of bodies, the carved symbols, and the letter A staring at her like a predator. She stopped going home, choosing instead to stay in the precinct, staring at maps and photographs as if sheer will could predict his next move. Then she saw it, a pattern in the positioning of the victims. It wasn't random, it was directional. Almost like a map of the city, each murder pointing toward a central location. And at the center, she realized with a chill, was her own apartment. She tried to convince herself it was coincidence, that she was letting paranoia take over. But the note, the mask, the whisper she thought she heard in the night, it was no accident. Laura began carrying a small mirror with her, an absurd precaution, but one she couldn't shake. She needed to see behind herself. Every reflection became a window to paranoia. Every shadow held menace. And then, in a reflection she could not explain, she saw him. A figure standing across the room just behind her shoulder. She spun, heart leaping. But the room was empty. Only the mirror remained, reflecting her own terrified eyes, and a faint, mocking smile etched into the darkness behind her. By now, Laura was obsessed. Her colleagues noticed the change, the intensity in her eyes. James tried to intervene. "Laura, you can't fight him like this. You're running yourself into the ground." "I don't have a choice," she snapped. "He's not just killing, he's playing with us, with me. If I don't understand him, I'm next." Her investigation led her to a decaying warehouse at the edge of the city. Every instinct screamed to turn back, to wait for backup, but she didn't. She entered alone, gun drawn, flashlight slicing through the thick darkness. The walls were covered in sketches, photographs, newspaper clippings, everything the killer had ever done. And then the centerpiece, a life-sized figure draped in a cloak, standing on a raised platform. Its face was hidden behind a mask identical to the ones the killer had used on victims. A recording clicked on. The voice was soft, chillingly calm. "Welcome, Laura. I've been expecting you. Every step you've taken, every thought you've had, I've watched. And now you're part of the game." Laura's pulse raced. Her gun shook in her hands as the figure stepped forward. But something was wrong, too much perfection, too much control. This wasn't just any figure, this was him, the artist. "You've been clever," he said, voice low, almost conversational. "I almost didn't think you'd make it this far, but here you are, curious, persistent, frightened. Exactly what I wanted." Laura's mind raced, trying to find an advantage, a way out, but the warehouse seemed to close around her. Every exit led back to the center. Every shadow shifted to block her path. "You see, Laura," he continued, "the game isn't just about killing, it's about understanding, watching, learning, and now," he stepped closer, face still hidden, "now it's your turn to choose, play, or become the next masterpiece." Her hands tightened around the gun. Her breaths came in shallow, panicked bursts. Somewhere deep, a voice told her to run, but the rest of her knew, chillingly, that the game had only just begun, and the killer had written the rules. Laura couldn't sleep. She didn't try. The mask, the warehouse, the whispers, it all haunted her. She pored over every scrap of evidence she could find, every photograph, every sketch, every newspaper clipping. And then something clicked. The killings weren't random. They weren't just art or rituals. They were a reflection of him. Every pose, every carving, every meticulous arrangement told a story about the killer himself. The first victim had been careless, an experiment. The second, more theatrical, a test of control. Every subsequent murder was a message, to the world, to the police, and now, unmistakably, to her. Laura realized the terrifying truth. The killer didn't just want to murder. He wanted to teach, to perform, to create a narrative where he was omnipotent and she was part of the story. Her hands trembled as she connected the dots. Each victim represented a different fear, a different facet of humanity's fragility. And she, the relentless detective who refused to back down, was now central to the finale. That night she dreamt of the warehouse again. The masks, the sketches, the lifeless eyes of the victims staring back at her. She woke with a scream, drenched in sweat, and knew the game had only one conclusion: confrontation. A message appeared on her apartment's wall the next morning. The final act awaits. Come alone. Midnight, Dock 9. The letters were smeared, almost as if painted with blood. Laura's stomach twisted. Every instinct screamed that it was a trap. Every part of her mind told her to wait, call backup, run. But she didn't, not this time. She had spent weeks chasing him, unraveling his mind, deciphering his pattern. She wasn't just hunting him, she needed to understand him. And to do that, she had to play his game. The ferry docks were silent, shrouded in fog. The air was thick with the smell of salt and decay. The water lapped quietly against rusted metal, a deceptive calm that made her skin crawl. Somewhere in the shadows, a faint light flickered. She approached slowly, hand on her gun, senses taut. And then she saw it, the figure standing perfectly still on the edge of the dock. The mask, the cloak, the signature calm of someone utterly certain of their power. "You came," he said softly. "I wondered if you would." Laura's voice was steady, though her hand shook. "This ends tonight." A slow, deliberate clap echoed through the fog. "Tonight? Oh, detective, tonight is only the beginning. You've come this far, but you don't understand yet. I am not a killer. I am the lens through which the world reveals itself. And you are the final experiment." Time seemed to slow as the killer moved. Each step was precise, deliberate, like a conductor guiding an orchestra. Laura raised her gun, but he didn't flinch, didn't react. His movements were almost theatrical, mesmerizing in their grace. "You've been in my mind, Laura," he said, voice low, measured. "You've analyzed, predicted, feared. And yet you still don't see the truth. You think this is about me. It is. It's about you, about fear, about control, about what people are willing to see and what they choose to ignore." Laura's finger tightened on the trigger. Every nerve in her body screamed danger. But she stayed, forced herself to listen. Somewhere deep inside, she realized he was telling the truth. He wasn't just killing. He was revealing something darker than murder. The fragility of human will, the terror of helplessness. Suddenly, he lunged, not at her, but at a nearby crate. A hidden mechanism triggered and the dock seemed to shift, revealing the final tableau. A platform surrounded by water with images of all the previous victims arranged meticulously. Each carved symbol, each folded hand, each mask, it was all there. And in the center, a mirror. He gestured, "Look." Laura approached, heart hammering, and saw herself in the reflection. But the reflection was different. It wasn't just her. It was the culmination of every fear, every doubt, every shadow he had exposed in her. She realized with a chill, he had created not just art, not just death, but a mirror to her own darkness. The killer stepped back, hands raised in mock surrender. "Now you see, detective, the final act requires a choice. Do you join me in understanding, in seeing the world through my lens, or do you reject it and risk becoming the final piece of the tableau?" Laura's mind raced. Every fiber screamed to shoot, to run, to destroy him. But a part of her, the part that had chased him for weeks, that had seen his mind, that had glimpsed the logic behind the chaos, understood. This was more than a struggle of life and death. This was a test of will, a confrontation of understanding, a battle between fear and control. Her hands shook and she slowly lowered her gun just slightly. The killer's smile widened, approving, almost gentle. Clever, strong, terrified, exactly as I hoped. But the moment passed. The killer lunged, faster than human reflex should allow. Laura fired, instinctive, and the bullet struck him, but he didn't fall. The platform rocked violently. Water surged. She struggled to maintain footing. And then, in a sudden flash of clarity, she realized the trap had been designed not to kill her, but to show her what he feared most: losing control. The tableau, the masks, the mirrors, it wasn't just about power. It was about vulnerability. Laura lunged, gripping the edge of the platform as the killer stumbled backward into the water, masked face disappearing beneath the waves. For a moment, she thought he was gone, that the nightmare had ended. But as she scrambled to the dock, drenched and shaking, she knew better. He hadn't disappeared. He had retreated, vanished into shadows, waiting for the next act, waiting for another opportunity. The city never felt safe again. Laura didn't sleep for weeks. Every shadow, every whisper, every reflection in a window reminded her of the killer who had been closer than she imagined. Yet somewhere deep inside, she felt a grim satisfaction. She had survived. She had confronted him. And though he would return, because he always would, she was no longer prey. She was a hunter. The rain fell again, washing the docks clean, masking the evidence, but Laura knew the truth. The artist would always be out there, and the game would never truly end. Laura's life had become a constant war between light and shadow. Every creak in her apartment made her heart race. Every passerby on the street, every stranger in a crowd could be him. The killer had not disappeared. He had retreated into the city, a ghost, a predator, an invisible presence she could feel in every corner of her life. She tried to maintain normalcy, but sleep eluded her. Her mind replayed the tableau at the docks endlessly: the masks, the mirrors, the images of the victims, and the shadow of the killer reflected in every surface. Each memory sharpened her senses, honed her resolve, but also gnawed at her sanity. At the precinct, colleagues whispered, concerned for her mental state. James tried to intervene, warning, "Laura, you can't fight a mind like his alone." But she shook her head. She didn't need help, not now. She needed answers. Late one night, she returned to the warehouse district, retracing the steps of past murders, examining each location for hidden details she had previously missed. That's when she saw it: a series of small markings carved into walls, overlooked symbols etched almost invisibly into brick and concrete. Her stomach churned. He had been here not once but repeatedly, testing, marking, guiding her without her noticing. Laura realized with horror that this was more than stalking. This was a hunt, and now she was the prey. Following the cryptic clues left behind, Laura discovered a forgotten subway tunnel beneath the city. Rusted rails and broken tiles led her into darkness so complete she felt it press against her skin. The air was thick, damp, carrying the faintest metallic tang. Somewhere deep inside, she knew he was here, waiting, orchestrating. The tunnel opened into a cavernous room, walls plastered with photographs and sketches. Each image showed a different angle of previous victims. Each one seemed to stare directly at her. And then she saw it, herself, in a series of photographs, each taken without her knowledge, documenting her every step since she had begun the investigation. Her chest tightened. He wasn't just following her. He was studying her, dissecting her behavior, learning her weaknesses. The city itself had become a labyrinth, every street, alley, and building mapped by his obsession. A faint sound echoed from the far end of the room, a slow, deliberate shuffle. She raised her gun, every sense alert. A shadow moved in the corner, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. Her pulse thundered. She knew now that this wasn't a confrontation. This was the final act, a prelude, and she had to survive the maze of his mind to escape. Hours of searching the tunnels led Laura to a hidden chamber. The walls were lined with mirrors, distorting her reflection, making it appear multiplied, fractured, infinite. In the center of the room stood a chair, strapped with leather restraints. A mask sat atop it, the final mask, identical to those used on the victims. A recording began, voice smooth and calm. "Laura, detective, you've come far. You've survived, observed, understood. But now you must see the truth. All along, the victims were not merely killed, they were revealed. And now it is your turn to understand what lies beneath the surface of fear, beneath the surface of control, beneath the surface of yourself." The words echoed through the chamber. Laura's stomach twisted. This wasn't just murder. This was revelation. The killer wanted her to see the world as he did, terrifying, fragile, and brutally honest. And then she saw it, a single photo of herself as a child placed among the victims. The realization hit like ice. He had known her, studied her, perhaps even before she had joined the force. This was personal, deeper than obsession. It was a twisted history, an intimate game played over decades. From the shadows he emerged, taller than she expected, movements fluid, almost elegant, masked, cloaked, calm. "You've understood, haven't you? The fear, the control, the inevitability. You see yourself in every reflection, every tableau, every line carved into flesh. And now you understand me." Laura steadied herself, gun ready. "This ends now, no more games." He tilted his head, considering her like a predator examining its prey. "Games? No, detective. Life itself is a game. You've played brilliantly, survived challenges I didn't expect. But now the rules change. You must choose, join the truth, or be consumed by it." Water seeped through cracks in the floor, shadows shifting unnaturally in the mirror reflections. Every surface seemed to warp, every echo of his voice multiplying. She felt trapped, dizzy, disoriented. Her own reflection stared back, terrified, defiant. And then she acted. She fired not at the shadow, not at the figure, but at a mechanism she had spotted earlier. A trapdoor, a lever, a panel that could collapse the chamber. The room shook violently as the floor buckled. He lunged, but not fast enough. The chamber collapsed in chaos, water flooding in, mirrors shattering, reflections warping into grotesque distortions. Laura struggled, dragging herself toward the exit, the killer struggling behind her. She glimpsed his mask inches from her, his hand reaching, but the water surged and the structure gave way. When she emerged onto the street above, drenched and gasping, the city was quiet, fog curling around buildings like smoke. She stumbled, unsure if he had survived, but a cold certainty filled her. He would return. And yet Laura was changed. She had faced the darkness, stared into the mind of the artist, and survived. Her fear was sharper, honed into vigilance. The city, once her home, was now a battlefield, and she was no longer prey. She was hunter. Somewhere in the fog, she imagined a shadow moving, watching, waiting. A whisper carried in the night. "The game never ends." Laura clenched her fists. Let him wait. Let him watch. She had learned his rules, his patterns, his obsessions, and next time she would be ready. Weeks passed since the warehouse collapse, yet Laura could not shake the feeling of being watched. Every reflection, every shadow seemed to follow her. She slept in short bursts, often waking to the sensation of fingers grazing her arm, though no one was there. Her colleagues whispered, warning that obsession was consuming her. But Laura didn't care. She had survived him once, and that gave her resolve. The city felt alive with danger. Every alley and street corner became a memory of terror, each step a potential trap. And then it happened, a package at her door. Inside, a single photograph of the warehouse collapse taken from above. A note scrawled across it. "You cannot escape the stage, detective. The final act approaches." Laura's hands shook. He was back. He had been waiting, watching, letting her survive to sharpen the stakes. She realized with a cold clarity that he wasn't just a killer. He was a predator sculpting her life, orchestrating every fear, every decision. She packed a small bag, gun, flashlight, and a notebook filled with every observation she had ever made. The hunt was far from over. The artist was returning, and this time Laura knew it would be more than survival. It would be war. Following the trail of cryptic messages, Laura found herself at an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of the city. Its windows were shattered, the roof sagging under decades of neglect. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. Old photographs lined the walls, each one depicting children, some smiling, some staring blankly at the camera. Among the images, she found one that froze her blood, a photograph of the killer as a boy, eyes sharp, calculating, already studying patterns in the lives around him. Next to him, a victim, perhaps the first one he had ever chosen. Laura realized the chilling truth. The artist had been planning this for decades, training himself, studying fear and control, perfecting the game. A journal lay open on a table, filled with meticulous notes, patterns of human behavior, lists of potential students, including her. Each entry was detailed, analytical, horrifyingly precise. The artist was not a murderer by impulse. He was a scholar of terror, a tactician shaping lives like pieces on a chessboard. Laura felt a strange mix of horror and fascination. She was beginning to understand him, but understanding him also made her more vulnerable. The mansion itself seemed alive, echoing his obsession, whispering secrets only she could hear. Armed with knowledge, Laura returned to the city. Every street, every alley, every abandoned building became a potential stage. She followed the subtle markers, tiny scratches, faint symbols, leading her into a labyrinth of her own fear. The final messages were not physical. They were psychological, mental games that played on her memories, her doubts, her instincts. Mirrors reflected scenes from her past, childhood traumas, mistakes, fears, and she realized the killer had studied not just her actions, but her mind. He was inside her head, orchestrating terror without ever touching her. One night she awoke to a note slipped under her door. "I see the cracks. I know the thoughts you bury. Tonight we meet again. Do you fear yourself, detective, or me?" Her reflection in the mirror stared back at her, eyes wide, terrified yet resolute. For the first time, she accepted the truth. The final act would not be just about life and death. It would be about willpower, courage, and surviving the deepest darkness in herself. The meeting place was a derelict theater, grand but decaying, its chandeliers broken, velvet curtains tattered. The seats were torn, dust covering every surface. The smell of mold and decay mixed with the faint metallic tang of blood. Laura moved cautiously, gun ready, flashlight cutting swaths through the darkness. Every step echoed, every shadow seemed to move, and then she saw him. The artist stood on the stage, perfectly still, masked, cloak draped like a living shadow. Around him were the tableaus of all his previous victims, arranged meticulously, each figure frozen in terror, each mask gleaming in the dim light. "You've come far," he said softly. "I hoped you would. But now we arrive at the final act. Do you step into the truth, or do you fall like the rest?" Laura's hands shook. Her mind raced. But the weeks of fear, observation, and understanding had sharpened her instincts. This was no longer just a confrontation. This was a test, one she intended to survive. The artist moved, slow and deliberate, circling her, each step echoing in the theater. "You've survived, studied, understood," he whispered. "But can you see yourself clearly, or are you blind to your own shadows?" Laura steadied herself, breathing shallow, gun aimed. "I see you," she said, "and I see myself, that's the difference." He laughed, a low, unsettling sound. "Clever, strong, terrified, exactly what I wanted, but fear is not enough. Only submission will finish this." Suddenly, the lights flickered. Mirrors shattered around the theater, reflecting fragments of their faces and the tableaus of victims. The floor beneath the artist collapsed, revealing a pit filled with jagged metal and water. He lunged, reaching, but Laura fired, hitting a support beam. The structure groaned, tilting, forcing him back. The artist stumbled, disappearing into the shadows below. Silence fell. The theater was empty except for Laura, trembling, bloodied but alive. She understood. He had survived as he always did, but she had changed. She had confronted the darkness, faced the terror, and survived. The city was quiet again, but Laura knew the truth. He would return. He would wait, watch, and orchestrate again. and next time she would be ready not as prey but as the hunter. Rain began to fall outside, washing the theater steps, hiding the remnants of the stage. Somewhere in the distance, a shadow moved, fleeting, watching. The game never ends. Weeks turned into months. Laura never returned fully to normal life. The city, once a place she navigated with confidence, had become a web of shadows, each alley and doorway a potential trap. Every reflection in a window, every shape in the darkness, made her flinch. Sleep had become a fleeting luxury, each night filled with the echo of footsteps and whispers, always just beyond her hearing. The artist had disappeared, or at least that's what she told herself. But she knew better. He was out there, studying, learning, preparing. Every detail of her life was a canvas to him, and the tableau of terror was far from complete. Laura spent her days retracing every location he had used, studying the marks he left behind, searching for a pattern she might have missed. Every faint scratch on a wall, every tiny symbol etched into brick or concrete was a message, and she read them all. She knew it was only a matter of time before he returned, and when he did, it would be more than survival, it would be war. It arrived on a rainy night. A letter slipped under her apartment door. The handwriting was sharp, deliberate, almost cruel in its perfection. Detective Hayes, the stage is ready. Tonight you will see everything. The truth, the fear, and yourself. Do not fail. Laura's hands shook as she read it. The artist had orchestrated every aspect of her life to lead to this moment. He wasn't just killing for the sake of death. He was sculpting fear, crafting an experience, shaping her mind. She packed her gun, flashlight, and notebook, but her preparation was more than physical. Her mind had become her weapon. Every lesson she had learned from the previous encounters, the patterns, the tricks, the psychological games, was now sharpened to a razor edge. She knew she had to anticipate him, predict him, outthink him. By midnight, she was moving through the city streets, silent, alert, heart-pounding. Every shadow felt alive. Every sound was a potential signal. She was walking into the final act of the artist's masterpiece. The meeting place was an abandoned cathedral on the outskirts of the city, its spires broken, windows shattered, and floors covered in dust and debris. The space was cavernous, echoing every step. Faint candlelight flickered in distant corners, casting monstrous shadows that seemed to dance and mock her. Laura moved slowly, gun drawn, flashlight slicing through the darkness. The smell of decay mixed with a metallic tang that made her stomach churn. Around the room were the remnants of his previous works, mannequins, masks, photographs of victims, each one meticulously arranged. And then she saw him. The artist stood at the center, mask gleaming in the dim candlelight, cloak flowing like liquid shadow. His movements were slow, deliberate, as if every step was choreographed. Around him, mirrors reflected endless repetitions of himself, her, and the tableaus of victims, distorting reality, warping perception. "You've come far," he said softly. "I hoped you would, but now the final act begins." Laura's chest tightened. Her pulse roared in her ears. This was the moment she had prepared for, and yet the fear threatened to paralyze her. The artist moved with terrifying grace, circling Laura like a predator inspecting its prey. "Do you understand now?" he whispered. "The fear, the control, the inevitability. Every tableau, every symbol, every life was a lesson. And you are the culmination." Laura steadied herself. Her finger hovered over the trigger, but she also knew she couldn't rely solely on firepower. She had studied him, learned his patterns, anticipated his movements. Her mind was her weapon, and this final confrontation was as much about outthinking him as surviving him. He lunged, a blur of motion, and she reacted instinctively, sidestepping, grabbing a heavy candlestick, striking him across the arm. He stumbled but recovered with terrifying speed. Shadows danced across the cathedral walls as mirrors shattered, reflecting fragments of their movements in grotesque multiplication. "You've learned," he said, voice low and approving. "But fear is not enough. Only surrender completes the act." Laura felt the pull of panic, the rush of terror, but she refused. Every lesson, every nightmare, every terror he had inflicted had forged her mind into steel. With precise timing, she triggered a mechanism she had discovered earlier. Chains anchored to the cathedral ceiling swung down, toppling scaffolding that had been his trap. The structure collapsed partially, separating them, giving her room to move. Chaos reigned as the cathedral shuddered. Debris fell around them, dust choking the air, shadows warping in the flickering candlelight. Laura fought to maintain her footing, heart hammering, mind racing. The artist was still moving, relentless, but now she had the upper hand. She could see his patterns, predict his steps, and act with clarity born of terror and experience. A final leap, a burst of adrenaline, and she escaped through a shattered window, landing in the rain-soaked streets below. The artist's voice echoed after her, distant yet haunting. "This is not the end, detective. The game never ends." Laura collapsed on the wet pavement, drenched, exhausted but alive. She had survived the ultimate confrontation, outwitted the artist, and reclaimed a fragment of her life. But the lesson was burned into her mind. The city was never safe, and the predator she had faced would always be waiting in the shadows. As she rose, rain dripping from her hair, she knew she had changed. The terror, the obsession, the confrontation, they had sharpened her, forged her into something stronger. She was no longer just prey. She was a survivor, a hunter, a guardian against the darkness lurking in the city's heart. And somewhere in the distance, she imagined the faint glimmer of a shadow, watching, waiting. The game would continue, but this time Laura would be ready. The town of Millhaven had always seemed safe, the kind of place where nothing bad ever happened. Children played in the streets until dusk, and neighbors waved from porches. But safety is an illusion, fragile as glass. It began with a single report, a missing child. At first, people thought it was a runaway or a misunderstanding. Then came the sightings, a clown, enormous grin painted across his face, standing at the edge of the woods, waving. Residents dismissed it as a prank, until the bodies appeared. The first victim was found in the town square, sprawled on the cobblestones, eyes wide with terror. The body had been mutilated, torn with surgical precision. And there, painted on the wall in crimson, were words that made every blood vessel in Officer Daniel's body freeze. The show begins. No one knew where it had come from, and no one knew why. But everyone could feel the presence of something unnatural, lurking just out of sight. That night, laughter echoed through the streets, hollow and metallic, carrying through the fog like a warning. By morning, the town was in chaos. Reports came flooding in, strange figures in colorful costumes, masks twisted into grotesque smiles, appearing in windows, alleys, and abandoned buildings. People swore they saw them disappear into thin air, only to appear behind them moments later. Children were the first to vanish. Parents barricaded doors, but it didn't matter. The clowns were everywhere. They moved in ways that defied physics, appearing in impossible places, their laughter growing louder, more malevolent, more hypnotic. Maggie Thompson, a local school teacher, watched in horror as one clown stepped into the street. Its eyes glowed unnaturally, and its smile widened until it seemed impossible to close. It raised a clawed hand and pointed directly at her. Maggie froze. She couldn't move. She couldn't scream. And then it vanished. By nightfall, the town was under siege. Streets were empty. Lights were extinguished. The fog thickened, swirling around lampposts like smoke. And in the distance, the faint sound of carnival music began to play, a twisted, slow, mocking version of a children's song. The first organized attack came at dusk. A group of townspeople gathered in the church, thinking they would be safe. They had boarded windows, locked doors, and whispered prayers. Then the walls shook. Laughter erupted from outside, high-pitched and grating. Figures in garish costumes slammed against the church doors. Their faces were masks of cruelty and madness. Nails tore into wood, and the smell of something metallic filled the air. Officer Daniels tried to fight back. He fired his weapon at the nearest clown, but bullets passed through as if they struck smoke. The clown lunged through the shattered door, moving impossibly fast. Screams erupted as it attacked, tearing and slicing with sharpened claws. Maggie and a few others managed to escape into the cellar, where the darkness pressed down like water. From above, the laughter continued, slow, deliberate, echoing through every corner of the town. The show must go on. By morning, the town was unrecognizable. Smoke rose from burning homes, broken windows stared like dead eyes, and the streets were littered with remnants of carnage. The survivors began to notice a pattern. The clowns always attacked in groups of 3, then vanished, only to appear elsewhere, coordinated and precise. Maggie, trembling but determined, began mapping their appearances. Each sighting formed a twisted pattern like a spiral that always led to the town square. The clowns weren't random. They were herding them, driving the survivors to a single destination. The sound of carnival music carried on the wind, chillingly familiar, guiding them like a siren's call. And with it, the laughter, always behind them, always closer. Every shadow was a potential threat. Every mirror reflected something not quite human. No one slept, no one trusted the streets, and every day more people vanished. The survivors realized the inevitable. The town square was the center of the invasion. There, an enormous circus tent had appeared overnight, impossible in size and scale, illuminated by flickering lanterns. The canvas was painted with grotesque faces, eyes too large, grins too wide, mocking humanity itself. From the tent, the music grew louder, hypnotic, drawing the survivors forward despite their terror. Maggie led the group cautiously, hiding behind overturned carts and broken signs. She could hear whispers, soft, urgent, repeating, "Come to the show, it's your turn." Inside, the tent was a maze of mirrors and shadows. Clowns appeared and disappeared with unnatural speed, their movements impossible to follow. In the center of the maze, atop a raised platform, was the largest clown of all. Its grin stretched from ear to ear, eyes glowing red in the dim light. It raised its arms. Its voice, amplified unnaturally, echoed through the tent. "Welcome, children. The fun begins now." The survivors realized with horror there would be no escape. This was not a massacre. This was a performance, and they were the main attraction. The survivors huddled in the wreckage of the town square, trembling beneath overturned carts and broken benches. Maggie's hands were raw from gripping her flashlight, her eyes darting to every shadow. She could hear them, the soft, deliberate footsteps of the clowns moving in the fog outside, accompanied by the faintest rustle of fabric, an impossible rustle, as if the night itself was alive. "They're hunting us," whispered Officer Daniels. His voice trembled, though he tried to sound authoritative. "They want fear, they want control." Maggie nodded, understanding instinctively. The clowns weren't just killing, they were playing, driving the survivors like prey through a labyrinth of terror. Every street, every alley, every ruined building was part of a larger design, a twisted maze orchestrated to crush hope and sanity. The first clown appeared suddenly, stepping from the shadows with a grotesque grace. Its face was painted white, teeth exaggerated into a permanent grin, eyes gleaming red. It moved faster than thought, circling the survivors, testing them, mocking them. Maggie raised a crowbar, but when she swung, the clown vanished and reappeared behind her, a whispery laugh in her ear. "Run or join the fun." Panic erupted. The group scattered, running blindly through the streets, the fog swallowing them, hiding the nightmare that stalked their every step. They ran into the old amusement park, once abandoned, now eerily alive under the clown's influence. Broken rides groaned in the wind, twisted metal reflecting the moonlight. Maggie realized too late that this was intentional. A trap, a maze designed to confuse, terrify, and break them. The hall of mirrors awaited. Its glass was warped, reflecting distorted versions of themselves. Shadows moved in ways that didn't match their own movements, and everywhere, just beyond perception, tiny flashes of color, clown costumes, twisted smiles, glowing eyes. The survivors' screams echoed as clowns appeared in impossible numbers, emerging from mirrors, shadows, and corners. Each clown seemed slightly different, some grotesquely exaggerated, others disturbingly realistic. Their movements were chaotic, yet strangely coordinated, like a single organism controlling countless limbs. Maggie's heart pounded as a clown lunged at her reflection, shattering a mirror. Her own face screamed back at her from broken shards, multiplied into dozens of terrified versions. She realized then that the clowns didn't just want to kill, they wanted to break minds, to make survivors doubt reality itself. By dawn, only a few survivors remained, trapped inside the central tent. The smell of decay was overpowering. The clowns had been feeding on something, leaving bloodstains and remnants of clothing in grotesque displays around the room. It was a feast, and the survivors realized with horror that the previous victims had been part of the performance. The largest clown, the leader, stepped forward, its grin stretched impossibly wide. "Welcome," it hissed, voice distorted, echoing unnaturally. "You've run, hid, screamed, but now the main event begins." The survivors were forced to participate in twisted games, crawling through mud pits, dodging swinging axes, navigating electrified wires suspended overhead. Each obstacle was designed not to kill outright but to induce terror, to make them scream, and to break their resolve. Maggie realized the cruel brilliance of their torment. The clowns thrived on the emotional terror, the primal fear that twisted human thought. They weren't merely killers, they were predators, harvesting terror like a crop, performing a grotesque carnival for their own amusement. The final confrontation began when Maggie and the remaining survivors reached the central platform of the tent. The Clown King awaited them, a monstrous figure larger than any human should be. His costume shimmered unnaturally, and his eyes glowed with malevolence. The grin on his face seemed to stretch past reason, a permanent gash of malice. "You survived the games," he said, voice low and deliberate. "Most break before the grand finale, but you're special. Tonight the show ends and you take your final bow." Clowns swarmed from all sides, forcing the survivors into a circle around the king. It was a spectacle of terror, every detail choreographed to instill despair. But Maggie's mind, honed through the preceding horrors, began to find patterns. She noticed the king's movements were exaggerated but predictable, his swarming minions coordinated through subtle signals. With a sudden surge of courage, Maggie devised a plan. She grabbed a nearby flare, ignited it, and hurled it toward a support beam above the king. Fire exploded, illuminating the tent and temporarily blinding the clowns. Chaos erupted, and for the first time, the survivors had a chance. The tent collapsed around them, fire consuming the edges, smoke curling into the night sky. Maggie and the remaining survivors ran blindly through the carnage, the screams of clowns and victims echoing behind them. Outside, the fog had thickened, hiding the streets, but the firelight provided a faint path to safety. Maggie's lungs burned, her muscles ached, but she kept moving, driven by a single thought: survival. Behind them, the faint sound of laughter carried on the wind. The Clown King had disappeared, leaving only the echoes of his terror. Maggie realized the horrifying truth. They had survived, but the invasion was not over. Somewhere out there, the clowns would regroup, grow stronger, and return. And somewhere deep inside, Maggie understood the final lesson. Fear was contagious, unstoppable, and the clowns thrived on it. The world would never be safe again. Maggie and the remaining survivors fled the outskirts of town, only to discover that the clowns had spread beyond Millhaven. The invasion was no longer contained. Neighboring streets were abandoned, buildings shattered, and the air thick with fog and the faint metallic tang of blood. The world felt unreal, as if someone had lifted reality and replaced it with a nightmare. Every alleyway held the possibility of a clown ambush. Every shadow seemed alive, moving independently. Maggie realized the clowns were no longer simply hunting. They were herding, guiding the survivors toward something larger, a master plan orchestrated with insane precision. As they navigated the streets, small clown minions appeared on rooftops, dangling from fire escapes, moving silently with unnatural grace. Their faces were grotesque caricatures, their eyes glowing with a malevolent intelligence. It became clear, the clowns were not just creatures of violence, they were predators capable of strategy. One survivor, an elderly man named Peter, froze in terror. The Clown King had appeared silently behind him, extending a long, spindly arm. Peter's scream was cut short as the clown's exaggerated grin closed over him, teeth snapping shut. The survivors ran faster, hearts pounding, lungs burning, knowing death could come from anywhere at any time. The survivors stumbled into a collapsed warehouse, seeking shelter only to find it transformed. Inside, a maze of corridors had been erected, walls draped with circus fabric. Lights flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the walls. The laughter began again, distant but omnipresent, echoing like a chorus of madness. The survivors realized too late, this was a trap. Clowns emerged from walls, vents, and ceiling panels, moving in impossible ways. Their attacks were chaotic yet coordinated, designed to disorient, terrify, and break the human mind. Each encounter forced the survivors into split-second decisions: run left, duck right, jump, or fight, and the maze adapted around them, shifting subtly, changing the rules with each step. Maggie felt her sanity fraying. Every corner held the possibility of death. Mirrors had been installed along the walls, reflecting distorted images of themselves and the clowns. She saw multiple versions of herself screaming back, fractured and grotesque. The laughter intensified, a deafening crescendo that seemed to seep into her bones. By the time the survivors emerged from the maze, some were already broken, eyes vacant, trembling uncontrollably, whispers of the clowns' names escaping their lips. Maggie's hands were raw from gripping her weapon. Her mind teetered on the edge of collapse. The survivors were herded into the town square once again, but it had changed. The carnival tent had expanded to enormous proportions, its roof stretching impossibly high, lanterns casting flickering, sickly light. The clowns had created an arena, a stage upon which they would perform their masterpiece of horror. Chains and scaffolding hung from the tent's ceiling, ropes coiled like snakes. Platforms suspended above the survivors' heads. The smell of blood and smoke was overwhelming. Grotesque sculptures, limbs twisted, faces frozen in terror, lined the walls, each a trophy of previous victims. At the center of the arena, the Clown King appeared, his presence radiating power and malevolence. His grin stretched impossibly wide, eyes glowing red. Minions swarmed the edges, taunting and threatening, whispering in voices that seemed to echo directly inside the survivors' minds. The survivors were forced to navigate a gauntlet of traps, rotating blades, electrified wires, swinging axes, all while the clowns mocked them, their laughter a constant, omnipresent threat. Maggie realized the arena was more than physical danger. It was psychological warfare, designed to test their fear thresholds and break their wills. Hours passed, or was it minutes? Time had become meaningless inside the arena. The clowns adapted to every action, predicting movements, using fear as a weapon. Shadows seemed to have life, forming shapes and figures that whispered secrets, threats, and impossibilities. Maggie noticed something horrifying. The Clown King was reading their minds, responding to every hesitation, every flash of doubt. The arena was a living organism of terror, and the survivors were prey within it. Every mistake was punished, every hesitation exploited. Maggie's determination hardened. She studied the king's patterns, noticing subtle cues, a twitch of a finger, the flare of a nostril, the shifting of weight. She realized that if she could anticipate him, she could turn the terror against him. Using her observations, Maggie devised a plan. She would use the clown's own psychology against them. By feigning panic and leading them into a corner of the arena rigged with unstable scaffolding, she hoped to create chaos. The gamble was extreme, but failure would mean death, and perhaps the loss of every remaining survivor. Maggie led the survivors through the gauntlet, deliberately drawing the Clown King's attention. The scaffolding groaned under the king's weight as he lunged toward them, and with a roar, Maggie cut the supporting ropes. The platforms collapsed, sending clowns tumbling into a pile of shattered wood, metal, and screams. The arena erupted in chaos. The survivors fled through a shattered side of the tent, dodging debris and fallen clowns. The king roared in fury, its voice amplified and distorted, shaking the tent like thunder. But Maggie's plan had worked. The majority of the clowns were incapacitated, and the king's attention was fixated on her. Outside, the fog had lifted slightly. The night was silent for the first time since the invasion began. Maggie's lungs burned. Her hands were bloodied and raw, but she had survived the final performance for now. Yet as they looked back, the tent shimmered unnaturally, as if alive. A single red balloon floated away from the wreckage, and a faint metallic laugh echoed on the wind. Maggie realized the horrifying truth. The invasion was far from over. The clowns were not just creatures, they were a force. They would return. The survivors were safe for the moment, but the nightmare was only paused, never ended. And somewhere deep in the shadows, the Clown King watched, plotting, smiling. The survivors regrouped in the ruins of an old church, panting, bleeding, and shaken to the core. Maggie's eyes scanned the streets. The fog had returned, thicker this time, curling around buildings like living fingers. She could hear faint giggles, soft at first, then rising in a crescendo, echoing from every direction. "They are gathering," whispered Peter, voice trembling. "More of them coming." Maggie's stomach turned. She realized the Clown King was calling reinforcements, drawing his army from hidden corners of the city. Each clown moved with unnatural coordination, appearing and disappearing at impossible intervals. Even the streets themselves seemed to pulse with their presence. The survivors tried to barricade the church, but it was futile. Windows shattered, doors twisted as the clowns appeared inside without warning, their movements fluid and predatory. Maggie noticed patterns. Each attack was orchestrated to isolate individuals, to break them psychologically before the physical assault. By nightfall, the church was surrounded. Shadows flickered unnaturally, the faintest glimpses of grinning faces visible in every corner. And then came the laughter, a wave of sound so overwhelming that it vibrated through bones, disorienting the survivors and forcing them to the floor. The fog lifted briefly to reveal the scale of the invasion. The town streets, once familiar, were now a battlefield. Hundreds of clowns moved with military precision, forming ranks and flanking positions. Their glowing eyes reflected anticipation and malice. Maggie and the survivors realized the terrifying truth. This was not a random invasion. The Clown King had been preparing for this moment, assembling an army capable of laying waste to an entire city. The structures of Millhaven were already compromised. Traps had been set everywhere, and the clowns used fear itself as a weapon, forcing the survivors to run into ambushes. Peter, trembling, whispered, "We can't fight that many. It's impossible." Maggie's eyes narrowed. "We can't fight them head-on. We need to outsmart them. Every pattern they follow, every signal, every whisper, it's all predictable if we observe carefully." The survivors moved stealthily, avoiding the main streets, using shadows and ruined buildings as cover. But the clowns were everywhere, their laughter bouncing off walls, echoing from rooftops, always just beyond vision. The army was not just large, it was intelligent, adaptive, and terrifyingly patient. Following a narrow alley, Maggie discovered a hidden entrance to the sewers beneath the city. It was the only escape route left, though it reeked of decay and stagnant water. The survivors hesitated, but the clowns were closing in. With no choice, they descended into the darkness, the metallic scent of blood growing stronger with every step. The sewers were a labyrinth, twisting and narrowing, water sloshing around their feet. Maggie held the rear, scanning every shadow. Above them, the faint sound of carnival music vibrated through the tunnels, as if the city itself was alive with the clowns' presence. Suddenly, the tunnel shook. Clowns appeared from the walls, emerging from cracks and grates, their eyes glowing red. Their laughter was deafening, and their movements were faster than humanly possible. Maggie fought desperately, swinging a metal pipe at one, only for it to vanish mid-strike and reappear behind another survivor. The survivors realized the sewers were a trap. The Clown King's army had anticipated their escape, herding them into a confined space where panic would amplify their vulnerability. Every scream, every panic-driven movement fueled the clowns' frenzy. The survivors emerged from the sewers into an abandoned factory, the only large open space left to confront the clowns. The Clown King awaited them atop a raised platform, his grin wider than ever, eyes glowing with malevolent delight. Hundreds of minions swarmed below, forming a sea of twisted faces and painted horror. The arena was complete. Traps were everywhere, swinging chains, electrified grids, pitfalls hidden beneath debris. The Clown King's voice boomed, amplified unnaturally. "Welcome to the finale. Survive if you dare." The survivors ran, dodging blades and collapsing scaffolds, guided only by instinct and Maggie's quick thinking. The Clown King moved atop the platform with unnatural speed, directing his minions like a conductor, anticipating every maneuver. Maggie realized their only chance was to use the factory itself against the clowns. She lured them toward a stack of old crates and rigged machinery, then ignited a chain of flammable liquid. Explosions erupted, sending clowns flying and collapsing parts of the factory ceiling. Chaos ensued, temporarily thinning the ranks of the army. But the Clown King remained, laughing unscathed, his eyes locked on Maggie. She understood. Defeating him would require more than brute force. It would require cunning, patience, and courage beyond fear. The final confrontation came in the heart of the factory, a scene of fire, smoke, and twisted metal. Maggie and the few remaining survivors faced the Clown King and a handful of his most elite minions. Every movement was calculated, every breath a gamble. Maggie used mirrors and shadows to confuse the king, drawing him into traps set with the factory's machinery. Sparks flew, fire roared, and clowns were thrown into pits of jagged metal. For a moment, victory seemed possible. But the Clown King was relentless. He moved with supernatural agility, appearing where least expected. His grin widened and his voice echoed unnaturally. "You may win the battle, but the carnival never dies." Maggie, desperate, ignited the final fuel lines, engulfing the entire platform in flames. The Clown King screamed, a distorted, inhuman sound, and was consumed by the inferno, or so it seemed. The survivors collapsed outside, panting, bloodied, and scorched. Millhaven lay in ruin. The invasion had been stopped for now. Yet Maggie could feel it. Somewhere the Clown King had survived. The whispers, the faint giggles, and the shadows suggested the nightmare was not over. The carnival, she realized, would return, and next time it would be worse. Rain fell from the sky, washing over the destroyed streets, mixing with blood and ash. Maggie looked at the horizon, knowing that terror was never truly gone. It only waits, biding its time until the next show begins. The survivors barely had time to breathe. The Clown King's presence lingered, whispering through shadows, moving in ways they couldn't perceive. Even as they hid among the rubble, they felt the vibrations of the carnival, the music, laughter, and the clapping of invisible hands echoing through the city. Maggie realized that retreating no longer worked. The clowns weren't just hunting. They were reshaping the city to control the survivors' every move. Streets twisted impossibly. alleys looped back on themselves, defying logic. It was as if the Clown King had turned the entire town into a living labyrinth, feeding off fear and confusion. Every reflection, every window, every puddle became a mirror of terror. In each, they saw clown faces staring back at them, grinning wider than humanly possible. Even the survivors began to falter mentally, their sanity fraying under the relentless psychological assault. The survivors discovered the heart of the invasion, a massive, nightmarish carnival erected overnight. Rides twisted into grotesque forms, carousels spinning without riders, and tents with flaps like gaping mouths. The Clown King waited at the center, atop a platform of twisted metal and mirrors, arms raised like a dark puppeteer. The clowns attacked in waves, each more unpredictable than the last. Their bodies bent and moved unnaturally, some sprouting extra limbs or elongated features mid-attack. Every scream of a captured survivor fueled the clown's speed and coordination, creating an escalating cycle of terror. Maggie realized the carnival itself was alive, an extension of the king's will. The rides moved on their own, ropes and chains coiled to trap anyone in the wrong place, and the ground itself seemed to shift underfoot. Fear was no longer just a weapon, it was the infrastructure of the invasion. The Clown King finally confronted Maggie directly. His towering frame blocked the exit, eyes glowing red through the tattered mask. "You've survived longer than any expected," he hissed, voice amplified unnaturally. "But the final act requires everything. Your fear, your despair, your surrender." He summoned the clowns into an organized formation. They moved like a living machine, surrounding the survivors, each wave more coordinated, anticipating every escape route. Maggie's mind raced. She had studied him, memorized his patterns, but the sheer scale of the army threatened to overwhelm her. Desperation forced her hand. Using mirrors from the carnival tents, she created illusions, reflecting the clowns' own images back at them. They faltered, confused, buying precious seconds. Maggie led the survivors through the chaos, avoiding swinging blades, electrified wires, and the Clown King's supernatural reach. Maggie's plan escalated to a final gambit. She lured the Clown King toward a massive mirror maze at the carnival's center. The mirrors, carefully rigged with flammable liquid and rigged wiring, would be her ultimate trap. The king lunged, anticipating her movements, but she ducked behind a reflective panel. Explosions erupted as flames ignited the mirrors, sending shards and fire into the crowd of clowns. The chaos was total. Clowns screamed, shrieked, and scattered, some dissolving into shadows as the fire consumed their forms. Yet even as the inferno raged, the Clown King remained intact, laughing. "You think this ends it?" he shouted. "The carnival never dies." The survivors were forced to flee, dodging falling debris, and the occasional clown minion that still moved through the smoke. The city itself groaned under the weight of destruction, fire consuming the twisted carnival that had been erected in a single night. Maggie and the remaining survivors reached the outskirts of the city, drenched in sweat, blood, and ash. The Clown King's voice echoed faintly on the wind, a whisper that seemed to come from every direction at once. "The show always continues." Though the invasion was disrupted and the immediate threat neutralized, Maggie knew the horror wasn't over. The Clown King had survived. Somewhere the carnival awaited, hidden in the shadows, biding its time. Fear had not been defeated, it had only been delayed. Rain began to fall, washing ash and blood into the gutters, mixing with the faint metallic tang of iron. The survivors were alive, but the city was lost, scarred forever. Maggie's mind replayed every scream, every twisted smile, every impossible movement of the clowns. She realized the most terrifying truth. The nightmare was endless, a cycle that would begin again, and she would carry its memory, haunted for the rest of her life. As she looked toward the horizon, a single red balloon floated past, bobbing in the wind. A faint, chilling laugh followed it, disappearing into the distance, but lingering in her mind. The carnival would return, and next time there might be no survivors to fight back. The survivors crept through the ruins of Millhaven, the air heavy with smoke, fog, and the iron scent of blood. Every street was twisted and unfamiliar, as if the city had been redesigned by the Clown King himself. Broken signs hung at odd angles, alleyways looped impossibly, and flickering streetlights cast grotesque shadows that danced along the crumbling walls. Maggie led the group cautiously, flashlights scanning for any movement. The fog muffled sound, but faint giggles, whispers, and the metallic scrape of claws against brick reached her ears. Each noise was amplified in her mind, forcing her heart to pound like a drum of warning. Suddenly, a lone clown emerged from the mist, tall, thin, and contorted. Its eyes were unnervingly human, but its grin was grotesquely exaggerated. Maggie raised her gun and fired, but the bullets passed through its body as if hitting smoke. The clown vanished, reappearing several yards away, pointing directly at her. Panic surged, but she swallowed it, steadying her breathing. Peter whimpered behind her. They know us," he said. "Every move we make, they." A deafening shriek interrupted him. A group of clowns lunged from the rooftops above, their movements unnatural and predatory. Maggie grabbed his arm and pulled him down into a side alley, narrowly avoiding the claws that sliced through the air where they had been moments ago. The city had become a living trap, and every step forward felt like walking into the jaws of a predator that knew exactly how to strike. Desperation drove the survivors toward an old subway entrance. Maggie remembered seeing it on a map before the invasion, now partially obscured by debris. She hoped the tunnels below would offer refuge, or at least a chance to regroup. The stairwell descended into darkness, damp and suffocating. The smell of mold, decay, and something more metallic, blood, perhaps permeated the air. Maggie's flashlight illuminated cracked tiles and twisted metal, revealing claw marks along the walls. She realized the Clown King's influence had already extended below ground. The survivors moved cautiously through the tunnels. Every echo was amplified, every dripping water sound a potential threat. Suddenly, the walls seemed to close in. Shadows stretched unnaturally, forming shapes that mimicked their movements but with grotesque distortions. A faint, carnival-like melody echoed in the distance, warped and discordant. Maggie's blood ran cold. "They're following us," she whispered. "They're everywhere." And then they struck. A wave of clowns emerged from vents and side passages, their limbs contorting in impossible angles. The survivors scattered, screaming. Maggie swung a pipe at one, striking its head, but it dissolved into smoke, reappearing behind another survivor. Panic rose, but Maggie's mind sharpened. This was no longer just survival, it was a puzzle. Every movement, every sound had a pattern, and she had to find it before the maze consumed them all. Hours later, the survivors stumbled into a cavernous underground chamber, lit by hundreds of flickering lanterns suspended from the ceiling. The room had been transformed into a miniature carnival. Rides twisted into grotesque shapes, carousels rotated with broken figures on the platforms, and the walls were painted with faces screaming in terror. The Clown King appeared at the center, atop a platform of mirrors and twisted metal. His grin stretched impossibly wide, eyes glowing red. Around him, dozens of clowns stood silently, their movements predatory, each waiting for the king's signal. The survivors realized the horrifying truth. This was not just a battle, it was a performance. Every trap, every corridor, every echo of laughter was designed to feed the king's power, to amplify fear and despair. Maggie spotted the controls for the machinery rigged throughout the chamber. If she could manipulate them, perhaps she could collapse the structure and thin the ranks of the clowns. But each step toward the platform felt like walking into a nightmare designed specifically to break her mind. The Clown King's minions advanced, circling the survivors. Their laughter was deafening, a cacophony that seemed to vibrate inside the skull. Each attack was unpredictable. Some clowns lunged, others vanished and reappeared, and some twisted their bodies in ways that should have been impossible. Maggie led the survivors through the chamber, dodging swinging blades, electrified chains, and collapsing platforms. The air was thick with smoke, dust, and the metallic tang of blood. She realized the king fed on this terror. Every scream, every heartbeat racing in fear, fueled his power. Peter froze, paralyzed with fear. A clown emerged from the shadows, its grin impossibly wide, and reached for him. Maggie dove, striking it with a pipe, sending it reeling into a pit filled with jagged debris. Peter scrambled away, trembling. The survivors realized they couldn't fight everyone. Their only chance was to collapse the chamber. Maggie set charges on the support beams while fending off attacks, knowing the fire and falling debris would destroy some of the clowns, but also put them at extreme risk. The final act began. Maggie ignited the charges. Flames roared as the chamber erupted, mirrors shattering, metal twisting, and clowns screaming as they were thrown into fire and debris. Chaos consumed the carnival, but the Clown King remained atop the platform, laughing, his figure seemingly impervious to the destruction around him. Maggie and the remaining survivors sprinted toward a tunnel exit. The floor collapsed beneath them in places, forcing desperate leaps over chasms filled with fire and shadow. The king lunged, but Maggie swung a crowbar, striking a mirrored shard directly at him. It reflected the flames into his eyes, momentarily disorienting him. They emerged from the underground into the pouring rain. The city above was devastated, streets littered with debris, smoke curling into the night, and faint echoes of laughter lingering in the fog. Maggie's body trembled from exhaustion, adrenaline, and the lingering terror of what had transpired. The Clown King had vanished. The carnival was destroyed for now, but Maggie could feel it deep in her mind. The nightmare was not over. Somewhere the king survived, and the shadows of the city were still alive with his presence. A single red balloon floated across the ruined skyline. Maggie watched it silently, knowing it carried a warning. The carnival would return, and the next show would be far worse. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The storm rolled over Blackridge Prison like a living thing, swallowing the night in thunder. Floodlights blinked, shadows crawled along the razor wire, and the guards cursed the blackout that kept flickering through the security grid. Deep in cell block D, inmate 38,291 sat on his bunk, unmoving, eyes fixed on the small barred window. His name was Ethan Cross, though newspapers had called him the Hollow Man. 10 years ago, he'd left 13 people gutted and arranged in ritualistic poses around the town of Asheville. When the police finally caught him, he said nothing, only smiled at the cameras and whispered, "It's not over." Tonight, under the scream of the storm, those words came true. A power surge knocked the lights dead. For 30 seconds, the prison went blind. When they flickered back on, cell D23 was empty. The lock had been melted, the bars bent outward like soft metal. One guard swore he saw smoke coming from inside, but when they searched, all they found was a crude drawing scratched into the wall, a spiral with an eye in the middle. Ethan Cross was gone. Detective Marcus Hale had been there the night they caught Ethan. He'd watched him drag the last victim from a barn in Asheville, still breathing but barely. He'd seen the grin, that hollow, unblinking stare. It haunted him in every nightmare since. Now 10 years later, his phone buzzed at 3:17 a.m. "Detective Hale," came the voice from dispatch. "You're not going to believe this. Ethan Cross is gone." By the time Hale reached Blackridge, the rain was pouring sideways. The air stank of metal and ozone. The guards were pale, shaking, stumbling over each other's stories. Hale pushed through until he reached the cell, empty, cold, silent. On the floor was something the crime techs had missed, a single red thread tied into a tiny knot, the same kind found at every Hollow Man crime scene a decade ago. Hale's heart sank. He turned to the warden. "Lock down the state lines," he said quietly. "He's not escaping, he's coming back." Asheville hadn't changed much since Ethan's arrest. Same rusting mills, same fog that clung to the river, but people still whispered his name, never too loud, never at night. 3 days after the escape, the first body was found. A farmer named Miller, throat slit, eyes gouged, and a spiral carved into his chest. Detective Hale arrived before sunrise. The smell of blood mixed with damp earth. The farmhouse door was open, the walls covered in drawings, spirals, hundreds of them, all drawn in red. "He's making a map," Hale murmured, "or a message." His partner, Detective Sarah Linton, frowned. "Why here first?" "Because this is where it started," Hale said. "He's retracing his steps." From the tree line, something moved, a shadow slipping away through the fog. Hale shouted, but by the time he reached the edge of the woods, there was nothing but the sound of rain on leaves. Back at the precinct, the crime lab had found something in Miller's house, a tape recorder left beside the body. When Hale pressed play, the static hissed before a soft, calm voice filled the room. "Hello, Marcus, did you miss me? You thought you buried me in concrete and silence, but the silence speaks now. Every spiral leads home." Sarah froze. "He's talking to you." Hale clenched his jaw. Ethan always made it personal. During the trial, he'd stare only at Hale, never the jury. The killer seemed obsessed, as if Hale was part of his design. The tech paused the tape. "There's background noise like a bell, faint, maybe a church tower." Hale's eyes narrowed. Asheville's old chapel, abandoned 10 years ago. He loaded his gun. "We're going back." The chapel sat on the outskirts of Asheville, half swallowed by vines, roof caved in. The rain had stopped, but the mist clung to the ground like smoke. Hale pushed open the rotten doors, flashlight sweeping across broken pews. Something glinted on the altar, a small silver cross dripping red, fresh blood. Behind the pulpit, they found another spiral drawn in ash, larger than any before. In the center lay a photograph, a picture of Hale from the night he arrested Ethan. On the back, written in blood, were 4 words. "Let's finish the sermon." Sarah's breath caught. "He's hunting you." Hale looked around, senses sharp. Then he heard it, a faint whisper from the rafters, followed by the sound of footsteps above them. He raised his gun. "Ethan," he shouted. Silence, then a low, echoing laugh that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The Hollow Man was home. By morning, the chapel was sealed off, swarmed with crime techs. Every surface held traces of blood and soot. Hale stood outside, watching the dawn crawl over the misty hills. Sarah approached, holding a plastic evidence bag. Inside was a feather, black and oily. "Found this in the rafters," she said. "Raven maybe." Hale nodded. He used them before, left them near the bodies, meant to symbolize death as rebirth. He's sending a message. Sarah frowned. "To who?" Hale looked toward the distant town. "To me. He's trying to finish something he started." That evening, the sheriff called another body. Same spiral, same thread. Ethan was accelerating. The second victim was a young woman, 22, found behind an abandoned diner just off Route 9. Her hands were tied with the same red thread, and carved into the brick wall behind her was a phrase. "He forgot the promise." Sarah shuddered. "What promise?" Hale didn't answer. His hands trembled slightly as he knelt by the body. The pattern was precise, almost surgical. "He's not just killing," Hale murmured. "He's rebuilding something." Back at the station, Hale dug through old files, photos, transcripts, everything from 10 years ago. Then he found it, a letter Ethan had written in his first month of prison. If they ever open the gates, I'll finish the circle. 13 again. Only then will it end. Sarah leaned over his shoulder. He's going to kill 13 more. Hale's eyes darkened. Not if I find him first. 3 nights later, someone knocked on Hale's door at 2 a.m. A woman stood outside, soaked to the bone, shaking. "He's coming," she whispered. "He's coming for me." Her name was Lydia Wren, a nurse from the old Asheville hospital, the same place where Ethan's mother had died years before. "I saw him," she said, "outside my window last night. He said my name. I moved here because I thought it was safe." Hale brought her inside, offered coffee, tried to keep her calm. "What did he say exactly?" She swallowed. "He said, 'You were there when she died. You helped them cut her open.'" Hale froze. Ethan's mother had died during an operation, a botched one. Lydia must have been part of the medical team. Sarah arrived minutes later. "We need to put her under protection." But by dawn, Lydia was gone. Her car still in the driveway, front door open. On the porch, they found a single word written in blood. "Mother." The FBI joined the investigation. Their profiler, Agent Rourke, studied Ethan's pattern like scripture. "He's reliving his trauma," Rourke explained. "He blames those who failed his mother, doctors, priests, cops. But Hale," he paused, looking at the detective, "you're the centerpiece, the final act." Hale said nothing. He already knew. The team began searching abandoned properties near the old Cross family land. The woods stretched for miles, black pines and empty cabins. Sarah turned to Hale. "You think he's hiding out here?" "No," Hale said. "He's building something. Every crime scene forms a shape, a spiral expanding outward from Asheville. The last point of the spiral leads straight to me." That night, as they prepared to leave the forest, Hale's radio crackled with static. Then a voice, calm and distorted. "You're getting close, Marcus. Don't stop now." Sarah's hand flew to her gun. How the hell did he get this channel? Hale's eyes scanned the darkness. "He's not in the forest," he said quietly. "He's watching us." Hillcrest used to be a school, shut down after a fire 20 years ago. Locals said the building was cursed, but now the upper floor glowed faintly in the night. When Hale and Sarah arrived, the air reeked of gasoline. They moved carefully through the broken halls, flashlights slicing the smoke. In the gymnasium, they found another body. Lydia Wren, posed in the center of a giant spiral made of ash. Sarah covered her mouth. "God." On the wall behind her, scrawled in soot, "Lesson 3, Forgiveness." A faint sound echoed above them, footsteps, deliberate and slow. Hale raised his gun. "Ethan," he shouted, "it's over." A shadow crossed the rafters. Then fire erupted around them, the spiral igniting in a perfect circle. Hale tackled Sarah as flames roared to life, the old floor collapsing beneath them. They barely escaped, rolling into the mud outside as the building burned behind them. In the distance, sirens wailed. Sarah looked at Hale, trembling. "He could have killed us both. Why didn't he?" Hale stared into the inferno. "Because he wants me alive," he said. "He's saving me for the end." Asheville slept under a blanket of fog, the ruins of Hillcrest still smoldering on the hill. Hale hadn't slept in 40 hours. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Lydia's body, the spiral, the fire, the words. Sarah brought him coffee. "You can't keep running like this," she said quietly. "I don't have a choice," Hale murmured. "He's forcing me to follow his pattern." The FBI profiler, Rourke, walked in carrying a folder. "You might want to see this," he said. Inside were photos not from recent crimes but from Ethan's childhood home. In one, a small boy sat at a kitchen table drawing spirals on the wall with a crayon. Behind him, his mother lay in a hospital bed, frail, oxygen tube dangling from her nose. "Ethan was 8 when she died," Rourke said. "He watched it happen. His father blamed the doctors, beat him half to death for not praying hard enough." Hale stared at the photo. He's not killing at random. He's reenacting everything that broke him. Rourke nodded. But the last stage of trauma repetition is always the self. When he's finished the spiral, he'll come for you, and then he'll end himself. A week later, a farmer called 911 about a light in the woods behind his property, an abandoned barn. Hale and Sarah arrived first, guns drawn. Inside, the air was thick with rot. Candles burned in a circle, dripping wax onto the dirt floor. In the center was a crude altar, bones tied together with red thread, a mask made from dried skin, and another tape recorder. Hale pressed play. You remember this place, Marcus. You stood here once 10 years ago. You called it the end. You lied. You never saw what I saw, the way the world folds in on itself when pain is pure. You took that from me, but I'm giving it back. Sarah shivered. He's losing it. No, Hale said softly. He's getting closer. They found footprints leading deeper into the woods, bare, bloody. The prints stopped abruptly near a creek. Hale knelt down, shining his light into the water. A reflection stared back, not his own. Something moved beneath the surface. Then came the whisper, I'm right here. Hale spun around, gun raised, but only the forest answered. Back at headquarters, Sarah dug into sealed archives, trial records from Ethan's conviction. One file was missing, Exhibit D9. The log said it had been removed by Detective Hale himself. When she confronted him, he looked away. It wasn't supposed to matter, he said. What was in it? Hale sighed. A confession, his last one. He didn't talk for weeks after arrest until the night before trial. He said there was a 14th victim. Sarah froze. 14th, but the case closed at 13. Because the 14th was never found, Hale said quietly. He said she was the beginning of the circle. Sarah leaned forward. Who was she, Marcus? He hesitated. My sister. The room went silent. She went missing in Asheville when Ethan was 15, Hale continued. I didn't tell anyone during the investigation, conflict of interest. I thought she'd run away. But Ethan, he said he buried her under the first spiral. Sarah's voice trembled. He's not just hunting you, he's making you relive it. They dug for hours under the roots of an old oak near the Cross property, guided by Ethan's pattern. The air was thick with decay and rain. At dawn, the shovel hit something solid. Inside a shallow grave lay the remains of a young girl, long dark hair, a necklace still around her neck. Hale dropped to his knees, trembling. Sarah put a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry. But Hale wasn't crying. His eyes were wide with realization. He wanted me to find her, he whispered. He wanted this moment. Rourke stepped forward. Then it's part of his ritual, closure through control. Hale stood slowly. No, it's an invitation. Inside the coffin was another tape recorder. Hale pressed play. You see it now, Marcus. Every circle begins with loss. Finish the spiral and you'll understand why I made it. The tape ended with faint church bells. Sarah whispered, the chapel again. Hale shook his head. No, there's another bell, one they haven't rung in years. The clock tower in Asheville Square. Night fell like a curse. The old clock tower loomed over Asheville, its hands frozen at midnight. The streets were empty, everyone locked inside, terrified of the hollow man's return. Hale and Sarah entered through the side door. The stairs spiraled upward, echoing with each step. At the top, the clock face glowed faintly in the moonlight. Beneath it, chains hung from the beams, and someone was bound there, still alive. It was Agent Rourke. Sarah ran to him, cutting the ropes. Rourke, what happened? His eyes darted to the shadows. He said you'd come, said the circles almost closed. Hale turned toward the gears and saw it. Another spiral drawn in oil and blood across the machinery. A whisper drifted through the air, calm and close. You dug up your past, Marcus. Now dig your grave. Then the tower bells roared to life, deafening. shaking the walls. The floor beneath them began to give way, metal screaming. Hale grabbed Sarah's arm as the gears exploded in sparks. From the darkness below came laughter, hollow, distant and unstoppable. The hollow man was still one step ahead. The tower collapsed at dawn. Fire crews battled for hours to control the blaze while Hale sat in the mud, staring at the twisted remains of the bell. Sarah spoke to paramedics nearby, her voice low and urgent. When she returned, Hale was still silent. His eyes were glassy, unfocused. "He's not just killing anymore," Hale whispered. "He's erasing time. Every place he touches, gone." Sarah knelt beside him. "You need rest, Marcus." Hale shook his head. "He's not done yet. The spiral isn't complete." Later that day, the fire investigators confirmed what Hale already knew: no sign of Ethan's body. But they did find something embedded in the gears, a small pocket watch. Inside, etched on the back, were 3 words. 7 left, MARCUS. Sarah swallowed hard. "He's counting down." Hale stopped going home. His apartment became a nest of case files, red string, and maps. The spiral grew on his wall, each point marked with pins, each murder a symbol. Sarah watched helplessly as he unraveled. "You haven't slept in days," she said. "I can't," Hale muttered. "He's talking again." "Talking?" Hale gestured at a small tape recorder on his desk. "He leaves them for me, new ones. I found this one under my car this morning." He pressed play. "You think you're hunting me, Marcus, but I'm in your walls, in your mind. You're just tracing my hand." Sarah's heart pounded. "That voice, how does he keep finding you?" Hale's hands trembled. "He doesn't have to, I think I never stopped following him." Outside, thunder rolled. A familiar storm was returning to Asheville, the same kind that had freed Ethan the night he escaped. Another call came in, a triple homicide on the edge of town. An elderly woman and her 2 sons, throats slit, the spiral carved into their floor. But there was something new. On the wall above the bodies was a mural painted in blood. It showed a child kneeling beside a dying woman, hands pressed in prayer. Sarah turned to Hale. "That's his mother." Hale nodded. "And that's him. He's painting memories." In the corner of the room, a candle flickered beside a note. "Forgive her and the circle ends." Sarah frowned. "Forgive who?" Hale whispered, "His mother, but maybe mine too." He picked up the candle and stared at the flame. "He's forcing me to see what he saw: loss, blame, the silence after." Sarah touched his arm. "You can stop this, Marcus." He met her gaze. "No, I can only finish it." The next clue came from an unlikely source. The last patient of Asheville Psychiatric Hospital, a man named Calvin Dross, who'd once shared a ward with Ethan Cross before his imprisonment. When Hale and Sarah visited, Calvin grinned with missing teeth. "He said you'd come," he rasped. "Said you were the last piece." "Where is he?" Hale demanded. Calvin giggled. "In the mirror room." The hospital had been closed for 15 years. When they broke in, the air smelled of mold and bleach. The mirror room was the old therapy ward, walls lined with cracked one-way glass. In the center stood a chair. On it sat a mannequin wearing Ethan's prison uniform. Its face was covered with fragments of mirror, glued in a spiral. Hale stepped closer. Etched across the chest were the words, "Do you see yourself yet?" As Hale stared, his reflection distorted in every mirror shard, 1,000 versions of his own face, each one smiling back at him. He stumbled backward, gasping. For the first time, he wasn't sure whether the whisper he heard came from Ethan or from himself. Sarah found Hale in his car the next morning. Gripping the steering wheel like it was the only thing holding him together. "You're not well," she said. "You need to step back." "I can't," he replied. "He's almost done." "Marcus, this isn't about him anymore. It's about you. He's turning you into what he is." He looked at her with hollow eyes. Maybe that's what he wanted all along. She grabbed his shoulder. "Don't you say that." But Hale's phone buzzed before she could continue. A new message, an audio file unnamed. He pressed play. Ethan's voice filled the car, soft and calm as always. "There's one place left to visit, Marcus. The one you never dared to return to. Your childhood home." Sarah shook her head. "He knows everything about you." "How?" Hale whispered. "Because he is me, what's left of me. I made him when I found my sister's body all those years ago." Sarah froze. "What are you saying?" "I killed the man who took her. Ethan Cross just grew from that night." Sarah stepped back. "That's impossible." Hale's eyes were wild. "He's not flesh, Sarah. He's the echo, the thing I created when I buried the truth." The radio crackled again. "Come home, Marcus." Sarah watched in horror as Hale started the car. The rain was falling again, just like the night the Hollow Man escaped. And somewhere in the darkness ahead, the spiral turned one last time. The drive back to Hale's childhood home felt endless. Sarah sat beside him, silent, watching rain streak down the windshield. Every signpost looked familiar, yet older, deader. "Are you sure about this?" she asked softly. Hale's eyes didn't move from the road. "He's waiting for me there, always has been." The car climbed the hill where the old Hale farmhouse stood, collapsed porch, broken windows, vines crawling through the roof. It had been abandoned for 30 years, ever since the night his sister vanished. As Hale stepped out into the rain, the air smelled of rot and old wood. Every step on the porch groaned like a warning. Sarah followed, flashlight trembling in her hand. "Marcus, this place shouldn't still be standing." He turned to her, his voice low. "Neither should I." Inside, the walls were covered with mold and the remains of family photos eaten by time. Hale's flashlight beam lingered on one, a picture of him as a boy, his sister beside him, smiling. The air shifted, a whisper faint, almost playful. "You remember the lullaby, Marcus." Sarah froze. "Did you hear that?" Hale didn't answer. He moved toward the basement door, the same door his father had locked the night his sister disappeared. It was still sealed with a rusted chain. He broke it with his boot. The stairs creaked as they descended into darkness. The air grew colder, heavier. At the bottom, they found something strange. A series of circles painted on the floor in ash and soot, overlapping like ripples in water. In the center was a chair. On it sat a tape recorder. Hale pressed play. "We were here once, Marcus. You and me, before the world broke. You called for her, but I answered." Sarah whispered, "What does that mean?" Hale's hand trembled. "It means he was born here." As the tape continued, Hale's memories began to flood back. The thunder, the screaming, his father's rage. "You thought it was him," Ethan's voice said through the static. "You thought your father killed her, but he didn't, Marcus, you did." The world seemed to tilt. Hale fell to his knees, clutching his head. "I was a child," he gasped. "It was an accident." "No accident," the voice purred. "You wanted her to stop crying, you wanted silence, and silence answered." Sarah grabbed his shoulders. "Marcus, stop listening to him." But the basement lights flickered, and in that stuttering glow, a shadow stood in the corner. A man, tall and still, his face hidden behind a blood-stained mask of mirrors. Ethan Cross. He stepped forward slowly, boots crunching over glass. Sarah raised her gun. "Don't move." Ethan tilted his head. "She can't see the truth, Marcus. Only you can." Then he blew out the candle. Darkness swallowed everything. When Hale opened his eyes, he was no longer in the basement. He stood in the middle of the spiral, but this time it wasn't ash or blood. It was light, blinding white, stretching in every direction. Voices echoed around him. His mother, his sister, his father, all whispering his name. He saw flashes, his sister crying, his father shouting, the sound of thunder outside. A mirror breaking. Then Ethan appeared across from him, face clear for the first time. He looked identical to Hale. Now you see, Ethan said softly. You built me the night you killed her. You buried me with her body and I waited. Hale shook his head, backing away. You're not real. Ethan smiled. Then why do you know every step of my pattern? Why do you dream what I do? Hale fell to his knees. I tried to stop you. You tried to stop yourself, Ethan whispered. But we're the same sermon, Marcus, just two halves of one prayer. The light dimmed, and when it was gone, Hale stood alone in the basement again, gun shaking in his hand. Sarah was gone. Hale stumbled upstairs, calling her name. No answer. The rain had stopped. The house was silent, too silent. In the living room, the spiral was burned into the floorboards. In its center lay Sarah's badge and a single message written in blood. The circle is closed. Hale's knees buckled. He pressed his hands to his face, shaking uncontrollably. Then he heard it, the click of a tape recorder behind him. The same voice, now softer. Thank you, Marcus, I'm free now. He turned, and there in the mirror on the wall stood Ethan, smiling faintly. But this time, his reflection matched Hale's movements perfectly. The mirror cracked. Hale whispered, "What are you?" The voice answered, "I'm what's left when you bury guilt too deep to die." The mirror shattered completely, shards scattering across the floor, and when Hale looked down, there was no reflection left at all. Outside, the sirens wailed again. Police cars flooded the hill, lights cutting through the mist. They found Hale standing in the doorway, drenched in blood, whispering over and over, "It's over, it's over." But behind him, burned into the wall, was a perfect spiral, still warm to the touch. Blackridge Prison loomed against the gray morning sky, wrapped in barbed wire and silence. The last time Hale had stood at its gates, Ethan Cross had been behind them. Now he was bringing him back, or what was left of him. Two officers led Hale through the corridors. He wasn't under arrest, not yet. They called it protective evaluation. Sarah's death or disappearance was still under investigation. No body had been found, only her badge, her blood, and Hale's fingerprints everywhere. Dr. Keene, the prison psychiatrist, met him in a small concrete room. "You've been through trauma, detective," he said. "We only want to understand what happened." Hale smiled faintly. "You won't." The doctor leaned forward. "You say Ethan Cross isn't real, that he's part of you. But the bodies are real, the evidence is real. Help me make sense of that." Hale's eyes drifted to the mirror on the wall. For a second, he thought he saw someone smiling back. He whispered, "You're looking at the wrong side of the glass." They searched Hale's home after his breakdown and found 17 tapes, each one marked with a red thread. When the Bureau played them, they expected the voice of Ethan Cross, the mocking, composed killer who taunted the police for weeks. But every recording was the same, the voice of Marcus Hale himself. "We'll begin again," one tape said calmly. 13 souls for peace, 13 steps in the spiral. The agents who heard them exchanged silent looks. The psychologist paused the tape and asked, "Did he ever show signs of dissociation?" Sarah's field notes, recovered from her car, had a single line written across the last page. "He doesn't chase the killer, he becomes him." After that, the Bureau sealed the tapes. The official story became simple. Hale suffered a psychotic break, obsessed with a case until he created his own phantom. But Blackridge's cameras told a different story. At 3:06 a.m. on October 14th, a power surge hit Blackridge, identical to the one that had freed Ethan Cross the first time. When the lights returned, the guards reviewed the security feed. Cell, Hale's observation room, was empty. No sign of forced entry, no broken locks. Just a spiral drawn in condensation on the glass. The warden watched the footage 20 times. "Impossible," he muttered. "There's nowhere he could have gone." But one frame, barely visible, showed movement behind the reflection in the mirror wall. A figure stepping forward from inside the glass, dragging a red thread across the floor. The audio file from that night captured a single phrase: "He's home again." Weeks later, Asheville woke to news of another killing. Same ritual, same spiral. The newspapers didn't print the details, not anymore, but locals whispered that the body had been left at the steps of the old chapel, exactly where it all began. On the altar lay a new tape recorder. "You thought I was gone," said a calm, familiar voice. "But you can't kill what's already hollow. The sermon must be finished." That day, a storm rolled in over the valley. Blackridge Prison went dark again. Witnesses claimed to see a man in a black coat walking the road toward town, head bowed, rain soaking his shoulders. Some said he looked like hail. Others swore it was Cross. But those who saw him up close said he looked like both, two faces fading in and out of each other with every flash of lightning. The last recording was found months later in the ruins of Hale's childhood home. The tape was warped by heat and moisture, but parts of it survived. "I see it now," the voice said softly. "There was never a hollow man. There was only the silence between what I did and what I remembered." The spiral wasn't a curse. It was a mirror. Every turn brings you closer to yourself until you disappear inside. Static filled the rest. They say the ashes of the old farmhouse still glow at night, faintly red. Sometimes people claim to hear whispers from the woods, a man's voice reciting names, over and over as though counting. 13, always 13. And if you listen closely, you can hear another voice echoing his words, softer, calmer, identical. Somewhere between them, the hollow man still walks the spiral, neither alive nor dead, just a reflection looking for its next mirror. The night the Burkes found the dog, the forest was whispering. Rain drummed on the truck roof as Thomas swerved onto the muddy shoulder, headlights catching movement among the trees, a dark shape limping through the storm. "Poor thing," Emily said, opening the door before Thomas could protest. The animal stumbled forward, ribs showing, fur clotted with mud. Its eyes gleamed faintly gold when the light hit them, too gold like polished brass. They wrapped it in a blanket and lifted it into the truck bed. The dog didn't resist, didn't growl, just stared at them with something that felt too human. When they got home, their daughter Lily knelt beside it, whispering softly. The dog leaned close, pressing its head against her knee as though it already belonged. They called it Shadow. That first night, Shadow wouldn't eat. Thomas left a bowl of food near the back door, but the dog only stared at it. At midnight, Emily woke to soft scratching on the window. She got up, thinking it was a branch, but outside in the dark, two golden eyes hovered just beyond the glass. Shadow stood perfectly still in the rain, head tilted. When she whispered his name, he turned and disappeared into the woods. The next morning he was back on the porch, dry and clean somehow, paws spotless. Lily squealed and hugged him tight. He came back. Thomas frowned. From where? Shadow just stared at him and smiled. Just a little, or maybe that was the rain. By the third day, the smell began. Not from the dog, from the cellar. It started faint, like wet leaves or rust. Emily thought it was a leak in the pipes. Thomas went down with a flashlight. At the bottom of the steps, he froze. There were paw prints in the dust, large, wet, leading to the far wall and stopping there as if the animal had walked into it. He ran his hand across the bricks, cold, damp, nothing behind them. That night the smell grew stronger. When Thomas checked again, the prints were gone. Shadow lay at the foot of the stairs, wagging his tail slowly, eyes glinting gold in the beam of the flashlight. Lily started waking up with scratches on her arms. Shadow was playing, she said. He gets excited. Emily wanted to believe her, but the scratches were too deep, and sometimes, when Lily played fetch, she swore she saw other shapes moving through the trees behind the dog. Animals, Thomas said, but his voice didn't sound sure. That night, Shadow dragged something to the porch, a deer's head, still bleeding, tongue lolling out. Lily screamed. Shadow wagged his tail. Thomas buried it in the woods, muttering, "That's not normal." Emily looked at the dog and saw something flicker under its skin, like the shape of a face pressing from the inside. Emily dreamed she was walking through the forest barefoot, the air thick with rot. Something followed her, panting softly, always just behind her shoulder. When she turned, she saw Shadow, but larger, taller, its mouth opening wider than it should. Inside its throat, faces twisted and moved, human faces, eyes open, mouths whispering her name. She woke screaming. Shadow sat at the end of the bed, staring at her. Thomas rolled over. "What's wrong?" But Shadow didn't move. His eyes glowed gold in the dark, reflecting the faint shape of another figure standing beside him. One Emily couldn't see clearly, but whose breath she could feel. And from somewhere deep in the walls came a low growl, not animal but human. For a week, Thomas tried to ignore the sounds. Scratching, breathing, sometimes whispering. He told himself it was pipes or raccoons, but the noise always came from beneath the floorboards, deep in the crawlspace no one had entered in years. One night he crouched with a flashlight and pulled open the hatch. The air that rose up smelled of earth and something far worse, sweet, metallic, like old blood. "Shadow," he whispered. The light flickered. In that instant, he saw eyes glowing in the dark, dozens of them shifting. He scrambled back and slammed the hatch shut. When he looked up, Shadow was standing in the hallway, tail wagging, mud dripping from his paws. In his mouth was something pale and small, a finger bone. Emily stopped sleeping. Every mirror in the house reflected things that weren't there. When she brushed her hair, she'd glimpse movement, a black shape padding past the doorway. But when she turned, nothing. Once, while washing her hands, she saw Shadow behind her in the reflection, only larger, his fur rippling as though filled with smoke. Then the reflection blinked. The real dog didn't. Emily screamed and shattered the mirror. Thomas rushed in, shouting, "What happened?" "He blinked," she said, trembling. "The one in the glass, he blinked." Shadow stood in the corner, head tilted, and licked the blood from her shaking hand. The Burkes, neighbors, the Marshes, stopped by one evening with a casserole. "We saw your new dog," Mrs. Marsh said. "Big one, beautiful coat." Emily smiled faintly. "Yeah, he's protective." That night, Shadow slipped out the back door. By morning, the Marshes' chicken coop was torn apart, doors ripped clean off. No tracks, no feathers, just blood. Thomas followed the stains into the woods and found Shadow crouched over something, chewing. He called the dog's name. Shadow turned, tail wagging, muzzle slick with red. At his feet lay the remains of a shoe. Thomas buried what he found in silence. When he came back, Shadow was already sitting on the porch, clean, dry, smiling that not quite right smile. Lily began talking to someone in her room. "Shadow brings them," she told her mother. "They live in the trees, they're hungry." Emily's skin went cold. "Who, honey?" "The others," Lily said. "He says they were his before, he's making more." That night Thomas woke to laughter, children's laughter, echoing from outside. He ran to the window. In the yard, a dozen small figures stood in a circle. Their eyes glowed gold. At the center sat Shadow, still as a statue, tail swaying rhythmically. The children turned their heads in perfect unison toward the house. And then the lights went out. Morning brought silence. The woods were still, no birds, no wind. Emily found Thomas at the kitchen table, head in his hands. "We have to go," he said. "Now." They packed bags, grabbed Lily, ran to the truck, but Shadow was already sitting in the driver's seat. He looked bigger now, his fur rippling like smoke, his teeth too many to count. Lily began to cry. "He doesn't want us to leave." Thomas reached for the keys. The dog growled, a sound so deep it shook the glass. From the woods came hundreds of answering growls, voices overlapping. whispering one name over and over. Shadow, shadow, shadow. Thomas stepped back. The dog climbed out of the truck, not walking, but unfolding. Its shadow stretched across the ground, splitting into dozens of shapes. And beneath the rumble of its growl came another sound, the low murmur of voices, hundreds of them speaking through its mouth. We fed him, now he feeds. Emily found an old journal in the attic, buried beneath boxes. The handwriting was jagged, blackened with age. It belonged to the previous owner of the house, a man named Edgar Crow. The dog is no ordinary beast. I fed it once when it begged at the edge of the forest. It watches the blood. It remembers the debt. If it enters your home, you cannot leave, not alive. Emily's hand shook. Thomas, this dog, it's cursed. Thomas scoffed, trying to sound rational. It's just a dog. The journal continued. The creature consumes its masters when the moon turns golden. Each one is replaced in the forest where the others dwell. It hungers and the debt grows. There is no escape. Lily peeked over Emily's shoulder. It says it lives in the trees. That's where it comes from. Emily's stomach turned. That's why the children, the figures. That night, Shadow began circling the house. It moved unnaturally fast. Windows rattled, doors slammed shut. From the attic, Emily heard Lily screaming. She ran upstairs only to find Shadow standing at the doorway, but his body flickered, translucent, and human faces twisted in his fur, whispering unintelligible words. Lily lay in bed, wide-eyed. Shadow lunged. Emily grabbed the child just in time, pulling her back. The dog snarled, a sound that echoed like dozens of mouths at once. When Thomas tried to confront it, Shadow stepped through the wall as if the bricks were water. Blood glistened along its jaw. It was laughing now. The Burkes fled into the woods, thinking the dense trees would hide them. They ran blindly, branches slapping their faces. Shadow followed, moving effortlessly over the roots and undergrowth, never breaking stride. Then the whispers began, hundreds of voices, calling Thomas, Emily, Lily. They spoke in the same tone, coaxing, promising safety if they returned home. Thomas stumbled into a clearing. The golden moonlight fell perfectly on a circle of figures, dozens of small, humanoid shapes, pale, starring, their eyes glowing gold. Shadow stepped into the circle, enormous now, his body flickering between wolf, human, and shadowy forms, faces inside his fur screaming silently. The figures knelt in unison, chanting, "Feed him, feed him, feed him." Emily grabbed Lily and ran deeper into the forest. Thomas stayed behind to distract Shadow. But it was no ordinary distraction. Shadow lunged at him, jaws stretching impossibly wide, and Thomas vanished in one gulp. Emily and Lily stopped. The echoes of Thomas's screams lingered in the trees. Shadow returned to the clearing, tail wagging. The humanoid shapes approached, carrying the remnants of Thomas, and fed him to Shadow. The golden moonlight pulsed. Shadow's eyes grew brighter. The faces inside his fur moved faster, twisting, whispering, screaming. Emily realized with horror. The dog didn't just eat its victims. It absorbed their memories, their fear, their essence, and it was hungry for more. They ran until dawn, exhausted and terrified. Emily finally stopped, clutching Lily. "We have to warn someone. We can't go back there." But the trees shifted unnaturally, and the whispers followed them. Shadow's voice, or perhaps the voices inside him, spoke from everywhere at once. "Return, you belong to the circle. All debts are collected. All masters are fed." Emily realized the forest itself had become part of the dog. Every shadow, every rustle, every whisper belonged to it. Behind them, the golden eyes glimmered between the trunks, watching, waiting. And Emily understood they were trapped. The forest around the Burkes seemed alive now, alive with shadows that twisted unnaturally. Every branch looked like an arm reaching, every rustle like claws dragging across the undergrowth. Emily clutched Lily's hand so tightly it hurt. Her knuckles turned white. "We need to keep moving," she whispered. Lily glanced back. Golden eyes glimmered between the trees, watching them unblinking. Shadow's growl followed them, though they hadn't seen him yet. It wasn't just a growl, it was a chorus. Hundreds of voices layered over one another, whispering promises, threats, and hunger. "There in the trees," Lily said quietly, her voice trembling. "They're watching, waiting." Emily swallowed. "We'll be safe if we make it out of the forest." But the forest was no longer just trees. Roots twisted into shapes like limbs. The dirt beneath them seemed to pulse with Shadow's heartbeat. Every step they took, Emily felt it echoing in the soles of her feet, as if the forest itself were following. Then came a snapping sound. Something large crashed through the underbrush behind them. Emily spun around, nothing. Only the whispering remained. And then the growl became a roar. Shadow appeared on the ridge above them, impossibly large, his shadow stretching across the clearing like a black tide. His eyes shone gold, and inside them, Emily thought she saw her own face screaming. He leapt, and the forest seemed to shift with him. He wasn't running, he was flowing like water, limbs stretching, fur blending with the shadows of the trees. Emily and Lily screamed and ran blindly, branches tearing at their clothes, roots trying to trip them. But Shadow followed with unerring speed. After hours, or maybe days, Emily couldn't tell, they stumbled into an abandoned village at the forest's edge. The houses were burned, overgrown, silent. A fog lay over the cobblestones, thick and suffocating. "Why here?" Emily whispered. Lily tugged her hand. "Because he wants us to see." The windows of the houses reflected things that weren't there, shadowy figures moving, faces pressed against the glass, mouths whispering Emily and Lily's names. Emily's stomach turned. "This place, it's like a trap." A low growl rolled through the village. Shadows pooled in the corners, stretching like smoke, and then Shadow appeared, stepping out of the mist. He was enormous, towering over the rooftops now. Faces of the past victims swirled in his fur, screaming, whispering, calling Emily and Lily to come closer. Emily realized something terrifying. The dog wasn't just a predator. He was a collector, and the village was his pantry, each house a cage for previous meals. She grabbed Lily and ran toward the forest, but every street curved impossibly, returning them to the same square, facing Shadow once more. "There is no escape," 1,000 voices whispered, "only feeding." Shadow began circling them. The fog thickened, and the village itself seemed to pulse. Emily could see shapes emerging from the mist, long-limbed creatures with golden eyes, silent and obedient to Shadow. The dog lowered his head, and from his mouth came a black mist that slithered toward Emily and Lily. When it touched her arm, she saw horrifying visions of past victims, faces screaming, bodies being consumed, the echoes of their final moments trapped inside Shadow's fur. Lily screamed and pulled Emily into a narrow alley. But the alley wasn't narrow anymore. It stretched impossibly, curving back on itself. The village had become a labyrinth. Shadow barked or maybe laughed, and the sound shattered the night air, echoing off invisible walls. Emily realized the truth. This was a ritual. Shadow consumed not just flesh, but the fear and memory of those he killed. Every time a master ran, he grew stronger. Every scream added to his form. And tonight, he was preparing for the next feast. She grabbed a rusted knife from a fallen fence post, hoping it might do something, anything, against this impossible creature. "You cannot hurt me," the dog whispered. "I am hunger, I am the forest, I am what you buried and forgot." In the twisting streets of the spectral village, Shadow struck. He moved faster than thought, flowing over rooftops, through alleys, through the fog itself. Emily tripped, and Shadow was upon her. His jaws opened wider than possible, a void filled with screaming faces and writhing shadows. She barely pushed Lily out of the way before the dog lunged, tearing through the night air and devouring Thomas, who had followed them to protect them. His scream echoed through Emily's mind as he disappeared into Shadow's mouth. Emily fell to her knees, clutching Lily. She tried to run, but everywhere she turned, the village twisted into impossibility, streets looping, shadows reaching from the corners. Shadow prowled, golden eyes flicking between them. The faces in his fur twisted with hunger, pleading, warning, screaming. Emily understood then, every master Shadow consumed became part of his mind, and he would never stop. The realization crushed her. They could not run. They could only delay the inevitable. Emily stumbled into a clearing. The fog lifted slightly, revealing trees twisted and blackened, their bark marked with claw scratches. "Listen," Lily whispered. From deep in the forest came hundreds of voices, murmuring in unison. Feed him, become him, he hungers." Emily clutched her head. The whispers were inside her now, inside her very thoughts. She realized that Shadow was not just outside, he was inside their minds. The dog stepped forward from the shadows, enormous, impossible, every victim's face writhing within his black fur. "I am the hunger," he said. "I am the death, and now it is yours." Emily screamed, grabbing Lily and running blindly into the forest, the golden eyes always on them, the shadows clawing at their heels. Somewhere above, the moon turned gold, and the forest seemed to shiver, alive with anticipation. Emily realized in terror that there was no escape, only feeding, and the spiral of shadow would never end. Emily and Lily ran until their lungs burned, the fog thickening, twisting the paths behind them. Every tree seemed alive, whispering, watching. Roots stretched across the path, reaching for their feet, snagging, tripping them. Shadow moved with unnatural silence, his golden eyes glowing like lanterns in the mist. Faces of his victims swirled in his fur, some screaming silently, some mouthing words Emily could not comprehend. "He's here," Lily whispered. "He's waiting." Emily grabbed her daughter's hand. "Then we fight. We have to get to the heart of the forest, whatever that means. Maybe there's a way to stop him." The forest opened to a clearing, a ring of dead trees surrounding a massive stone altar, blackened with centuries of blood. Emily realized this was the origin of Shadow, the place where the dog had first been fed, first cursed. Shadow stepped into the clearing. He wasn't running anymore, he was floating, impossibly large, fur rippling with the faces and memories of every person he had eaten. His low growl shook the ground. "Feed me," he said, "or join them." Emily knew then that this was a ritual the dog had performed for decades, and it had never been broken. Emily dug the journal of Edgar Crow from her bag. The pages were brittle, smeared with what looked like blood. "He is not a dog. He is hunger given form. He will consume his masters one by one until none remain. The only way to stop him is to undo the debt, but the debt is never truly undone. The forest protects him. He is eternal." Lily's eyes widened. "What does that mean?" Emily swallowed. "It means if we try to fight him directly, we die. He can't be killed. He can only be starved." The dog's growl deepened. Faces in his fur turned toward them, screaming silently. Emily realized the horror. The ritual wasn't just physical, it was psychic, feeding on fear itself. Shadow lunged, but Emily held up the journal, chanting the protective words Crow had written, though half of them were illegible. A shimmer of light surrounded them. Shadow paused, growling, faces twisting in frustration. "You think a book can stop me," he said. "I am what you created when you looked away." Emily tried to keep moving, dragging Lily behind her, weaving around gnarled roots. Shadow flowed through the forest like smoke, bodies of past victims stretching into the trees behind him. Emily realized with horror, anyone Shadow consumed became part of the forest itself. Their screams whispered through the trees, echoing around her. She grabbed a fallen branch. Swinging at the dog, it passed through him harmlessly. Shadow laughed, a sound that shook her bones. "I am hunger," he said. "I am debt, I am the forest, and now you are mine." Emily felt something enter her mind, a whisper, low, coaxing, offering safety if she obeyed. She resisted, but Lily trembled in her arms, eyes wide. "You can't fight me," Shadow said, voice echoing in their heads. "Only feed me or become me." Emily screamed, pulling Lily toward the altar. The stone glowed faintly in the moonlight. The ritual had a center, and she realized it might be the only way to survive. Shadow stopped at the edge of the altar. The faces inside his fur were now hundreds, writhing, screaming, mouths opening and closing in unison. Then he began to change. His body elongated, fur melting into smoke. Limbs stretched, twisted, breaking the laws of physics. His jaws opened wider than any creature should be able to. He towered above Emily and Lily now, nearly touching the treetops. His voice was every voice he had ever consumed, overlapping. "Give me your fear. Give me your memories, become mine." Emily held the journal tightly. The words of Crow burned in her mind. He can only be starved, not destroyed. Deny him and he will fade temporarily. Emily realized the truth. The only way to survive was to refuse to fear, to refuse to feed the hunger inside Shadow. Emily planted herself on the stone altar, holding Lily close. Shadow loomed over them, growling, snapping, stretching impossibly high. The faces in his fur screamed, pleading, demanding, threatening. Emily forced herself to breathe, forcing her fear down. Lily clung to her, trembling. Shadow hissed, smoke like tendrils flicking toward them. "I am hunger," Shadow shouted. "I am eternal." Emily closed her eyes and whispered, "You are nothing. You are not real. You only exist if I fear you." For a moment the world paused. The golden eyes flickered. The whispers faltered. The forest trembled. Then Shadow screamed, a sound like 1,000 voices in pain, and retreated into the trees, flowing back into the mist. His body shuddered, the faces inside him screaming and fatting. Emily opened her eyes. The clearing was empty for now. The fog was lighter, but the whispers lingered, faint, in the corners of the forest. She knew one thing for certain: he wasn't gone, not forever. He was only starving, waiting for the next master. Days passed in the forest. Emily and Lily survived on scraps, moving cautiously. They could feel Shadow's presence everywhere, in the wind, in the rustling leaves, in the very ground beneath them. One night the golden moon rose. Emily's stomach dropped. That was the signal. Shadow's hunger was at its peak. From the mist came the growl, low, rumbling, a chorus of hundreds of voices merged into one. The forest around them warped. Branches grew into shapes like claws, roots writhed toward them. "You cannot hide," Shadow whispered, voice layered inside her mind. "You belong to me." Emily tightened her grip on Lily. "Not if I can help it." She realized that the dog had become a force of nature, feeding on fear and memory, not just flesh. And to survive, they would have to starve him, deny his power. Emily led Lily to the center of the clearing, to the altar. Shadows swirled around them, condensing into shapes that resembled the hundreds of victims. Shadow appeared, towering smoke-like faces writhing across his fur, jaws opening impossibly wide. "Give yourself," he commanded. "Your fear, your mind, your daughter." Emily planted her feet. "No, you take nothing," she shouted. The dog lunged, but as he passed through the clearing, Emily held up the journal. The protective words of Edgar Crow lit the stone altar, a soft golden glow expanding outward. Shadow recoiled, the voices in his fur shrieking in protest. Faces pressed outward as though struggling to escape. "I am eternal," Shadow roared. "You cannot deny me." Emily focused. She refused to be afraid. Every scream inside her mind, every whisper of terror she blocked. Shadow's form flickered, smoke-like, shimmering, unstable. Emily remembered the journal's final entry. "He is not a dog. He is the forest's hunger made flesh. The first feeding birthed him, and he will only grow stronger with fear. Do not feed him. Do not look at him through eyes of dread." Lily, trembling, repeated, "We are not afraid. We are not afraid." Shadow paused, golden eyes narrowing. Faces inside his fur twisted violently. He hissed, the sound like wind through gravestones. Emily realized something horrifying. The only reason he had grown so strong was that fear itself nourished him. If they could deny him completely, starve him of fear, they could weaken him. "You are nothing," Emily whispered. "You are only the hunger we refuse to feed." The dog shrieked, a sound so terrible it could have split mountains. Smoke and shadows erupted from his body. Trees shuddered, roots convulsed, and for the first time, Shadow's form faltered. The clearing fell silent. Shadows coiled and writhed, then dissolved. Faces vanished. Golden eyes dimmed to faint embers. Emily held Lily tightly. The forest seemed to breathe. Shadow was still there, a faint outline, smoke dissipating, but he was starving, weakened, contained. "This is temporary," Emily whispered, knowing the truth. "He will return if fear grows again." The journal warned that only constant vigilance could keep him at bay. Shadow had been born of neglect, of fear, of blood, and he would never truly die. The forest quieted. The fog lifted slightly. Emily and Lily were safe for now. But from deep in the shadows, faintly, a low growl echoed. Golden eyes flickered in the trees, waiting. Months later, the Burkes had moved. They never spoke of Shadow, never returned to the forest. But Emily often dreamed of the golden eyes. Lily sometimes woke screaming, whispering of figures in the trees. The forest, now silent, held secrets. Those who wandered too close sometimes heard whispers, soft but persistent. "Feed me, feed me, feed me." Shadow was gone from their lives, but not from the world. He remained in the forest, a devourer waiting, starving, eternal, unrelenting. The golden moon rose over the trees. Somewhere deep in the fog, Shadow's eyes gleamed. And in the wind, hundreds of faint voices whispered. Hunger never dies. The devourer waits, always. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The people of Morrow's End said the butcher shop never smelled right after it closed. Even years later, the air outside the old storefront carried something metallic, faint but unforgettable, like rain falling on rusted steel. The shop had belonged to Elias Crow, a man built like the walk-in freezer he once ruled. For 20 years, he served the town with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. No one questioned him much. In a town that small, you learn not to. Then one autumn morning, Elias vanished. The sign over the door still read Crow's Quality Meats. The fluorescent bulbs flickered inside, but the man was gone. And with him, so were 3 locals. The police called it coincidence. The townspeople called it cursed. By winter, the stories started. People seeing movement in the shop at night, hearing the hum of saws though the power had been cut off years ago. No one dared go near. When Mara Langley, a true crime journalist, arrived in Morrow's End, she wasn't looking for ghosts. She was looking for answers. Her podcast, Last Cuts, had been struggling, and a story about a vanished butcher who may have killed half the town was exactly the kind of nightmare that could revive her career. She found the shop boarded up, padlocked, the red paint flacking off like dried blood. Inside, through a crack, she saw a metal table under a single hanging bulb. Dust floated like ash in the stale light. That night she rented a room above the old pharmacy across the street. At 3:14 a.m., she woke to a faint thunk-thunk-thunk coming from the butcher shop. 3 beats, a pause, then 3 again. She stared from the window, breath fogging the glass. The light was on. The next morning, Mara bribed the locksmith with a 50 to open the door. Inside, everything was preserved, as if Elias had simply stepped out mid-shift. Hooks still hung from the ceiling. The cutting table was scarred and dented from years of work, and on the counter sat a small leather-bound book, stained at the corners. The ledger. At first, it looked like simple business records, dates, weights, and orders. But halfway through, the handwriting changed. It grew frantic. Next to the cuts of meat were names. Thomas Reed, 172 pounds. Anna Porter, 139 pounds. And beside each entry, a single word, tithe. Myra's pulse slowed, her skin cold. Every missing person lined up perfectly with a date in that book. She didn't hear the cold room door creak open behind her. When Myra finally turned, she noticed the door to the walk-in freezer was ajar. Inside was only darkness, thick and humming with the low groan of ancient refrigeration units that shouldn't still have power. She lifted her phone flashlight and stepped inside. The walls were coated in frost. On the back wall hung something covered by a tarp, roughly the shape of a man. She reached for it, hand trembling. Before she could pull the tarp away, a voice whispered behind her, "You shouldn't touch what's been blessed." She spun around, light slicing through the dark, but no one was there. The door slammed shut, the light flickered. Then a new sound filled the freezer, the wet drag of a knife being drawn across a table. Myra clawed at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The last thing she heard before everything went black was a soft prayer, muttered from somewhere behind her. 2 days later, the police arrived to investigate the podcast journalist's disappearance. They found her rental car, her recording equipment, and her notes. Inside the butcher shop, they found nothing unusual except for one detail. The ledger, once on the counter, now lay open to a new page. Fresh ink, a name scrawled shakily. Mara Langley, 128 pounds. And underneath the word, tithe. That night, a power surge hit Morrow's Inn. For the first time in a decade, the lights inside Crow's Quality Meats flickered on. The fans hummed, the saws whispered. And if you stood close enough to the window, you could see a shape moving under the bulb, thick forearms, apron hanging heavy, as if Elia's Crow had simply gone back to work. The hum of the refrigeration unit was the only sound Elias trusted anymore. It was constant, loyal, steady, like a pulse that never failed him. He stood in the middle of the shop, surrounded by ghosts of his own making, knives that hadn't rusted, hooks that never swayed, air that still smelled of metal and salt. He didn't remember leaving this place. He wasn't sure he ever had. They had buried his name years ago. The town had sealed his door, closed his chapter, spoken of him like he was a curse. But the shop called him back, not with words, but with the rhythm of the hum. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 beats, a pause, 3 again. The same rhythm that used to guide his work. The same rhythm that still beat behind his ribs. He wiped his hands on the apron that hung by the door, though there was nothing on them. They still trembled. They always did when the hum grew louder. Elias didn't sleep much anymore. He couldn't tell whether the sound was real or alive inside his head. But he knew one thing: something was unfinished. Something was waiting in the cold room. The voices had started softly, first through the vents, then through the drain in the floor. They whispered his old prayers back to him, the ones he used to mutter under his breath when business was good. Measure and cut, leave no waste. He thought it was just habit, a ritual that made him precise, but the whispers reminded him otherwise. They told him it had been a covenant. Elias began to see shapes in the frost that lined the freezer walls, outlines of the people he once served. The woman with the nervous laugh, the old man who always asked for extra marrow bones, the boy who never smiled. They were there, faintly drawn in the ice. He pressed a trembling hand against the wall and felt warmth pulse beneath it, as though something behind the metal skin still breathed. The shop remembered, and it hadn't forgiven. Elias couldn't bear the silence of the town anymore. He wandered at night, moving between the alleys and empty houses, searching for noise, anything human. But Morrow's End was quieter than he remembered. Most of the windows were boarded up. The church bell hadn't rung in years. Even the wind seemed to avoid the butcher's block at the center of town. He thought about the woman, the journalist. She'd come into his shop uninvited, touched what wasn't hers. He didn't remember what he did next. Or maybe he did, but it was buried under something darker. Every night now, the hum grew louder until it became a chorus. The knives began to sway on their hooks again, tapping softly like a heartbeat. He tried to ignore it. He tried to convince himself the shop was empty. But sometimes, just before dawn, he heard the sound of footsteps walking behind him, slow, deliberate, dragging a weight across the floor. When he turned, the knives had stopped moving. Elias hadn't looked into a mirror in years. The glass in his bathroom was fogged with dust, and the small square behind the counter had cracked across the middle. But one night, when the hum wouldn't stop, he saw movement in that broken reflection. A figure tall, wrapped in an apron, eyes like smudges of smoke. The reflection didn't mimic his motion. It watched him. He leaned closer. The figure leaned closer too, but not in sync, not like a mirror should. Then it smiled. Elias stumbled back, knocking over a crate of dull blades. The lights flickered. The mirror shattered completely, scattering his face into 1,000 pieces. In each shard, he saw a different version of himself, younger, older, thinner, hollowed, each one whispering something he couldn't make out. Only one voice was clear. You were chosen because you never wasted what you cut. He didn't sleep that night. He just sat in the middle of the shop, the shards glinting around him like tiny eyes. When the snow came, it came heavy, thick enough to bury the shop sign halfway up the wall. No one came down the street anymore. Even the crows had abandoned Morrow's End. Elias stood by the window and watched the flakes fall into silence. The hum had quieted for the first time in weeks, replaced by something else, a faint heartbeat beneath the floorboards. He followed it, down past the counter, past the walk-in freezer, into the basement he had sealed years ago. The air was colder there, the smell sharper. He moved by instinct, feeling the walls with his hands. The heartbeat grew louder. At the center of the room, he found a table. On it lay the ledger open, waiting. The last entry glowed faintly in the dim light. Beneath Mara Langley, a new line was being etched into the page, though no pen touched it. Elias Crow, 213 pounds. And beneath that, the word he'd written 100 times before. Tithe. The hum stopped. The cold deepened. And somewhere above him, the saws began to whisper again, not cutting but singing. Elias looked down at his hands, trembling in the dark. He smiled for the first time in years. The covenant was complete. The new winter was heavier than any before. Snow blanketed Morrow's End, muffling sound, swallowing footprints and burying memories. Detective Jonas Hale had arrived in town a week ago, a man who didn't believe in curses, whispers, or old legends. He believed in evidence. The case of Elias Crow intrigued him more than anything else. A missing butcher, missing people, and an abandoned shop that smelled of iron and old fear. He pushed open the boarded window of Crow's Quality Meats. Inside, the shop seemed frozen in time. Knives on hooks, the cutting table scarred, the floor dusted with frost. But he felt it immediately, a presence that didn't belong to him. He didn't know that Elias watched from every shadow, lingering in every reflection, waiting for the hum to call him again. Jonas lifted a flashlight to the ledger. Dust-covered pages, handwriting neat at first, became erratic, the last line reading. Elias Crow, 213 pounds, tithe. He frowned. The word felt wrong. Wrong to write, wrong to see. The shop hummed softly. Not a refrigeration hum, something else. A heartbeat that echoed beneath the floorboards. Jonas froze. He wasn't alone. Jonas found the basement door unlocked. It shouldn't have been. The key to that floor was lost, swallowed by decades of rust and neglect. He descended into darkness. Each step echoed in a rhythm that didn't match his own heartbeat. Cold wrapped around him like a hand, pressing him forward. At the center of the basement, the table waited, ledger open, pen hovering in the air, the letters forming themselves. Jonas stepped closer. The air shifted. A shadow moved behind the table. He blinked. Empty space. And then, a whisper, soft and deliberate. You measure carefully. You cut efficiently. You waste nothing. You belong here. Jonas spun. Nothing, but the shadow lingered, not on the wall, not on the floor, in him. The hum returned, louder now, more insistent. He ran, but the shop seemed to stretch, corridors growing, walls bending, the cold deepening. He couldn't leave. Not yet. Outside, snow piled against the boarded windows. Inside, Jonas stumbled into the room behind the counter, Elia's old bathroom. The mirror, cracked and fogged, reflected him back. And then it didn't. The reflection moved on its own. Thick arms, a heavy apron, eyes that burned like embers. Jonas took a step back. The reflection smiled. Jonas's flashlight fell, spinning across the floor. The reflection advanced. Shadows stretched across the walls. He heard the whispered thunk, 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 soft at first, then rapid, insistent. Something pressed against the glass, a hand. A shadow, he couldn't tell. The reflection leaned close, soft voice, malicious, knowing. You thought you came for evidence, but the shop chooses its witness, and its witness remains. Jonas ran. The shop responded. Doors slammed, hooks rattled, frost swirled like smoke. The air tasted metallic, thick, alive. The town began to stir. Windows rattled. Dogs barked into empty streets. Even the crows circled overhead, screaming at the snow. Inside the shop, the hum rose to a chorus. Jonas stumbled into the main floor again, ledger in hand. Names from decades past appeared on the pages, people long forgot. Their whispers filled the room. Measure and cut, no waste, tithe. And then one more name formed itself. Jonas Hale, 182 pounds. He threw the ledger down. The pages fluttered wildly as if alive. Hooks swung. Knives sang against steel. The shop pulsed like a heart. Jonas tried to leave, but the door was gone. Only wall. Only shadows. Only the cold that pressed against his chest and pulled him toward the basement. And above, somewhere in the darkness, a voice murmured, pleased. You came to understand. You belong now. Morning broke over Morrow's End. Snow fell quietly. Streets remained empty. Crow's Quality Meats sat still, doors sealed, lights out. No one entered the shop that day. The townspeople whispered. The wind carried faint metallic scents, and above the hum of the town itself, a new rhythm began. Inside the shop, the ledger lay open on the table, pages curling in the frost. The names of old victims remained, and at the bottom of the page, one new name glimmered faintly in the morning light. Jonas Hale, 182 pounds, tithe. No one saw him. No one heard him. But in every reflection of broken glass, every shadow stretching across the walls, every whisper through the vent, the presence of Elia's crow remained patient, waiting, eternal. The shop would call again, and someone would answer. The first to notice the change was Clara Benson, a schoolteacher who had just moved to Morrow's End. She thought the stories about Crow's Quality Meats were nothing but old-town superstition. But when she passed the shop one evening, snow crunching under her boots, she felt it, a gaze from inside, cold and waiting. The windows were dark, yet she could swear she saw movement. Hooks swinging, knives tapping lightly on metal. Her curiosity grew. She peeked through a crack in the boarded window. Inside, a shape crouched by the cutting table. Elia's, or something that wore his face, lifted its head slowly, as if aware of her presence. A whisper echoed in her mind, though the street was empty. The shop chooses who sees it, and you have been noticed. Clara froze. Something cold brushed her ankle. She looked down. Nothing. She ran. Morrow's End was no longer quiet. Dogs howled without reason. Lights flickered in abandoned houses. Even the snow seemed heavier, as though it weighed on the town like a warning. Mayor Whitlock tried to dismiss it. "It's weather," he said, but the old residents didn't believe him. "They say he watches," whispered Mrs. Caldwell, the baker. "He doesn't leave, he waits, and the shop it decides." Children spoke in hushed tones about shadows that moved without wind, doors that creaked open by themselves, and a metallic scent in the air that made their stomachs twist. Elia's hum had grown into a presence that seeped through the walls, curling around every corner. He didn't need to leave the shop anymore. He could reach out, touch the minds of those who came too close. And the town had begun to feel it. Inside the shop, Elias walked the aisle slowly, listening to the whispers of those who had come before. Names etched in frost, etched in memory, etched in the ledger. He touched the hooks. They vibrated beneath his fingertips. The knives sang softly, not cutting, not slicing, but alive, aware. He thought of Mara Langley. He thought of Jonas Hale. Their names glowed faintly in the ledger. Tithe. He didn't feel remorse. The shop didn't allow it. A thought struck him. Perhaps it wasn't him at all. Perhaps the shop had always been waiting for him, shaping him, guiding him, teaching him the rhythm of the hum. Elias let himself smile, a slow curling of lips. The shop's heartbeat was his heartbeat. The covenant was eternal. Clara returned, drawn by curiosity stronger than fear. She had learned nothing at the police station. No one believed her. She pried at the boards. The smell hit her first. Cold metal, dust, something wrong. Inside, the shop was alive. The knives tapped softly, the hooks swung lightly, and the hum filled the air. Elias appeared at the far end, motionless, a shadow among shadows. "You shouldn't have come," he whispered. His voice was low, a rasp that seemed to echo inside her chest. Clara tried to run. The doors vanished. The lights flickered. She felt the walls pulse. She stumbled into the basement, drawn as if by the hum itself. The ledger lay on the table, waiting. Names of the past, names of the future. Her name began to etch itself. She screamed, but no one outside heard. Morning broke, but the shop remained silent from the street. Snow piled against the door. Townspeople avoided it, sensing the unseen pulse behind the walls. Inside, the ledger glowed faintly. Names scrolled themselves: Mara Langley, Jonas Hale, Clara Benson. The hum vibrated through the floor, rising and falling in rhythm with some unseen force. Hooks rattled, knives tapped, and shadows moved with a life of their own. Elias walked among them, but no one could see him. Not really. He existed in the space between light and shadow, in the hum, in the frost, in the whispers. The covenant had grown. The shop had chosen again. And from somewhere deep inside the darkness, Elias whispered a prayer. Measure and cut, leave no waste, tithe. Outside, the town remained quiet, too quiet. But the hum never stopped. Snow had swallowed Morrow's End so completely that even the main street looked abandoned. Footprints were covered as quickly as they formed. Windows reflected only white light and the faint shadows of long-dead memories. Clara sat in her apartment, shivering despite 3 layers of clothing. She had returned from the shop only to find that nothing in town felt the same. The people she passed looked hollow-eyed, their voices soft, distant, as though the town itself were holding its breath. A faint metallic scent clung to the air, impossible to escape. She realized with growing horror that the hum she had heard in the shop had followed her home. It pulsed in her chest, syncing with her heartbeat, whispering the same word over and over: tithe. She tried to call the police again. No one answered. The line buzzed with static, and sometimes she thought she heard a soft, rasping whisper in the background. "You belong here." Even in her apartment, the shop's influence reached her. Clara covered her ears and tried to think rationally, tried to tell herself it was exhaustion, paranoia, snowblind isolation. But deep down, she knew better. The shop waited, and Elias waited with it. Jonah's Hale had been missing for a week. No one could find him, though rumors spread quickly. The shop had claimed another. Yet despite the fear, someone had to know. Someone had to see it for themselves. Detective Larkin, a veteran from the county, arrived reluctantly. She had heard of Crow's quality meats, but she didn't believe in legends. She believed in evidence. The first night she entered the shop, she felt it immediately. The walls exhaled cold air that carried the weight of years. Hooks swayed slightly. Knives tapped softly against steel. She turned every corner slowly, flashlight in hand, every step echoing like a drumbeat in an empty cathedral. And then she saw him. Elias, or the shape he had become, crouched near the ledger. He didn't move, didn't breathe, yet she knew he was watching. "You shouldn't be here." She spun, nothing. The room was empty. The ledger, however, flipped open by itself. Pages turned rapidly, revealing names she couldn't read fast enough. Then it stopped on a blank page. And on that page, a single name began to appear, written in letters that glowed faintly in the dark. Larkin, 158 pounds. She froze, her flashlight flickered. Hooks rattled. Shadows stretched unnaturally long across the walls. Elias had no need to move. He existed everywhere, and the shop had chosen her. Inside the shop, the hum had grown into a roar. Every step across the floorboards sent vibrations throughout the building, a rhythm that was not quite human, not quite machine, not quite anything natural. Elias walked slowly through the aisles. He no longer needed to touch anything. The knives sang in response to his thoughts. The hooks shifted. The frost swirled in patterns he imagined. The shop itself obeyed him now. From somewhere deep within the walls, a whispering chorus began. Not voices exactly, but fragments. Names, phrases, warnings, promises. Each carried weight, pulling him downward, guiding him, reminding him of the covenant he had always fulfilled. Measure and cut, leave no waste, tithe. He smiled, and the hum slowed to a rhythm only he could hear. Outside, the town shivered as though the buildings themselves felt his presence. Even the snow seemed to hold its breath. Clara, desperate, returned to the shop. This time she didn't peek. She pushed through the boards, stepped inside, and into a storm of cold and whispers. The shop was alive. Frost moved like liquid across the walls. Hooks swung. Knives tapped together, sharper and louder than ever before. The hum vibrated through her chest. She moved toward the ledger. Names appeared faster than she could comprehend. Mara Langley, Jonah's Hale, Clara Benson, her own name growing brighter than the rest. "Stop," she screamed, but the sound was absorbed by the air itself. Elias appeared, not fully, not physically, but in shards of shadow and reflection, multiplied across the frost and glass. "You cannot leave," he whispered. The shop echoed his voice infinitely. "You were chosen, you belong." Clara fell backward. The ledger's pages flipped violently. Hooks rattled like teeth. She felt herself being pulled toward the basement, toward the cold, toward the hum that had become her own heartbeat. She realized then, the covenant was not just a ritual. It was a living, breathing force. Once the shop called, you could not resist. By dawn, the snow had thickened. The streets were empty. Townspeople whispered about the strange, metallic scent and the soft, uncanny hum that persisted even in the open air. Inside the shop, Elias walked among the shadows, invisible, omnipresent. The ledger lay open on the cutting table, pages filled with names, some old, some new, some never spoken aloud. The hum slowed, settling into a deep, pulsing rhythm. Hooks and knives moved in perfect harmony, as if preparing for a feast no one could witness. Elias' voice, soft and intimate, echoed in every corner. "Measure and cut, leave no waste, tithe, the covenant grows, the shop chooses, the shop waits, and I remain." Outside, a crow landed on the roof, pecking at the snow. Its eyes gleamed black. The wind carried a faint metallic scent down the empty streets, and the hum never stopped. The legacy of Crow would endure, and anyone foolish enough to approach would hear the whisper of the knives, the pull of the hum, and the unrelenting promise of the shop. The covenant was eternal. The town had grown restless. Rumors had turned into fear and fear into action. A small group of townspeople, led by Clara and Detective Larkin, gathered outside Crow's Quality Meats, armed not with weapons but with resolve. The snow had piled high, the streets a white void, the hum of the shop faintly audible even from the frozen sidewalk. "We have to end this," Clara whispered. "We have to see what's inside." Detective Larkin shook her head. "It's not a person anymore. Whatever's in there, it's the shop itself." They forced the boards aside. Inside, the air hit them first, cold, metallic, heavy, as if each breath carried the weight of decades. Hooks swayed, knives tapped, frost curled across the walls in unnatural patterns. And Elias was there, not in flesh, not in shadow, but everywhere in reflections, in the hum, in the very frost that coated the cutting table. "You shouldn't have come," his voice whispered through every corner, "but the shop, it chooses again." Clara's eyes went to the ledger. Pages flipped by themselves. Names appeared faster than she could read. Mara Langley, Jonas Hale, Clara Benson, Larkin, and dozens she didn't recognize. The pages glowed faintly. A soft, rasping hum filled the room, growing louder, pulling at the walls, the ceiling, even their bones. Detective Larkin tried to grab the book. Frost spread across her hands as though the pages themselves rejected touch. "You see it," Elias whispered. "All of it belongs, all of it is mine. The covenant grows." Clara felt the hum inside her chest, syncing with her heartbeat. It whispered, "Tithe, measure, cut, belong." The shop moved around them. Hooks shifted, knives tapped in rhythm, shadows danced along the walls. They realized this wasn't just Elias anymore. The shop was alive, and it wanted them to stay. The hum swelled. Frost spiraled into shapes, shapes of people, of arms, of faces frozen in silence and despair. Elias' form coalesced from these shards, taller than any human, broader, faceless in the center but terrifying in suggestion. Clara screamed. Larkin tried to pull her back, but the floorboards seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, pulling them forward into the center of the shop. "You belong here," Elias intoned. The sound wasn't just a voice. It was the hum itself, the frost, the metal, the air. It resonated in their bones. Clara struggled, finally realizing the truth. The shop didn't need to touch them to claim them. Elias didn't need hands or knives. The covenant had already begun to bind them. Time became meaningless. The snow outside piled higher, the town silent, but inside the shop, decades collapsed into minutes. Hooks tapped, knives vibrated, frost spiraled, whispers overlapped, all chanting the word, "Tithe." Clara and Larkin were caught in the rhythm, their own heartbeats echoing in sync with the shop. Names etched themselves into the ledger. One page glowed brighter than the rest, theirs. Elias' presence enveloped them. Not fully seen, not fully felt, but undeniable, eternal. The shop breathed around them, alive with history, hunger, and ritual. "You were chosen, you belong." They screamed, and their voices became part of the hum, part of the shop, part of the covenant. Morning came. The town of Morrow's End remained quiet. Snow blanketed everything, streets empty, windows shuttered. The metallic scent lingered in the air, faint but persistent. Crow's Quality Meats sat still, doors closed, frost thick on every surface. But inside, the hum persisted, hooks swayed, knives tapped softly. The frost spiraled in patterns unseen by any human eye. The ledger lay open, pages filling themselves with names, old, new, inevitable. Elias' presence, fragmented and whole at once, drifted through the shop, watching, waiting, patient, eternal. And the covenant endured. The shop chose again. It always would. And Morrow's End, buried in snow, whispered in fear of the hum that never stopped. The world didn't notice it at first. A cough here, a fever there, a few strange hospital reports dismissed as influenza variants. But in the small town of Redfield, it spread like wildfire. Jake Marlowe had been a paramedic for 5 years. He'd seen accidents, shootings, fires, all the human chaos you could imagine, but nothing prepared him for what he saw at the hospital that morning. The first victim came in smiling, impossibly wide, teeth glinting unnaturally. The eyes were bright, almost cartoonish, and the skin seemed stretched. When it lunged, it was fast, violent, and laughing. Jake barely got out alive. The nurses weren't so lucky. By noon, the town's emergency channels were flooded with reports. Strange behavior, attacks, bizarre injuries. Whoever or whatever this was, it was contagious. And it wasn't human anymore. Jake drove through Redfield's main street, sirens off, heart pounding. Windows shattered, screaming echoes, and clowns. Not normal clowns. These were grotesque parodies of carnival entertainers, painted faces twisted in permanent grins, eyes wide with unnatural intensity, and movements that made Jake's stomach turn. People he knew, neighbors, coworkers, now these monsters. The virus didn't just kill, it changed them, warped them, made them fast, clever, and merciless. He passed the pharmacy. Inside, a man with smeared rainbow makeup chased a terrified woman, juggling knives like toys. The sight made Jake gag, but he forced himself to move. He had to find survivors. He had to warn anyone. Redfield was gone. It had become the playground of the infected. Jake found a few survivors hiding in the local firehouse. A teacher, a mechanic, and a scared little girl with red ribbons in her hair. "Clowns outside," the teacher whispered. "They're everywhere." Jake barricaded the doors. He checked his phone. No signal, no calls, just static and distant laughter. It was then he noticed the pattern. The virus spread fastest where laughter had been loudest. Parties, carnivals, circuses, now, every festive memory in Redfield had become a vector for death. And the clowns weren't just killing, they were recruiting. Anyone bitten changed, joining the circus of madness. The firehouse walls shook as something hit the door. A horrifying, high-pitched giggle reverberated through the room. Jake peered out a window. A clown stood there, grinning impossibly wide. Its skin glistened, eyes darting unnaturally. It held a balloon twisted into the shape of a person. "Let us in," it said, voice warping and echoing. "Play with us." Jake grabbed a fire extinguisher and rushed out the back door. The others followed. The streets were chaos. Flashing lights from overturned cars, sirens, screams, and the endless carnival music that had started playing from somewhere. Every corner held danger. Every shadow hid a killer. Jake led the group through the back alleys. The infected clowns moved like predators, anticipating every turn. Their laughter echoed, bouncing off brick walls, disorienting the survivors. The little girl clutched his hand, eyes wide. They want us." "Yes," Jake said, voice firm, "and we're not going to give them the satisfaction." They ran toward the outskirts of town, hopping for a highway, for safety, for any sign of help. But the infected were smart, too smart, and the virus seemed to guide them, coordinating attacks with horrifying precision. By nightfall, Redfield was a nightmare of flashing lights, broken laughter, and streets slick with chaos. Jake realized the fight wasn't just survival. It was a war, and it had only just begun. Jake led the survivors through the outskirts of Redfield, trying to keep low, every sense screaming danger. The town, once quiet and familiar, had become a carnival of terror. Flickering streetlights cast twisted shadows across abandoned cars. Broken signs swung in the wind, and from every alleyway, the echo of high-pitched giggles reached their ears. They passed a corner store. Inside, a clown, impossibly tall, with elongated limbs and smeared paint, stalked a pair of survivors who had thought they could hide. The figures inside twisted, jerking unnaturally, until one lunged at the other with a strength that made Jake stumble backward. The sound of snapping bones mixed with manic laughter. The little girl clutched his jacket. "We have to go." Jake nodded, forcing his panic into focus. They ran. Every step was measured, calculated. Every street corner could conceal another predator, every shadow a trap. He realized the infected weren't just mindless. They anticipated, coordinated, and hunted with purpose. The virus didn't just make them killers, it made them predators, hyper-aware and terrifyingly clever. The group reached the highway by nightfall. Cars were abandoned, their headlights flickering in the darkness. The sound of laughter grew louder, coming from every direction at once. Jake realized the infected were converging. "We can't outrun them," the mechanic muttered, breathing heavily. They're too fast." Jake scanned the highway. A semi-truck sat abandoned, engine cold. "That's our ride," he said. They climbed in, slamming the doors behind them. The engine roared to life and Jake floored it, tires squealing against the snow-slick asphalt. But the infected weren't far behind. From overpasses, rooftops, and the roadside, grotesque forms leapt and lunged, their laughter warping with each movement. Some had twisted masks, others had features almost human, but distorted and grinning unnaturally. Jake swerved to avoid a clown leaping onto the hood. The little girl screamed. He pressed forward. The highway stretched ahead, endless and empty, yet alive with danger. By dawn, the survivors reached the outskirts of the county. Jake paused, heart hammering. They were not safe, but they had to understand what they were running from. "We need answers," he said, scanning the horizon. "We have to know what this virus is." He remembered a local lab, abandoned after funding cuts. It might hold data, samples, or even clues about the outbreak. If they were lucky, someone there had survived. The lab was a shell. Broken windows and frost inside. Papers littered the floor, computers dead. But in the back, Jake found vials small, labeled in a language he didn't fully understand. Fluorescent liquid shimmered inside, almost glowing. And then he saw it, a sample labeled clown virus experimental vector. The handwriting matched that of a virologist who had disappeared years before the outbreak. The realization hit him. This wasn't natural. Someone or something had created the virus. The night returned, colder and darker than before. Jake set up a temporary barricade in the lab using overturned tables and equipment. The survivors huddled together, but sleep was impossible. Every sound, the creak of metal, a distant whistle, a soft giggle, sent them into panic. Outside, shadows moved. The infected had learned the lab's perimeter. They didn't bash doors, they waited, calculated. Jake watched as one clown, its makeup smeared into a grotesque mask of mirth, circled the building, peeking in the broken windows, tilting its head unnaturally. Then came the whispers, soft but persistent, echoing in Jake's mind. "Play with us, come closer." He forced himself to focus. "We survive until morning," he muttered. "Then we move." But deep down, he knew the infected would not wait. They were patient predators, and patience was the deadliest weapon of all. As Jake patrolled the perimeter, flashlight in hand, a sound behind him froze his blood. A soft, wet snap. He turned too late. A clown had jumped from the shadows, fast enough to pin him to the ground. Its eyes gleamed with unnatural intelligence. He fought, kicking and swinging, but one arm disappeared under the clown's grasp. The mechanical laughter filled his ears as he felt a bite, sharp, unnatural, unnatural. Pain surged, then something worse, a creeping numbness, a heat spreading through his veins, his vision warping. The little girl screamed from the doorway. The mechanic and the teacher rushed to help, but Jake struggled to stand. He realized the truth with terror. The virus wasn't just a threat. Once bitten, transformation began almost immediately. His reflection in a shattered window rippled, his own face twisting, lips curling, eyes widening unnaturally. He screamed, half human, half something else. And somewhere in the distance, more laughter rose, swelling into a cacophony that promised the virus was spreading faster than he could ever imagine. Jake's vision blurred as the virus began to creep into his system. He felt the heat in his veins, the unnatural pull in his muscles, and the urge to smile a grotesque, jagged smile he fought with every ounce of will. "Stay with me," he shouted to the survivors, gripping the teacher's arm. They moved through the lab, climbing over shattered desks, dodging broken glass, and sprinting toward the emergency exit. Outside, the town was no longer empty. The streets swarmed with infected clowns, every one of them faster, stronger, and more precise than the last. Some tumbled from rooftops, some emerged from shadows that shouldn't have existed. Their laughter warped in volume and tone, echoing like a chorus of madness. Jake pushed himself harder, dragging the little girl behind him. The virus throbbed in his limbs, threatening to take over. He had to reach the highway, had to escape Redfield before he became one of them. The survivors reached the highway, but the nightmare had followed them. Twisted carnival music blared from somewhere, overlapping the screams of the infected. Cars littered the road, abandoned, overturned. One clown leaped from the hood of a car, twisting its body unnaturally midair. Its jaws snapped inches from Jake's face. He ducked, firing a flare into the sky to disorient it. The highway stretched endlessly. Every exit they tried was blocked, either by vehicles or by more infected, waiting patiently, circling, hunting. Jake realized the virus didn't just spread through bites, the infected coordinated. They adapted. They thought. The little girl sobbed, clutching his jacket. They know where we are." Jake gritted his teeth. "Then we don't give them a reason to find us. Move." Jake led them to an old chemical plant outside town, hopping for shelter. The building reeked of rust and mildew, but it was intact. They barricaded themselves inside, covering broken windows and stacking metal crates against doors. Inside, Jake examined the virus samples he had taken from the lab. The liquid glimmered, almost alive. His mind raced. This wasn't just a virus, it was engineered. Someone had created it to spread, to mutate, to turn humans into perfect predators. Clowns that could hunt, coordinate, and reproduce the infection. As he studied the vials, a high-pitched giggle came from above. Footsteps, rapid, calculated, echoed through the rafters. Jake's heart sank. The infected weren't just outside. They were inside the building now. Panic erupted when one of the survivors, the mechanic, screamed. Jake turned just in time to see the man convulse, skin blanching, eyes widening unnaturally. His mouth stretched into a grin, sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. The transformation was instantaneous. In seconds, the man became a grotesque clown, laughing maniacally as he lunged at them. Jake fired a flare, blinding it temporarily, and grabbed the little girl. "We move now." They ran through the chemical plant, dodging shadows that twisted unnaturally, climbing stairs, leaping across broken floors. Every corner held a threat. Every sound a giggle, a rustle, a snap could be the end. By the time they reached the roof, the infected had surrounded them. Jake realized with horror that the virus had turned his friends, his neighbors, into something inhuman. And now, even a single bite could mean he wouldn't survive the night. Jake felt the virus gnawing inside him. Every muscle twitched unnaturally. His jaw ached to smile, his fingers flexed toward claws. The urge to give in was almost irresistible. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Not now. From below, the infected circled the building like wolves, their laughter growing into a deafening symphony. Jake knew they wouldn't wait. They were patient predators, but patient meant inevitable. The little girl tugged at his sleeve. "They're coming." Jake scanned the city below. The streets were full of movement, the infected spreading like wildfire, their twisted forms staggering yet impossibly agile. If he didn't act now, there would be no escape. He realized the only way to survive, the only way to stop the transformation for now, was to fight, to run, and to confront the virus head-on. There was no time for hesitation. The carnival of infected clowns waited below, and Jake knew he was about to leap into hell. Jake sprinted across the roof, the little girl clinging to his arm. Below, the city was a kaleidoscope of flashing lights, overturned vehicles, and screaming streets. The infected were everywhere, but some had figured out how to climb, leap, and even use abandoned scaffolding to their advantage. One clown tumbled onto the roof behind them, jaws snapping, glowing eyes locked on Jake. He leapt over a broken skylight, sliding across the metal rooftop as the clown gave chase. The wind carried its manic laughter, high-pitched and terrifying, echoing off the buildings like a carnival of death. Jake's muscles burned, his vision blurred. The virus inside him pulsed, tugging at his mind, urging him to smile to join the madness. He forced himself to focus. Survival wasn't about strength. It was about speed, wits, and refusing to let the infection win. Desperate for cover, Jake and the girl ducked into the subway tunnels. The darkness was oppressive, the smell of damp and decay thick. But for a moment it felt safe until the giggling started. From the shadows, clowns emerged, their forms stretched and unnatural. Some slid along the walls like predatory insects. Others leaped from the ceiling, landing with horrific precision. Jake lit a flare, illuminating their grotesque faces, smeared makeup, unnaturally wide grins, elongated fingers. Each clown moved with terrifying intelligence, circling, coordinating, herding them deeper into the tunnels. He realized they weren't just predators. They were hunters. Every action was deliberate, every attack calculated. The little girl whimpered, We can't hide." Jake shook his head. "We fight or we die." As they navigated the tunnels, Jake felt the virus flare inside him. His reflection in a puddle warped, his own face grinning back at him in a mockery of humanity. Fingers itched to claw, muscles twitched unnaturally. The infected were close. He could hear the clicking of their nails on tile, their unholy laughter mixing with the echo of dripping water. Jake's heart hammered. He found an old maintenance door and pried it open. The stairs led to a maintenance shaft, a possible escape. But as he climbed, one of the infected leaped from the shadows, catching his shoulder. Pain shot through him. He fired a flare, hitting the creature in the chest. It screamed a high, warbling shriek and slumped into the darkness. Jake shivered. That could have been him. Any second now, the virus could take over. They emerged on the highway just as dawn broke. Cars were abandoned, engines smoking, tires shredded. Redfield's skyline was a chaotic jumble of overturned traffic lights and distant smoke. But the infected had spread. Clowns were everywhere, on overpasses, rooftops, even hanging from traffic signs. Each one was a living nightmare, unpredictable and relentless. Jake grabbed a broken pipe for defense. Every step was calculated. He ran, pushing the little girl ahead, dodging leaps, swipes, and snarls. One clown tackled a car, shattering the windshield, but Jake ducked and sprinted past. His muscles screamed. His mind wavered. The virus tugged at his consciousness, whispering, urging, promising power. He ignored it, focused on survival. He had to get out of Redfield. If he succumbed, the outbreak wouldn't just consume him. It would consume everything he loved. Jake spotted the bridge leading out of Redfield, the last possible escape route. But as they reached it, dozens of infected awaited. The bridge became a gauntlet, a funnel of chaos. Clowns surged from every side. Jake swung the pipe, breaking bones, dodging claws. The little girl screamed behind him. The infected were fast, precise, relentless. A clown lunged at him, teeth flashing. Jake caught it, twisted, and slammed it into the railing. Another leaped onto the side of the bridge, shattering the railing and falling into the river below. They ran, hearts pounding, lungs burning, the virus inside Jake screaming for control. Each step was a fight, against the infected and against himself. As the far side of the bridge came into view, Jake realized one horrifying truth. Surviving Redfield didn't mean escaping the virus. The infection was inside him, and every choice from now on would be a battle against the darkness growing in his own veins. The outskirts of Redfield were no longer recognizable. Streets twisted into rubble, abandoned cars stacked haphazardly, smoke curling from collapsed buildings. The sky was gray with ash and snow, streaked with the occasional flash of fluorescent paint, the infected clowns marking their territory. Jake and the little girl ran through a narrow alley, ducking under hanging debris. Every turn revealed new horrors. A clown juggling severed mannequins like trophies, another sliding down a fire escape with a predator's grace, teeth glinting in the dim light. Jake's body ached. Each heartbeat pulsed with the virus, a gnawing heat in his veins tugging at his muscles and jaw. His reflection in broken glass mocked him, lips stretched in a grin he didn't want, eyes dilating unnaturally. He felt the first flickers of laughter rise in his throat and fought them down, teeth gritted. The little girl tugged at his sleeve. "Jake, they're everywhere." "They are," he said, forcing a breath. "But we survived, that's all that matters." They emerged onto a main street. The chaos escalated. Hundreds of infected clowns poured from buildings, rooftops, and alleyways, coordinating attacks with a predator's cunning. They weren't mindless. They strategized. They herded survivors into kill zones. Jake grabbed a metal pipe and swung at one leaping toward them, hearing the sickening crunch of impact. The little girl screamed, clinging to his side. They ran, weaving between overturned cars, slipping through smoke and shadows, every step a desperate bid for life. By midday, the horde had grown larger, a tide of twisted, smiling faces. Jake's pulse raced. Even the air felt wrong, thick with a metallic tang, laughter echoing in every reflective surface, amplifying the terror. He spotted a police cruiser, doors ajar. Inside, emergency radios crackled with static, snippets of panicked voices, and then nothing. Silence. The city's defenders were gone, transformed, or hiding. Jake ducked into the cruiser, dragging the little girl with him. He picked up a rifle from the passenger seat, checking its chamber. Outside, a clown scaled a light post, surveying him with unnaturally intelligent eyes. The virus inside Jake throbbed violently. His muscles twitched, his jaw itched to contort, and laughter began to rise from his throat. He forced it down, swallowing hard, gripping the rifle tighter. Survival was more than physical now. It was a battle of will. Suddenly, the horde moved in unison, flanking the street, cutting off escape routes. Jake fired at the nearest threat, a spray of sparks lighting the clown's painted face. Others jumped, twisted, leaped, a horrific dance of precision and chaos. He grabbed the little girl. "We have to keep moving, don't look back." As they fled, Jake felt the infection's power grow stronger. Muscles responded faster, reflexes sharper. Senses heightened, but with each enhancement came whispers, giggles curling around his thoughts, voices urging him to join, to laugh, to let go. He stumbled into an abandoned pharmacy. Broken glass crunched underfoot. Supplies were scattered. He tore open first aid kits, bandages, adrenaline shots, anything to keep himself and the little girl alive. He caught his reflection in a cracked mirror. His pupils flickered red. Lips curled unnaturally. A split second and he recoiled. The virus was close. He could feel it pulling at his mind, promising strength, power, a grotesque freedom from fear. "No," he muttered. "Not yet, not now." The little girl's voice broke through the noise. "Jake, they're coming." He turned. From the street below, the horde had found them again. Clowns scaled walls, swung from signs, and leapt with terrifying agility. Jake gripped the rifle, tightened his jaw, and prepared to fight not just for survival, but to resist the virus inside himself. The survivors reached a massive highway bridge spanning the river. It was the only escape route out of Redfield, but the horde had anticipated this. Hundreds of clowns had gathered on both ends, their laughter mixing into a deafening crescendo. Jake scanned the bridge. gaps in the railing, debris, abandoned vehicles. Each step forward was a gamble. A single mistake, and they would be swallowed by the infected swarm. A clown lunged from above, landing with unnatural grace. Jake struck it with a pipe, hearing bones snap, and stumbled. Another swung from a lamppost, teeth flashing. He fired the rifle, hitting one in the chest, only for it to tumble and vanish into the river below, then resurface, grinning, climbing back up. The virus flared inside him, screaming for control. Muscles twitched, reflexes sharpened. He could feel himself becoming like them, like the predators chasing him. He pressed the urge down, forcing his mind to focus. The little girl clutched his sleeve. We can't make it." "Yes, we can," Jake said, teeth gritted. "We have to keep moving." They ran across the bridge, dodging leaping clowns, swinging debris, and the occasional spike of madness from the virus. Every step was agony, every breath a fight. By the time they reached the far side, the city behind them was a cacophony of chaos, the horde relentless, the virus waiting to claim him. Jake and the girl reached a wooded area beyond Redfield. Finally, a moment of relative quiet. No city lights, no collapsing buildings, no echoes of grotesque laughter, just the wind and the snow-laden trees. But Jake felt the virus surging inside him. Each heartbeat, each breath brought whispers. "Join us, laugh, surrender." He grabbed a mirror shard from his pocket and examined his reflection. Eyes dilated, lips twitching, fingers twitching. He could feel the transformation beginning. The little girl looked at him, frightened but determined. "Jake, you have to fight it, you have to." Jake nodded, gripping the rifle. He realized survival wasn't just about outrunning the infected. It was about holding onto humanity, resisting the virus, and protecting her at all costs. And even as the wind carried distant, manic laughter from the city, he knew the fight was far from over. Redfield was lost, but their journey had just begun. A long, desperate battle against infection, chaos, and the unending carnival of killer clowns. The forest beyond Redfield should have been a sanctuary, but the snow-draped trees were deceptive. Shadows twisted unnaturally, and even in daylight, the distant echoes of giggles seemed to follow them. Jake's muscles ached. His breaths came in sharp gasps. Every step carried the tug of the virus inside him, urging him to smile, to lunge, to abandon reason. He fought it tooth and nail, gripping his rifle, swinging it against the snow-covered trunks when something darted between them. From above, a twisted clown descended on a rope of vines and branches, landing with a snap of its claws against a frozen log. Its face was smeared with paint, distorted into an impossibly wide grin. Jake fired, the rifle crackling through the still air. The clown fell, but more emerged from every direction. The little girl screamed. Jake grabbed her hand. "Run!" Branches clawed at them. Snow and ice slipped beneath their feet. Laughter echoed, high-pitched, warped, omnipresent. The virus inside Jake flared, his reflexes sharper, faster, but the temptation to succumb to it was overwhelming. Every time he resisted, it screamed in his veins, promising power and strength. The forest seemed endless. They couldn't stop. The infected were clever, hunting in packs, anticipating every route. The nightmare was closing in, and the woods themselves seemed to conspire against them. They reached a frozen river, the only visible path toward the next highway. Ice cracked beneath their weight. Clowns appeared from both banks, sliding across the frozen surface with unnatural agility, juggling weapons and debris. Jake realized this was a trap. The river was narrow, the horde could funnel them. He scanned for any alternate path, but every option ended in shadows filled with painted faces, teeth glinting in the cold sunlight. One clown lunged, and Jake swung the rifle, hitting it across the head. It tumbled into the ice, cracking it. The girl screamed as water splashed around her. Others followed. The ice groaned. Jake made a split-second decision. They had to run across. Every step was perilous. Ice cracked beneath them. Laughter rose around them, distorted and mocking. The virus tugged, flaring in his veins, promising death or power. They made it across, soaking wet but alive. The infected clowns fell behind, momentarily slowed but not defeated. The carnival of death was relentless. Jake spotted an abandoned factory on the riverbank. Doors barricaded with steel, windows shattered but manageable. They ran toward it, adrenaline surging, hearts hammering. Inside, the air was stale. Broken machinery littered the floors. But for the first time in hours, there was a semblance of cover. Jake barricaded the doors, piling crates and scrap metal. The little girl's eyes were wide with fear. "Jake, I can hear them. They're still out there." "I know," Jake whispered. "But we hold here, we survive just for a while." He examined himself in a shard of broken glass. The virus throbbed, tugging at his muscles, distorting his reflection. His lips twitched involuntarily. Eyes flickered red for a moment. He shook his head. He couldn't give in. Not now. From outside, the giggling rose again, louder, closer. They were coming. The infected were relentless, and Jake knew this would be the hardest fight yet. The horde struck. Clowns smashed through windows, swinging jagged pipes, knives, anything they could grab. Jake fought in the shadows, rifle and pipe in hand, muscles burning, veins thrumming with the virus. Some of the infected lunged directly at him. He fired, struck, shoved. Ducked, every action a battle against both them, and the darkness inside him. The little girl dodged, ran, and helped him where she could, her bravery surreal for someone so young. Jake realized then, the virus wasn't just in the infected outside. It was inside him. Every pulse of his blood, every twitch of his muscles, threatened to turn him into one of them. He could feel the temptation, the thrill of strength and predation. He gritted his teeth. Not now. The fight was brutal, close, and bloody. Clowns fell, machinery collapsed, sparks flew. By sheer willpower and cunning, Jake managed to push the horde back temporarily, but the cost was clear. He was teetering on the edge. As dawn broke, the infected retreated momentarily, drawn back toward the city like a tide receding. Jake and the little girl were alone in the factory, exhausted, freezing, soaked. Jake's reflection caught in a puddle on the floor. His face was pale, veins throbbing, eyes red-rimmed. The virus screamed in his mind, promising release, power, freedom from fear. He could feel it clawing at him. Every breath, every twitch, every heartbeat threatened transformation. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the girl, on survival, on holding onto the last pieces of humanity. Somewhere in the city, the carnival continued. Laughter echoed from the streets. Redfield had fallen. The virus was unstoppable, spreading, evolving, hunting. But for now, Jake had survived. The girl clung to him, alive, scared, yet unbroken. He knew the fight wasn't over, it would never be over. But one thing was clear. As long as he resisted, they had a chance. As long as he fought the virus inside, the carnival of killer clowns could be delayed, contained, survived for a while. The wind carried distant, manic laughter. The nightmare wasn't over. It would never be over. But Jake breathed, and that was enough for now. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The static started on a Tuesday night. Emma Doyle was editing late, wedding photos mostly, when her speakers crackled with a faint hiss. At first, she thought it was her phone. Then the whisper came through. Not a voice exactly, more like breath pressed against a microphone. She froze, mouse hovering midair. The whisper wasn't random. It carried rhythm, like someone trying to form words but too close to the mic for them to make sense. The sound sent a shiver racing up her arms. Then it stopped. Her apartment returned to silence, except for the hum of her computer fans and her heartbeat drumming in her ears. She laughed it off, checked the audio settings, and continued working. But when she played the next video clip, the static returned. And through the noise, a faint male voice said her name. The next morning, Emma left her apartment for work. The sky was gray, her coffee bitter, and she couldn't shake the unease. The whisper had sounded real, like someone on the other end of a call. When she returned that evening, something sat on her doormat, a printed photograph. It was a picture of her, sitting at her computer the night before. Her heart nearly stopped. She looked down the hall empty. Her hands trembled as she turned the photo over. On the back, written in red ink, "I like when you focus." She locked her door, called the police, and filed a report. The officer who came by, a tired man with deep-set eyes, shrugged. "Probably a prank," he said. "You post your stuff online, right? Some people get too attached." She nodded, but deep down she knew this wasn't random. That whisper had known her name. 3 nights later, Emma noticed the van. White, unmarked, parked across the street, headlights off, engine idling. It was there when she went to bed and there when she woke up. She tried to ignore it, but it felt like eyes pressing against her windows. Her cat hissed at the door. Every noise became suspect: footsteps in the hallway, clicks on the floor above, even the tick of her old wall clock. That evening, she closed her blinds and unplugged her computer's speakers. At 2:17 a.m., the whisper returned from inside her headphones, disconnected from any device. "Don't close the blinds, Emma. I like watching." Emma wasn't the first. Detective Mason Grady had been chasing similar reports for months: strange calls, static voices, mysterious photos left behind. Each case ended the same way. The victim vanished within weeks. He called the unsub the Watcher. Every scene had the same pattern. No forced entry, no witnesses, only the lingering smell of cigarettes and faint traces of recording equipment. Whoever the Watcher was, he was methodical, patient. When Emma's report crossed his desk, something in it hit too close. The photo on her doormat, the whispering audio files, the pattern was identical. He visited her the next day. Emma looked pale, exhausted. Her apartment was spotless except for her workspace, monitors, cables, and an old DSLR. Mason asked if she'd noticed anyone following her. "Yes," she said. "There's a van, it's always there." He crossed to the window. The street below was empty. "Van gone," he said quietly. Emma's breath hitched. "It's never gone." Mason looked down again. On the curb where the van had been parked sat a disposable camera. Inside the camera were 6 photos. The first, Emma asleep at her desk. The second, Emma brushing her teeth. The third, Emma walking down the hallway of her apartment building. The fourth, Emma talking to Detective Grady at her window. The fifth, a close-up of the detective's face taken from just outside the glass. The sixth, a blurry shot of a man standing behind Emma's curtain, his face covered with a cracked plastic mask. Mason felt the air leave his lungs. He looked around the apartment, gun half drawn, but there was no one there. Then he noticed something glinting behind Emma's desk, a tiny black lens embedded in the wall outlet. He leaned closer. It wasn't a camera. It was a microphone connected to a wire running down through the floorboards. When he crouched to trace it, he heard it. The faint sound of static, whispering through the speaker grill. Detective Mason Grady crouched on the hardwood, flashlight trembling in his grip. The wire ran straight down through the vent slit beneath Emma's desk. He pried it open with his pocket knife and saw what lay beneath: a small black transmitter, still warm to the touch. "Jesus Christ," he muttered. Emma stood in the doorway, her hands pressed to her mouth. "What is that?" "It's a live feed," Mason said. "Someone been listening, maybe even watching." Her voice cracked. "From where?" He shone the light deeper into the vent. The wire slithered under the floor, through the insulation, and disappeared into the far wall, the one she shared with the apartment next door. Who lives beside you? No one, Emma whispered. That unit been empty for months. Mason stood. Not anymore. He called for backup, but when they forced open the neighboring apartment, it was already stripped bare. No furniture, no clothes, just the lingering smell of cigarettes and a single object left on the counter. A reel-to-reel tape recorder. Its spools turned slowly, though no one had pressed play. The tape hissed with static, and through it came the same distorted whisper Emma had heard days before. Smile for me, Emma. The police seized the recorder, but the tape had been overwritten several times. Mason sent it to forensics anyway. That night he couldn't sleep. He kept replaying the whisper in his mind, trying to place the tone calm, deliberate, emotionless, a voice used to command. At 3:09 a.m. his phone buzzed. Unknown number. He answered. Silence. Then the whisper returned, faint, distant but unmistakable. Detective Grady, you shouldn't have touched my work. He slammed the phone down, heart hammering. When he picked it back up, the line was dead, and his call history showed no incoming call. The next morning, he drove back to Emma's building. Her door was open. He shouted her name, weapon drawn, and found her in the living room, shaking uncontrollably. Her laptop screen was glowing in the dim light, a video playing on loop. It was her own security footage. The clip showed Emma asleep on her couch. Then at exactly 2:47 a.m., the image flickered. A shadow passed through the frame, tall, thin, wearing that same cracked plastic mask. He stood over her for exactly 1 minute, watching. Then the video cut to static. Emma had no memory of it. Her clock showed 3:47 when she woke up, 1 hour missing from the night. Mason ordered a sweep of the entire building. He wasn't letting another case slip away. In the basement, officers found a locked maintenance door behind a stack of old paint cans. It wasn't on the building's blueprint. The padlock was new. They broke it open. Behind the door was a narrow stairway descending into concrete darkness. The air was stale, thick with the smell of rust and mold. At the bottom, a small room waited, windowless, lit by a single red bulb swinging overhead. The walls were covered with photos. Hundreds of them, victims' faces. Every one of them caught mid-movement, brushing their hair, walking to work, eating dinner. All of them watched, all unaware. And in the center of the room, on an old chair, sat a mannequin head wearing the cracked plastic mask. A small speaker had been mounted inside its mouth. When Mason stepped closer, it activated. Detective Grady, the voice whispered through the static. You found my studio, I'm proud. Mason tore the mask from the mannequin, and underneath, taped to its chin, was a SIM card. The SIM card led nowhere, an unregistered burner, but the forensic team extracted fragments of text messages from it. Coordinates, timestamps, and one chilling message sent 2 nights ago. Stage 4, she's ready. Mason scrolled through the partial data, noting the same pattern from his past cases. The killer categorized his victims like performances. Stage 1, observe. Stage 2, contact. Stage 3, infiltrate. Stage 4, perform. No one had ever made it to stage 5. Emma sat across from him in the precinct, pale and shaking. Why me? She asked. I don't even know him. Mason hesitated. It's not personal. He chooses people who won't be believed at first, people with cameras, microphones, the kind who document themselves. Her eyes widened. He watches people who watch themselves. Exactly. The detective paused. Do you ever stream, Emma? Live stream, maybe. She nodded slowly. I used to photography tutorials. I stopped months ago. Did you delete them? No, they're still online. Mason's stomach sank. That's how he found you. At 11:42 that night, the live stream went live again. Neither Emma nor Mason had touched her account. The title read, The Final Frame Live. The chat was exploding with viewers, hundreds of people who thought it was a performance art piece. The stream showed a dimly lit room, the same red light swinging, same cracked mask hanging from a hook. Then the camera shifted. Emma sat tied to a chair, gagged, eyes wide in terror. Mason's phone buzzed. The alert came from the cyber unit. Stream coming from her apartment IP, the text said. But that's impossible. You said you evacuated her. I did, Mason barked. She's right here. He turned. The seat beside him was empty. He looked around the precinct, every officer frozen in confusion. She was right here, she. The static buzzed faintly from the police radio. He picked it up. Stage 5 complete. The red light flickered on his desk, a tiny LED camera dot hidden in his office wall. And from the other side of the lens, the watcher whispered, "Your turn now, detective." The morning after the broadcast, Mason didn't go home. He sat alone in his office as the city woke outside, the faint sirens of morning traffic bleeding through the blinds. His monitor still glowed with the paused live stream, Emma tied to that chair, the red light swinging like a heartbeat. They traced the IP again. It led to a warehouse on the edge of town, abandoned since the late 90s. Mason drove there alone. Inside, dust lay thick as snow. Empty tripods stood like skeletons. Coiled wires snaked across the floor, connecting to an array of cameras pointed at the center of the room. And there, half buried under debris, he found a small television set playing static. When he wiped the screen clean, it flickered. He saw himself. Live footage, the same suit, same expression. The image matched him exactly, except for one detail: the version on screen was smiling. Then it lifted a finger and pointed directly at the camera. The TV went black. Mason stumbled back, pulse hammering. He'd been in this line of work for 18 years. He'd seen bodies, mutilations, confessions that broke people. But this felt supernatural. Except it was. It was engineered. Someone was building this fear piece by piece. And now Mason was part of the production. He called it in. The tech unit arrived, swept the building, and found nothing live. All the footage was preloaded on motion triggers. Whoever had set it up knew exactly how to play him. When Mason got home that night, the air felt wrong. Too still. He placed his gun on the counter and moved through the apartment with his flashlight. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. The half-empty whiskey glass, the stack of unsorted case files, the photo of his ex-wife on the shelf. Then he reached his bedroom. There was a mirror leaning against the far wall, one he didn't own. A tall, rectangular mirror, edges chipped, faint smudges like fingerprints on the glass. His reflection looked off. The lighting seemed delayed, as if the image was a half-second behind reality. He leaned in. A whisper brushed his ear. "Smile, detective." The reflection smiled, but Mason didn't. He raised his gun and fired. The mirror shattered, spraying glass across the floor. Behind it, wedged into the drywall, was a small pinhole camera and a speaker wired to a portable battery. The battery was still warm. He tore the wall apart. Behind the insulation, someone had carved words into the wooden frame. The next day, Mason requested surveillance on himself. 2 patrol units rotated outside his apartment. He still couldn't sleep. Every noise became amplified: the creak of the building, the static hum in his phone charger, even the rain sliding down the glass like veins. At 3:14 a.m., he looked out the window. Across the street, under the sodium light, sat a white van. No plates. He grabbed his jacket and stormed outside, gun holstered, badge visible. Rain soaked through his collar as he approached. The van's windshield was fogged over from the inside. He yanked the door open. Empty. Only a small TV screen sat on the passenger seat, powered by a portable generator humming quietly. Mason turned it toward him and froze. The feed was live. His own hallway. His apartment door. The timestamp 3:14 a.m. He sprinted back up the stairs, kicked open his door and stopped dead. The TV inside his apartment had turned itself on. The same feed played there too, but this time the camera angle had changed. Now it showed him standing at the doorway, watching himself. The whisper crackled through the speakers. "You're doing great, detective. The audience loves you." Mason's sanity began to fray. Everywhere he went, he found fragments of himself. A recording of his voice on strangers' phones. Snippets of him talking to no one. Emails he never sent appearing in his outbox with subject lines like, "Scene 3 rehearsal notes." He turned to the one place the watcher couldn't manipulate, the police archives. A cold concrete basement beneath the precinct. He pored over old reports, comparing handwriting, speech patterns, every case that matched. Then he found it. A file dated 2008. Victim, Lucas Bray. Survived an abduction by a man wearing a cracked plastic mask. Claimed the attacker recorded every second and whispered directions like a film director. Case was dismissed, labeled delusional. The suspect was never caught. Bray's last known address, a psychiatric facility 2 hours north. Mason drove there before sunrise. The staff hesitated to let him in. "Bray doesn't talk anymore," the nurse said. "He hasn't said a word in 15 years. But when Mason entered the room, the man sitting by the window turned his head slowly, eyes bloodshot and distant. "You can hear it too," Bray whispered. Mason froze. "Hear what?" "The static, it comes before he speaks. He never stops filming." "Who?" Bray smiled weakly. "The director." Bray spoke in fragments. His voice was raw, like he hadn't used it in years. "He doesn't kill for pleasure," he said. "He kills for story. He thinks the world's one long film. Every scream, every tear part of his script." Mason took notes, his hand trembling. "Why the recordings, the live streams?" "Because that's how he exists," Bray whispered. "He's nothing without an audience. He picks people who document themselves and then he rewrites their lives. When he's finished, he uploads their last scene." Mason leaned forward. "How does he choose the next one?" Bray's eyes darted toward the security camera in the corner. "He already has." The light on the camera flicked from red to green. Static flooded the intercom. A voice slipped through, calm and familiar. "Cut, gentlemen," the watcher said softly. "Perfect delivery." Mason spun around, gun drawn, but the hallway beyond the door was empty. Then, from somewhere deep in the facility, an alarm began to wail. Doors slammed shut automatically. Over the speakers, the voice continued, echoing in every corridor. "Welcome to Scene 4, Detective Grady. The setting, isolation. The theme, breakdown." The lights flickered. The patients began to scream. And Mason realized, as the power died, that the watcher wasn't just recording him anymore. He was directing him. The lights flickered 3 times, then the asylum went dark. Only the red emergency bulbs pulsed along the corridor, bathing the walls in rhythmic blood light. The sirens wailed in short bursts, like labored breathing. Somewhere far down the hall, glass shattered. "Security lockdown," a voice barked over the intercom. "All personnel remain in your stations." The message cut off mid-sentence, swallowed by static. Mason tried his radio, nothing but noise. The signal was jammed. He pressed his back to the wall, listening. The sound of footsteps echoed faintly, uneven, deliberate. Not running, walking. He aimed his flashlight toward the noise, a dim cone slicing through the red gloom. The beam caught movement for a second, someone tall, wearing a pale coat, standing motionless at the end of the hallway. The figure raised its head slowly. Then the lights went out completely. In the dark, the voice whispered from every direction. Scene 4. The detective loses the light. Mason fired. The muzzle flash briefly illuminated the figure, a mask glinting white, before the darkness swallowed everything again. He ran. He barricaded himself inside an old therapy office. The walls were covered in peeling floral wallpaper and the faint smell of antiseptic. In the glow of his dying flashlight, Mason found an ancient projector on the desk, still plugged in. A reel of film sat on the platter labeled Patient Observation, Room 302. He hesitated, then turned it on. The projector clicked and began to play. The film jittered across the far wall, grainy black and white footage of a man sitting in the same room. Mason leaned forward, realization striking like cold water. It was him. Same shirt, same holster, same tired eyes. He watched himself staring back through the years. The version of him on film looked up suddenly, directly into the camera, and whispered something. Mason turned up the volume. The voice was faint but clear. "You won't make it to scene 5. The film sputtered and melted in the projector gate, releasing the smell of burning celluloid. Behind him, the door creaked. He turned, weapon raised, but no one entered. Only the faint static of a nearby speaker hissing to life. The director's voice murmured, "Beautiful work, detective. That fear in your eyes, that's what I was waiting for." Hours blurred together, or maybe it was minutes. In the flickering red light, time had no shape. Mason moved through the asylum like a ghost, gun low, step silent. Every corridor looked the same: cracked linoleum, numbered doors, faint drips echoing from above. He found the records room. Dust covered everything in a gray film. Dozens of patient files were spread across the floor as if someone had thrown them like cards. He kneeled and began flipping through them, all dated decades apart, but every file had one common note in the psychiatrist line: Dr. Alaric Vale. That name struck him like lightning. Vale wasn't a patient. He was the head psychiatrist of this facility, back before it shut down in 1999. The same year, the first Watcher murders began. He opened Vale's personnel file. Inside was a photo, black and white, grainy but unmistakable. Tall man, sharp jaw, calm expression. And in the photo, his eyes were fixed directly on the camera, as if looking through time at whoever would open this file. The signature at the bottom: A. Vale, Director of Behavioral Observation. On the next page, someone had scrawled in red ink: He never stopped observing. The siren stopped abruptly. Silence filled the asylum like fog. Mason followed a faint humming, electrical, rhythmic, until he reached the auditorium. The doors were slightly ajar. He pushed them open and froze. The hall was enormous, draped with cables. Rows of monitors lined the stage, each displaying footage from hundreds of hidden cameras. Some showed the asylum corridors, others showed random city streets, and some showed inside his apartment. Every screen bore the same watermark in the corner: Movie camera, the director's cut movie camera. On the center monitor, a new feed began. A close-up of Mason's face from moments ago, entering the auditorium. The footage was looping in real time, barely 1 second delayed. He raised his gun and aimed directly at the camera above the stage. Before he could fire, the screen changed again, this time showing Emma. She was alive. Bound, gagged, eyes wide, sitting in the same red-lit room from the live stream. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen: Final scene in progress, 00, 15:43 remaining. Mason bolted for the exit, but the doors slammed shut, locking him inside. The countdown ticked lower: 00, 14:59, 00, 14:58. Through the speakers, the director spoke in a calm, almost fatherly tone: Every story needs a finale, detective. You should be proud. You've been the perfect lead. Mason tore at the control cables, smashing monitors, trying to break through the steel door. The ticking of the countdown echoed like a heartbeat. Then one of the smaller screens flickered, showing his own body cam feed from years ago, during his first Watcher case. He saw himself finding a victim's remains, then looking straight at the lens. Except the version on screen whispered, "You're next." The lights dimmed to near black. One final screen stayed on, a mirror feed showing Mason in the middle of the stage. Except now he wasn't alone. A tall man stood behind him, face hidden by the cracked mask. His voice was a low murmur through the speakers. "Relax, we're just rehearsing." Mason spun, gun raised, but the stage was empty. The whisper came again, closer now. "Don't ruin the take." A cold hand gripped his shoulder from behind. He turned and fired. The bullet shattered a projector lens, and the entire hall plunged into blackness. But before the sound died, Mason heard the faint whir of a camera reel turning. Then the voice, soft and satisfied. "Cut." The red light blinked once, and the feed went dead. Mason woke to sunlight. For one dizzy second he believed he'd dreamed it all: the asylum, the whispers, the mask. His apartment looked exactly as it had before everything fell apart. Same stack of case files, same mug ring on the table, the same city sounds drifting through the window. Except the clock on the wall read 7:03 a.m., and the second hand wasn't moving. He reached for his phone. No signal. The battery icon was frozen at 67%. When he opened the blinds, the street outside was empty. No cars, no wind. The leaves on the trees were utterly still, as if the world had been paused. A voice floated from his television. "Good morning, Detective Grady. Let's pick up where we left off." The screen glowed to life on its own. It showed the same room he was standing in, same angle, same light, except he wasn't in the frame. A moment later, he walked into it. On the kitchen counter lay a stack of papers held together by a binder clip. The first page was labeled, "The Director's Cut Shooting Script." Scene 5, the detective realizes he's fictional. Each page described, line by line, everything Mason had done for the past month, every word, every breath, every heartbeat. The paragraphs ended with camera directions. He flipped to the final page. There, in the same careful typeface, was a line that hadn't yet happened. He opens the script, sees his name, and hears the knock at the door. 3 slow knocks echoed through the apartment. He froze. The script slid from his hands. He didn't answer. Instead, he circled to the peephole. Nothing. Then faintly, a whisper on the other side of the wood. "You're late for rehearsal." The voice was almost kind, low, patient, the tone of a teacher correcting a favorite student. Mason stepped back. The knock came again, softer this time, then stopped altogether. The silence pressed in. He turned toward his window. Outside, the frozen world had changed. A crowd of people stood motionless in the street, faces tilted up toward his window. Every one of them held a camera. Their eyes were blank. The phone rang. He answered, breathless. The director's voice was calm, almost smiling. "You see them, don't you? The audience. They've been watching since scene 1. The televisions around the room flickered to life, all of them. Screens he didn't own emerged from the darkness of the walls themselves, endless squares of blue light stacked to the ceiling. Each screen showed a moment from his life. The night he graduated the academy. The day he lost his first partner. The interview with Emma. Every sound overlapped into a growing roar of memory until he couldn't tell what was real and what was playback. Then all the clips stopped at once and merged into a single image. Mason sitting exactly where he stood now, reading from the script. A cursor blinked at the bottom of the screen, as if someone were typing live. Words appeared one by one. "Do you want to finish the story, detective?" Mason whispered, "What happens if I say no?" The cursor hesitated, then replied. Then the film never ends. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was standing in the red-lit room, the one from every recording, the one he'd seen Emma in. The chair was empty now. The walls pulsed faintly with light, breathing like a living thing. A camera stood in front of him, recording. Beyond it, in the shadows, the director waited. The mask was gone. His face was ordinary, forgettable, the kind you'd never notice in a crowd. Only the eyes were wrong, clear, reflective, as if made of glass. You did beautifully, the director said. Every scene honest, every doubt authentic. I couldn't have written you better. Mason's voice was a whisper. Why me? Because you kept watching, the director replied. All stories need witnesses. The room brightened until the red became white. The hum of the camera grew into a wall of static, and Mason realized the lens wasn't recording him anymore. It was recording through him, past him, toward something unseen. The director stepped closer. Last line, detective, say it for me. Mason looked into the light. He wanted to scream, to run, to tear the film apart. But instead, the words came on their own, steady and resigned. Cut. The light swallowed everything. Somewhere far away, an audience began to applaud. The world returned as a hum. When Mason opened his eyes, he was sitting on a park bench. Morning light filtered through mist. Joggers passed, dogs barked. The city moved as if nothing had happened. His badge sat in his lap. His service weapon was gone. For a long time, he just listened to the sound of normal life. It felt almost sacred after so many nights of static. Then he noticed the pigeon on the pavement in front of him, its head tilting in small jerks, studying him. Around its leg was a red tag marked AV. He looked up. A man in a gray coat stood across the street, smoking. For an instant, the sunlight hit the lenses of the man's sunglasses, and Mason saw a reflection of himself, frozen mid-gesture, just like an image on pause. When he blinked, the man was gone. The hum of traffic deepened, folding into static again. Back at the precinct, the file on the director had been sealed. No one mentioned the asylum. No one mentioned Emma. Officially, the case never existed. Mason couldn't accept that. He went to evidence storage, where dust covered the shelves like snowdrifts. A small box waited under his name. Inside, one tape reel labeled Final Cut. He fed it into an old player. The screen stayed black for several seconds before showing a single frame, an empty interrogation room. Then words appeared in white text. Thank you for your performance. Then his own voice, soft, uncertain, recorded without him knowing, murmured. Was it real? Another voice, the director's, answered from somewhere behind the camera. Reality is just an editing choice. The film ended there, but the machine kept running, spooling an invisible reel that never ran out. 2 nights later, he received an email from an unknown sender. The subject line read behind the lens. Attached was a single audio file, less than a minute long. He pressed play. First came the hiss of wind, then Emma's voice, quiet but clear. He's still filming, Mason. He doesn't need cameras anymore. People carry their own. A burst of static followed, then the faint click of a shutter. The timestamp on the file was the current date and time, sent seconds before he'd opened it. He checked the address again. It wasn't an address at all, just a string of numbers that changed each time he looked at it. Sleep abandoned him. He spent the nights driving aimlessly through the city until one evening he saw a flicker of light in an old theater downtown, the Vale Picture House, closed for decades. The marquee read, "Tonight the director's cut." He stepped inside. Rows of empty seats faced a single glowing screen. Dust drifted in the projector beam like snow. The film began. It showed ordinary scenes of the city, then people sitting at their desks, watching their screens. faces he recognized from the cases, from the reports, from his own memories. Each turned slowly toward the camera, eyes hollow, and whispered the same words. "Are you watching?" Mason stood, trembling. The projector light shifted, and for a heartbeat he saw his own silhouette standing among them, one more face in the audience. Morning again. The city looked the same, but Mason noticed small glitches, traffic lights blinking out of rhythm, people pausing mid-stride as if waiting for a cue. Every phone screen on the train showed the same frozen frame, a close-up of an eye. He lifted his own phone. The front-facing camera was on, though he hadn't opened it. In the reflection, the apartment behind him was visible, his old one, the way it had looked weeks ago, red light pulsing faintly through the blinds. A soft voice came through the speaker. "Scene 1, take 2. The screen went dark. The train kept moving. Somewhere far away, a film projector began to spin, and the sound blended with the ordinary hum of the city until they were the same thing. The world itself whispering in static. Months later, a young digital forensics student stumbled across a corrupted folder in the precinct archives titled Static Logs. Most of the files were unreadable except one short clip. Detective Mason Grady turning toward the camera, tired but calm, saying only, "If you hear it, turn it off." The clip ended with the faint click of a reel starting over. No one could delete the file. Every time it was erased, it reappeared slightly longer than before. And somewhere unseen, an audience kept watching. No one called it a virus at first. The news used words like fever cluster and neuroinflammation. A handful of cases, they said, contained. Ethan Shaw didn't care much about the news. He was too busy driving home from another overnight shift at the freight depot outside Chicago. His radio hissed between stations, every channel filled with static except one faint voice repeating, "Stay indoors. Do not make contact with infected persons." He turned the dial again, irritated. Probably a prank broadcast. Then his phone buzzed Amber, his sister. "Ethan, something's wrong downtown. The National Guard's blocking the freeway. Don't." Static disconnected. By the time he reached the bridge, the city skyline was blacked out. Only fires burned where the high-rises used to shine. The cars ahead were stopped in a line of twisted metal. People had abandoned them, doors open, belongings scattered like confetti. At first, Ethan thought they were refugees, until he saw the way they moved. Stumbling, twitching, head snapping toward sound. A woman tried to run past him, clutching a child. Something lunged from beneath a car and dragged her down before Ethan could move. He froze, heart hammering, until a soldier yelled from a Humvee up the ramp, "Hey, get off the bridge, they're coming." Gunfire erupted. The smell of cordite and rot filled the air. Ethan ducked behind a sedan, hands shaking. When the firing stopped, there were no soldiers left standing, only the echo of boots and screams, swallowed by the wind. He ran. His apartment was dark. The power had gone hours ago. He barricaded the door with furniture and checked his phone again. No signal. The emergency alert app repeated one message. "Shelter in place. Do not trust anyone showing aggression or loss of motor control." He found an old police scanner in the closet. Through the static came frantic voices. Containment failed. Sectors 7 through 10 compromised. Byte transmission confirmed. Do not. The signal cut out. Ethan looked out the window. The streets were alive with shadows moving in jerks and fits, chasing sound. Someone pounded on his door. He raised the baseball bat in his hand and whispered, "Amber." No answer, only another thud. The pounding came again, followed by a man's voice. "Please let me in, they're coming." Ethan hesitated, then unlatched the door just an inch. The man outside was covered in sweat and dust, eyes wide. "They bit my wife," he gasped. I had to, she turned, she tried to. He trailed off, trembling. Ethan pulled him inside and bolted the door again. The man collapsed on the couch, clutching his arm. The sleeve was soaked in blood. "It's just a scratch," he said. "I swear." Ethan stared at it. The teeth marks were clear. By dawn, the man wasn't breathing. By noon, he was. Ethan left him in the hall, locked the door, and tried not to listen to the sounds of fingernails scraping from the other side. 3 days without power. The city had fallen silent except for sirens looping endlessly somewhere far away. Ethan rationed what food he had left: canned beans, water from the tub. But then came the smell. Rot, not just outside anymore. He decided to leave. He packed a backpack, water, knife, first aid kit, flashlight. As he stepped into the stairwell, the emergency lights flickered red. Somewhere below, something groaned. He crept down the steps, holding his breath. When he reached the lobby, he saw the front doors shattered, and dozens of them clustered around the vending machine, tearing at plastic and metal alike. Their movements were twitching, jerky, desperate. Ethan turned toward the back exit, but one of them lifted its head. The sound it made wasn't human, a wet gasp, followed by a hiss that turned into a scream. He ran into the dawn light, the city burning behind him. Ethan made it to the outskirts by noon. The air was thick with smoke, and the wind carried ash that stuck to his clothes. Every few miles he passed another wrecked convoy, cars burned down to their frames, bodies left on the asphalt. The government checkpoint signs were riddled with bullet holes. He followed the highway until he saw a gas station standing mostly intact. The windows were shattered, but the pumps were untouched. He crept inside, whispering, "Hello?" No answer, only the hum of flies. He raided the shelves, water bottles, protein bars, a road map. When he reached the back, he heard movement, a faint shuffle from behind the stockroom door. He raised the bat and pushed it open. A man sat against the wall, holding a pistol. "Don't move," he rasped. Ethan froze. The man's uniform marked him as a security guard. His face was gray, lips cracked. "You're not one of them." "No," Ethan said. "Then you better keep moving. They follow the smell now. You stay too long anywhere, they find you." The man coughed, blood spotting his sleeve. He handed Ethan the pistol. "You'll need it more than me." Ethan didn't ask what the man meant by smell until he saw the bandage around his neck, black beneath the cloth. He left before the guard stopped breathing. By dusk, he reached the countryside. The silence there was worse than the city's noise. No engines, no voices, only the wind through the wheat fields and the occasional caw of crows. He found an old farmhouse and decided to spend the night in the barn. He dragged a ladder to the loft and slept there with the pistol in his hand. In the middle of the night, the horses started screaming. He crawled to the edge of the loft and looked down. Shapes moved in the dark, 4, maybe 5 of them, swaying as if uncertain how to walk. Their skin gleamed wet in the moonlight. One reached the horse stall, pressing its face to the animal's flank, sniffing. Then it tore into it with a sound like tearing canvas. Ethan held his breath until dawn. When he climbed down, the floor was empty, except for the blood and hoof prints leading out the door. He left the barn without looking back. 2 days later, he met her. He was walking along a service road when he saw a small figure sitting on the guardrail, a teenage girl, maybe 15, holding a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. She didn't flinch when she saw him. "You're alive," she said flatly. "So are you," Ethan answered. Her name was Lena. She had been traveling alone since her group was attacked outside Joliet. She didn't say who attacked them, only that it wasn't the infected. Ethan offered her food. She refused. "You can share a fire," she said, "but don't touch my pack." That night they camped by the ruins of a diner. She told him she was heading west, towards some kind of safe zone near Des Moines. She'd heard the signal on a shortwave radio. If you can hear this, head west. Immunity research, food and shelter provided. Ethan had heard the same transmission. He didn't believe it. But it was better than nowhere. They found shelter in an abandoned farmhouse surrounded by cornfields. It looked untouched, curtains still hanging, dishes still on the table, as if the family had just stepped outside. Ethan checked the rooms, clearing each one with a pistol. Lena stayed near the stairs, whispering, "You think they got out?" "No one gets out anymore," he said. They stayed there for 3 nights. On the second night, Ethan found photos in a drawer, a smiling couple with 2 kids, all wearing church clothes. On the back was written, "Easter 2025. By morning, the smell in the cellar told them where the family had gone. Lena stopped talking for a while after that. Ethan didn't blame her. The highway was blocked by wreckage, so they cut through a train yard to reach the next town. Rusted tankers and freight cars stretched for miles. It was quiet, too quiet. Halfway through, they heard it, a faint tapping from inside one of the cars. Lena raised her bat. Ethan approached slowly, climbed the ladder, and opened the latch. Inside were 3 people, dirty, pale, eyes wide. A man, a woman, and a little boy. "Please," the woman whispered, "don't shut it, they come at night." They had been hiding there for over a week. Their supplies were gone. The man's leg was swollen and black with infection, not from a bite, but from a wound gone septic. Ethan gave them food, water, what little he could spare. But when night came, the boy started coughing deep, wet, awful. Lena grabbed his arm. "It's the sound," she said. "They'll hear him." The growls started minutes later, low and scattered, moving closer. The family begged to come with them. Ethan hesitated only a second before closing the hatch. The screams followed them all the way to the fence line. The Mississippi looked like a wall of steel under the gray sky. Its current roared, carrying debris and corpses downstream. Ethan and Lena crouched along the bank, weighing the options. No bridge was intact. The current was too strong for a raft. Swimming meant certain death. They scavenged lumber from a collapsed dock and fashioned a makeshift raft, lashed together with wire and rope. The wood creaked under their weight. Lena paddled first, Ethan followed. They kept their heads low, eyes scanning the shore for movement. Halfway across, Lena froze. Something floated past, a body face down, half submerged, arms reaching like a puppet. Ethan swallowed the rising bile and paddled faster. The water slapped against their legs, carrying the stench of rot. By the time they reached the far shore, both were shivering, muscles burned, hearts hammering. The river behind them carried away more than water. It carried the memory of everyone they had lost. The suburbs outside Davenport were eerily silent. Cars sat in driveways, doors hanging open. Lawns were overgrown. A few houses showed signs of looting, but most were untouched, almost like the owners had vanished overnight. Ethan checked each house for food and weapons. Lena climbed through windows silently, avoiding the creaking boards. They found a grocery store with broken doors. Inside, cans of beans, bags of rice, and bottled water, all carefully stacked. Too carefully. Someone had been here recently. Then they heard footsteps in the aisles, not the shuffle of the infected, the soft crunch of sneakers on tile. A man emerged from the shadows, hands raised. He was young, dirty, carrying a crowbar. "Don't shoot, I'm alone." He introduced himself as Cole, a former EMT who had been scavenging supplies. He offered to join them. Lena, wary, kept her bat close. Ethan nodded. They left together, but Ethan didn't trust him fully. In this world, the living were often more dangerous than the dead. The trio camped at the edge of endless cornfields. The night was alive with distant shrieks, not human, not animal. Ethan taught Lena how to set perimeter alarms with cans and string. Cole stayed silent most of the evening. watching the horizon like a hawk. At midnight, the wind shifted. The moans grew closer. Ethan could feel them before he saw them, dozens of shapes moving in the dark, drawn by scent and sound. They stayed perfectly still, breath held. The figures passed just beyond the tree line, moving like ghosts. Their eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight. "They hunt by smell now," Ethan whispered. Lena nodded, teeth clenched. Cole muttered, "They've been evolving faster than I thought." By morning, they had counted at least 30 infected in the immediate area. By day 5, supplies were running low. They spotted a farmhouse with a functioning well and fields still producing vegetables. An old man answered when they knocked. He was thin, skin weathered like leather, eyes sharp. "You looking for shelter?" he said. "Food," Ethan replied. The man invited them in but warned. "You can eat, but you don't touch the pantry after dark. They come for the smell." That night, Ethan stayed on watch. Around midnight, Lena stirred and whispered, "I hear them." Ethan looked out. Shadows moved at the edge of the fields, fast and silent. Some carried rifles. Some carried sticks. All were alive, but there was something wrong in the way they moved, jerky, precise, and utterly focused. Morning brought a corpse hung in the cornfield like a scarecrow. A note pinned to its chest, "Move on or next time it's you." They left the farm at dawn. The river of refugees was growing, trucks, vans, a few desperate cars. Some carried supplies, others carried the sick and wounded. The convoy moved slowly, tense. People whispered about safe zones in Iowa, about a research facility supposedly working on a cure. No one knew if it was real. Along the road, they encountered a bridge partially collapsed. A horde of infected swarmed the wreckage. Ethan and Cole improvised, creating a diversion with flares and noise. Lena crouched low in the cab of a truck, vomiting quietly at the stench. By nightfall, they had crossed, but the cost was clear. Exhaustion, fear, and the memory of bodies left behind pressed on them. Ethan realized survival wasn't just about avoiding the infected. It was about surviving the living, the ones who were desperate enough to kill for a can of beans. By the time they reached the outskirts of Cedar Rapids, the infected had changed. No longer slow, shambling creatures, some were faster, more coordinated. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, almost calculating. One lunged from an alleyway at a stray dog, tearing it apart with terrifying speed before Ethan could even react. Cole, watching, muttered, "This isn't just the virus spreading, it's adapting." Ethan saw the evidence: bite marks that healed, a survivor with red sores developing strange rigidity in joints. The virus wasn't just killing anymore, it was evolving. Lena's hands shook as she gripped her bat. "Are we even leaving this alive?" Ethan didn't answer. There was no answer. The only plan was to keep moving west toward the supposed safe zone and hope it existed. By nightfall, smoke rose from the interstate. A convoy of trucks had been ambushed. Ethan, Lena, and Cole approached cautiously. They were met by men with scarves over their faces and rifles slung low. The stench of gunpowder and burnt rubber filled the air. "State your business," the leader barked. They were scavengers, raiders who had taken control of the abandoned highway. They didn't care about the infected, only about supplies. Ethan handed over half of their canned goods to avoid conflict. Cole whispered, "This is worse than the dead. At least they follow instinct." By morning, the raiders had left, taking everything valuable, leaving the survivors only with fear and empty stomachs. A small tributary blocked their path. They found an old pontoon boat tethered to a dock. Ethan inspected it. Rusted motor, fuel can half full. Night came as they pushed it into the water. Shadows flickered along the bank, infected, but far fewer than the last city. Suddenly the motor sputtered and died. In the dark, shapes emerged from the water, faster than expected. Ethan and Lena paddled frantically with oars, Cole keeping watch with the pistol. They made it to the far shore, soaked, exhausted, and silent. They spent the next hour catching their breath, listening to the river's hum. Survival didn't feel like a victory anymore, just a temporary reprieve. They stumbled upon a small cabin at the edge of the Iowa woodlands. For a moment, it felt safe: walls, roof, a chimney. Inside, dust and cobwebs, but also canned food hidden in a cupboard. They barricaded the doors and set a perimeter. That night, Ethan couldn't sleep. Every sound in the forest sounded alive: branches snapping, leaves rustling, the faint echo of footsteps that weren't theirs. Lena whispered, "Do you think anyone's left out there who's still human?" Ethan wanted to lie. He wanted to tell her yes, but the truth that most people had either fled, been killed, or turned tasted bitter in his mouth. Morning came, and with it, the realization that the infected were now starting to appear in the forest: faint shadows, jerky silhouettes moving between the trees. After 3 days in the cabin, they packed what little they had and moved west again. A billboard advertised a research facility, safe zone 50 miles. A desperate lure or truth, they didn't know. Along the road, abandoned cars lined the shoulder. Inside one, a survivor scribbled on the window with a finger. "Don't trust anyone. They follow the smell, don't stop." The note made them pause, but hunger and exhaustion forced their pace. Every step, every mile, the forest behind them seemed alive. By dusk, they spotted smoke on the horizon, a small town, seemingly intact. Ethan, Lena, and Cole approached cautiously. The world hadn't been kind, but this might be the first sign of hope they'd seen in weeks. Or the last. Cedar Hollow looked untouched from a distance. Smoke spiraled from chimneys, fences still intact, lights flickering in some windows. Ethan, Lena, and Cole approached slowly. The streets were empty, eerily quiet. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke and decay. Inside the town hall, a group of survivors had organized a council. They were armed, suspicious, and tired. "You're lucky we didn't shoot you on sight," said a woman with a shotgun slung across her chest. "We don't trust strangers." Ethan explained their journey. Lena stayed silent, scanning the room. Cole noticed the tension. The council members were more afraid of each other than the dead. That night in the safe house they were assigned, Ethan lay awake, listening to whispers outside. The infected were quieter here, but something else lingered. Humans who would kill for food without hesitation. The next morning, Ethan and Lena attended a council meeting. The survivors had established rules. No one goes out alone. Supplies are rationed strictly. Anyone showing signs of infection is isolated immediately. Cole, growing uneasy, whispered to Ethan, "They're acting like they're running a prison, not a town." Ethan knew he was right. The virus had changed the world, but so had fear. Humans were adapting too, forming hierarchies, imposing brutal rules. Outside, shadows moved. Not all were infected. Some survivors were scouting the perimeter. Ethan noticed the subtle twitch of the eyes, the way they carried weapons at all times. Paranoia had replaced trust. Ethan and Lena went on a supply run with a group of 4 survivors. The grocery store was looted, but an old pharmacy remained untouched. Inside, the smell of chemicals made their noses burn. As they rifled through shelves, a sound echoed: soft shuffling, then a wet thud. A mutated infected staggered from a back aisle. Its movements were faster, more erratic than any they'd seen. Its eyes glowed faint red, and its skin had begun to darken, almost leathery. The group froze. Ethan fired a single shot. The creature fell, twitching. Cole whispered, "This isn't just mutation. This is evolution." The town's walls had kept the original infection out, but now it was creeping in, testing the defenses. Back at the safe house, the council debated whether to expand the perimeter. Some wanted to fortify, others wanted to leave the town. Ethan noticed small tensions. One man hoarded extra rations. Another argued about who deserved the limited beds. A couple had disappeared, leaving behind notes that suggested they were sneaking out to scavenge. Lena finally spoke. "We can't survive if we start fighting each other." Ethan knew the truth. The dead weren't their only threat. Hunger, fear, and desperation were already breaking the living apart. That night, alarms blared. The mutated infected had found a weak point in the outer fence. They weren't alone. A few desperate humans had joined the horde, either by accident or design. Shadows moved with terrifying coordination, more intelligent than the shamblers they'd faced on the highway. Ethan, Lena, and Cole fought from the walls, throwing Molotovs and firing rifles. Lena screamed as one of the creatures lunged at the gate, knocking it off its hinges. By dawn, the town's outer defenses were breached. Casualties were high. Ethan's hands were slick with sweat and blood. As they surveyed the devastation, Ethan realized the truth. The apocalypse wasn't just the virus. It was everything the virus had revealed in humanity: fear, selfishness, and the will to survive at any cost. After days of travel through burned-out towns, they finally saw it: a fortified compound on the horizon, surrounded by high fences and watchtowers. Smoke spiraled from chimneys. Lights flickered through the dusk. The gate was guarded by men with rifles. A sign read, "Immunity Research Facility, authorized personnel only." Inside, the facility was eerily organized. Scientists in hazmat suits moved between labs, scanning blood samples and feeding data into computers. One of the guards eyed Ethan and Lena suspiciously. "You're not on the roster," he said. Ethan explained their journey. After tense deliberation, they were allowed inside, but under strict observation. The research director, a tall woman named Dr. Ivers, explained the situation. "We've been working on a vaccine, but the virus is evolving faster than anticipated. We need live samples to complete the formula." Cole muttered under his breath. "So we're the guinea pigs." Ethan realized she wasn't lying. Inside the facility, they saw survivors quarantined in isolation rooms. Some were already infected. Others had been exposed but showed no symptoms. Dr. Ivers offered a choice: participate in trials that might lead to immunity or death. Leave the facility, knowing the outside world was collapsing. Lena wanted to stay. The thought of safety was tempting. Ethan hesitated. "We can't save everyone," he said. "Then what's the point of surviving?" Lena replied. Cole decided immediately he would risk it. Ethan and Lena debated until the night fell. Meanwhile, the sound of distant infected, faster, more aggressive, reminded them that time was running out. During the night, alarms blared. One of the isolated survivors had broken containment. The virus had mutated further. These new infected were terrifyingly fast, nearly intelligent in their coordination. They tore through the lab corridors, attacking both researchers and patients indiscriminately. Ethan and Lena grabbed weapons and tried to secure the hallways. Cole ran ahead, shouting orders. They barricaded doors and moved survivors into safe rooms. Ethan realized the horrifying truth. The facility's walls were a thin layer of safety. Beyond them, the world had already changed permanently. The outbreak forced them to navigate the lower levels, a maze of pipes, storage rooms, and sealed doors. The sounds of the infected echoed through the concrete corridors. Lena clutched Ethan's arm, whispering, "I can't see the end of this." Every room revealed horrors, failed experiments, blood-stained floors, notes scribbled in panic. Some infected were partially controlled, trained with chemicals or stimuli to slow mutation, but none were safe. They found the main lab, where the vaccine samples were kept. Dr. Ivers stood over a machine extracting viral strains. "Take them," she said. "If you get outside, it's humanity's only chance." Ethan realized escape was the only choice. The facility was already compromised. They emerged from the facility through an emergency exit into the forest. The mutated infected were everywhere, some stalking, some sprinting in packs. Cole was bitten during a scramble, forcing Ethan and Lena to leave him behind. Lena screamed, but Ethan knew it was the only way to survive. They ran through the woods for hours, carrying the viral samples. By dawn, the forest opened onto a road. Helicopters flew in the distance, signs that help might exist beyond the horizon. Ethan and Lena stumbled onto the highway, exhausted, bloodied, and shaking. Behind them, the screams of the infected faded into the morning mist. Ethan looked at Lena and whispered, "We survived for now." But in the back of his mind, he knew the virus had changed the world permanently, and no one would ever truly be safe again. The world was ash, the living were scarred, and humanity's survival was fragile, hanging on a thread carried westward by two exhausted travelers.